18 years ago, mutations occurred all over the world. Suddenly, towers and gates appeared from nowhere. Monsters began to flood out, threatening human civilization, while a small number of people also awakened superpowers. They were called players. Becoming the hope of humanity and developing into a new faction in the Awakening Association, these young people were extremely panicked, not only because they had awakened themselves, successfully becoming players, and on top of that, Kim Jigu held a special power known as the superhuman among superhumans, but life was not as dreamy as it seemed. Jigu faced more difficulties than he expected. 5 years after awakening, he still struggled in the beginner forest when facing low-level goblins. Jigu was invited to the tower at age 58. He also had a special ability, the so-called privilege reserved for the chosen ones. One would think life afterward would be full of roses, but even 5 years later, he still took hours to defeat a single goblin. Jigu never thought there would be such a unique player like himself. 5 years had passed, but the status window still displayed his level as 1, and next to the special ability section was an annoying question mark, indicating that he had not yet awakened this ability. Just like that, life pushed Jigu to become a guide. Today, as usual, he led a group of new players to hunt goblins. For them, this job was quite easy, feeling like they leveled up before catching many. Wow, leveling up early on is pretty easy, Jigu said bitterly. Then tomorrow we will go to the second floor of the tower. See you all at the entrance tomorrow morning. After giving instructions, Jigu immediately left. Watching his back, the new players began to buzz and discuss. Jigu was very famous, and they had mostly heard rumors about him. The biggest rumor was that he was the one holding the special ability, but most people did not believe it, because if Jigu really had that power, he wouldn't still be here doing such a mundane job. There was another rumor saying he was the lowest-ranked player among all players, and over time, Jigu was given a nickname known by all players. He was the player who could not level up. After finishing his guiding work, Jigu arrived at this place. It was a shabby place on the first floor of the tower that other players rarely passed through, a place he found because he spent more time on the lower floors than anyone else, and it had become his secret base. Here only one goblin appeared once a day, and Jigu always persistently trained on this goblin. This time the goblin turned its neck toward him, making Jigu believe today's hunt would go more smoothly, because as long as he hit the monster's critical point before it noticed him, it would be over. Thinking this, Jigu began to approach the goblin from behind, gently as possible. But when he was only a few steps away, the monster detected him, and it immediately turned to attack. Thus, Jigu and the goblin had to struggle with each other for a long time, and as usual today, he had to go through a tough battle. After a hard hour, Jigu finally defeated it. He returned to the Player Association, sold the crystal bead earned from the goblin, and received $20. He silently calculated that after deducting the money spent on medicine, there was no profit left. Thinking of this, Jigu could only sigh. As he was about to leave, he met a blond man named Teo, who was an acquaintance. After greeting each other, Teo suddenly scratched his head a few times, revealing an awkward expression, then said, "I apologize for what happened." Jigu did not know what had happened. But before he could ask, Teo had already left. Jigu, carrying that question, went into the office. Seeing the person inside, he immediately asked, "Hey Taik, what's wrong with Teo?" The man named Taik was the manager overseeing the guides. His face also showed a very awkward expression. After a long time, Taik finally spoke. "Well, you see, the new players you were in charge of today will be taken over by Teo starting tomorrow." "Why?" Jigu immediately asked. "Everything was fine today." Taik sighed heavily and replied, "It seems they have heard the rumors about you." This answer stunned Jigu for a few seconds, but he didn't seem surprised because this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Jigu truly felt confused, not knowing about those rumors. What does it have to do with your job as a guide when you yourself have always done well in your role as a guide? Tetsuya could only sigh. Because after all those rumors were true, and every new player wants to find a decent guide for themselves, their conversation was interrupted by the latest news being broadcast on TV. The Angela Guild has just announced their intention to climb to the 75th floor of the tower, and the plan to clear the 75th floor will be carried out tomorrow morning through the Soul Gate. Recently, information about the players has become increasingly dense, turning them into a kind of idol even to ordinary residents who never come near the tower. But for Jigo, those news were like salt in his heart, because for Jigo, becoming a real player was already out of reach. Unable to bear the feeling of being bombarded by this news, Jigu grabbed the remote and quickly turned off the TV. "Why did you turn it off? I was still watching," Taik asked up to that point. He replied then. Taik handed him an envelope containing today's guide fee and didn't forget to remind him about Teo, who seemed tough. But actually, he was also sad and thoughtful, so don't hate him. Jigu nodded, though very sad, but he clearly knew from the start that this was not Teo's fault. He didn't even have the obligation to apologize to Jigu for this new hunter transfer, even though Teshi couldn't change this. Because the change of guide was the new hunter's wish, but to somewhat comfort Jigu, he gave him a special job afterward, arranged by Taik. Jigu had a meeting with Kim Seong-pi, who turned out to be Suk-Woo's cousin, and according to Seong-pi, he had always talked a lot about Jigu. It turned out that although Jigu hadn't leveled up for years, Suk-Woo had been quietly watching over him this time. Jigu could become the guide for Seong-pi's team thanks to Suk-Woo, the former player who guided Jigu when he awakened, speaking on his behalf afterward. He and the team members began to get acquainted. The only girl in the team was named Kim Han-yoon. The chubby mushroom-headed guy was Jun Seong-gu, and the other guy was named Ji-won. They were all quite open, so the atmosphere was comfortable. The introduction session ended. Jigu quickly instructed them on the necessary things for the 5-day, 4-night hunting trip. The first day went quite smoothly. As dusk fell, the group started setting up camp to rest, and with his experience, Jigu quickly finished this task. He also cooked a very delicious pot of curry. The whole group sat down to enjoy the meal when suddenly the guide Jigun asked, "Oh right, guide, I heard you can't level up, right?" Seong-pi was startled and hurried to stop him, but Jigu didn't seem to mind and replied, "Yeah, that's right. Feel free to ask anything you're curious about." Jigun surely had many questions, but when he saw Seong-pi's bullet-like gaze, he dared not say anything more. They began discussing today's hunting trip. Like most new players, the group of 4 found it not too difficult because the goblins on the first floor were poorly equipped and moved quite clearly. Seong-gu and Jigun got a few scratches but were healed immediately with medicine. Just consider this as practice getting used to killing. If you stay alert and work hard to level up, it will be fine. As long as you don't encounter a guardian, Jigu added. The people in the CNP group were all new hunters, so they were quite vague about the concept of guardians. Jigu explained that they are the protectors of each floor of the tower and rarely appear. They are boss monsters that guilds or large hunter groups have to concentrate on defeating. Only new resources can defeat them. To put it simply, they are like powerful gatekeeper monsters. Although they provide a lot of experience points and good items, at the same time, they are dangerous enough that even rank climbers have to avoid them. Speaking of which, the CNP group all put on serious faces. Jigu immediately reassured them, but you don't need to worry too much. Their respawn cycle has been determined. The people in the CNP group all put on serious faces. Jigu immediately reassured them, but said there was no need to worry too much. The regeneration cycle of them has already been determined. And there are guilds specialized in hunting them, not to mention the guards on the lower floors who are also quickly defeated, so actually encountering them is quite difficult. After chatting for a while, they went into the tent to rest, regain strength to prepare for the next hunting trip. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower in the area where the forest meets the wilderness, a goblin was running for his life, fleeing from a creature far more terrifying than himself. On the 2nd day, the guided group began moving up to the 2nd floor of the tower. Here, besides goblins, there were also large-brained creatures. The new hunters were quite scared by the enormous size of this type of monster. But fortunately, they were quite slow compared to the goblin. On the 3rd day, they advanced another floor where the large-brained creatures and goblins began to appear in groups. However, they were not smart enough to truly cooperate, and the cop group came up with a method to divide them using just a pebble. Han-yoon hid behind a tree. He threw a stone hard at the head of a large-brained creature, which was not smart enough to realize that a hunter was hiding behind the tree, so it turned and fought fiercely with the goblin group nearby. Thanks to that, Seo's group could leisurely level up because Jigu had chosen safe paths for them. Now they understood why Supu praised him. On the night of the 3rd day, while cleaning up after dinner, Jigu saw Seo-pi busily writing something and asked what he was doing. "I'm writing a diary. I write every day since I received the invitation to become a player. Who knows? Maybe I'll write an autobiography or something when I become a ranked climber. Haha, maybe." All 4 new hunters were eagerly looking forward to tomorrow because if tomorrow was successful, they could proceed straight to the level 5 test. Only Jigu seemed to have some worries when mentioning level 5. A peaceful night passed as they advanced to the 4th floor. The mission was not much different. Still facing groups of large-brained creatures and goblins acting together, the only difference was their slightly greater strength and agility, and the group decided to use the old method of dealing with them. The 4 of them fought with all their strength, while Jigu, as the guide, meticulously observed from outside. Thanks to that, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Dust stirred inside Jigu, raising a bad premonition, because although today was not the day the Guardian would appear, this was not a good sign. He gripped his sword tightly. Then he shouted loudly to Seo's group, "Everyone, we have to leave here quickly. End this fast." Jigo's mood was extremely urgent. One thing he realized after a long time as a guide was that guiding new hunters was not a game. It could even become the toughest challenge for those who just became players and had no experience. Just as he thought this suddenly, he heard a shout. "Zagun! It seems he's injured in the leg." Zagun's shout immediately distracted the other team members. This was exactly what Jigu feared most. Just one small mistake could cause the entire group to be wiped out. Things got worse when Jigu's bad premonition came true. The level 4 Guardian had appeared. With his experience, Jigu knew they could not defeat it, so he shouted loudly for everyone to prepare to run. At this time, Jaegwen was injured and had to rely on Seong Pizel to stand up. Han Yun was also not doing well. Now Jigu took out a smoke bomb from his pocket with a strong effect, threw it toward the Guardian and the monsters, then kept urging the remaining 4 to run quickly, because this was their only chance. Then, relying on his experience, Jigu led them to a seemingly safe cave. Only then could they breathe a temporary sigh of relief and relax a bit. COP asked, "What was that just now?" It looked like a giant, large-brained creature. "That's the level 4 Guardian," Jigu replied. "I don't know why it suddenly appeared, but for now we have to observe the situation." Fortunately, the group still had enough food supplies to hold on temporarily while waiting for the rescue team. However, the difficult problems did not stop there. Han Yun had been unconscious since earlier and still had not woken up, looking quite uncomfortable. Jigu checked and immediately realized she had been poisoned. Goblins must take an antidote to recover. When Jigu said he had brought antidote medicine, the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief, but he rummaged through his backpack and couldn't find it. Jigu tried to recall his memory and then realized he had dropped the antidote pills while fleeing from the Guardian. Negative emotions immediately overwhelmed him, although they had hurriedly run away at that time. But Jigu did not expect to make such an amateur mistake. He tried to calm down because this was not the time to be shaken, so Jigu decided he would go out to send a distress signal. When Jigu said this, all of Songpi, Zaegun, and Seonggu both firmly opposed it because they thought it was too dangerous, but Jigu reassured them that he had already gone through several rounds of guiding new people and was getting tired of it. "And I only went to the nearby hill to catch fireworks. I know I don't look like it much, but I'm the best level 1 in the world." Jigu spoke calmly, but in reality, those were just words of encouragement for the CMP group. Once out of the cave, everything became much more difficult due to the appearance of the Guardian, so the movement direction of the monsters all changed, making it hard to predict where they would be. After a while of groping around, Jigu had to abandon the old route to find another way because too many brains blocked the path. In his pocket, he only had one smoke bomb left to save him. This time, Jigu followed the steep cliff and successfully approached the hill at this speed. He would arrive there in about 3 minutes and had to shoot the fireworks quickly, then return to the cave. As long as he didn't encounter the Guardian, it would be fine. Just avoid it, Jigu thought to himself. But usually the thing people fear the most arrives the earliest, because right after that, the level 4 Guardian suddenly appeared behind him. Jigu faced it directly but couldn't fight it, especially being ambushed like this. So he was punched hard by the Guardian, flying straight into the cliff. Jigu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his whole body aching as if his bones were shattered. But he still had to try to throw the smoke bomb to limit the opponent's vision. Then Jigu picked up the firework launcher, aimed it straight up, and decisively fired a shot. The signal for help was completed. Now he had to figure out how to escape from the Guardian's grasp. Jigu stood up and started running. First of all, he had to keep the distance between him and it. Jigu understood this guidance screen the best, so he believed there must be a way. And then the gate leading to the 5th floor suddenly appeared before him. The level 4 test was a sorrowful ordeal for Jigu. That gate was something he always wanted to jump into, giving up everything, but because of his family, he couldn't. Behind that gate was a place that seemed to be waiting only for death for a level 5 like him. "Why did I come here?" Jigu approached the gate and bowed his head on it. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He was just someone who couldn't even handle level 4, so how could he get to level 5? But behind him, the Guardian was crazily chasing. If he didn't go up to level 5, he would surely die here. Jigu gritted his teeth. Staying here would definitely mean death, but going to level 5, he wasn't sure if he could survive. So he definitely had to choose the second option, because at least there was still a chance to struggle otherwise. Jigu had entered his first test. Giguk reluctantly entered level 5, but after confirming the player's information, the tower announced, that his ability was not confirmed, leading to the difficulty of the challenge being continuously reduced, and Giguk's first test was simply to hunt a goat. Jigu stood up staring at the status window, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He only needed one breath to take down that goat. And the tower immediately sent a notification that he had passed the test, thereby determining his job and discovering his unconfirmed ability. Jigu passed the stage perfectly and easily. At the same time, he received his first reward. Holding the sword in his hand, Jigu kept trembling not because of fear, but because it felt unbelievable. He had already prepared himself to sell salt when entering here. But unexpectedly, he only had to face a goat. While staring at the goat's corpse, Jigu suddenly felt something unusual coming from behind. He turned around and saw a dense black aura approaching, then engulfing him. Jigu didn't know what it was, but in the blink of an eye he was swallowed by it and lost consciousness. "Who exactly are you?" Jigu woke up because of a strange voice. He looked around in confusion, not knowing where he was, but continued to hear that voice. "Are you my master?" This time he could hear more clearly that it was the voice of a boy. Jigu stammered and asked back, "What master? Damn it, an idiot can't even answer a question properly. Are you really my master?" The voice suddenly rose sharply, making Jigu feel extremely insulted. "Fine. I've waited too long anyway, so whatever. Choose a name for me." Giggles up to now still truly does not know what entity is communicating with him, but it seems like it is trying to ask him to connect with it, so he still agrees to connect with it. This experience passed very quickly, just like a kind of hallucination shortly after. Jigu woke up and found himself lying on a hospital bed. The first thing that struck his eyes was the worried face of his younger sister Ayu Dung and Tae Sik. He thought he had fainted for only a short time. But in fact, it had been 2 weeks since he was found unconscious at the door to the 5th floor afterward. Jigu could only hear what had happened from Taik. After the guild players saw the flare, they managed to corner the bodyguard and Bao. They entered the 4th floor before the door to the 5th floor, but ultimately let him escape. Although feeling a bit annoyed because they couldn't catch the bodyguard, Jigu felt relieved to see COP's whole group. They were rescued and all safe except Jagun, who was injured and had to use crutches. The rest were fine in the following days. Jigu continued to stay in the hospital to recover. His mother called several times, feeling very guilty seeing herself as a burden causing her son to take risks. Earning money like that? Of course, Jigu kept comforting her. "They said you will be discharged soon. Mom, don't worry and please rest soon. The insurance has already covered all the hospital fees. So Mom, don't worry." Knowing Yudung was beside Jigu also reminded her not to come to the hospital to visit him anymore. "Stay home to take care of Mom. Only then can I rest assured to hang up the phone." And only after hanging up the phone, Jigu dared to let out a sigh. Even after passing the 5th floor, things still went against his hopes. Jigu was still stuck at level 1. However, a major change occurred when after waking up, Jigu found an additional ring on his hand. After discharge, he returned to his daily work. New hunters seeing Jigu reappear in the world, many couldn't help but sneer. Is that really him? The one famous as the guide who couldn't level up. However, this time someone else spoke up for Jigu, though not exactly defending him, but just correcting the information. Because recently he had become famous for a different title. Now people called Jigu the Butcher of the Guide section, unlike before. When he used to take it an hour to defeat a goblin, now facing a whole pack of fierce orcs and goblins, Jigu was very confident from the strange ring on his hand. He took out a sharp black sword, a good weapon combined with years of experience fighting on the lower floors of the tower gave Jigu absolute confidence, and this time, he dealt with the monsters in the blink of an eye. Both speed and attack efficiency reached perfect levels without question. Jigu fought more and more enthusiastically. That was a feeling of happiness and vitality he had never experienced since awakening as a player until now, all thanks to the fate with that mysterious entity. Going back to the day Jigu fainted. He named it Lu. The day Lu was born, Jigu officially awakened his ability. His profession was a companion of the ego, and his special ability was linking with his ego. Although Jigu was still stuck at level 1, his ego Lu was different. In a very short time, it rose from level 1 to level 7 with 18 strength points, 18 dexterity points, 7 endurance points, and magic power. After Jigu defeated all these monsters, Lu's level even jumped straight to 8 surprisingly fast. This exhilarating feeling was hard to describe when just days ago Jigu was scared stiff before an orc. But now he leisurely picked up a bunch of crystals dropped after defeating them. Going back a month before when Jigu discovered he had awakened a special ability. Still a question mark all this time. He was so eager that he rushed to the tower right after discharge, although he could imagine his sister's fury then. But Jigu still decided to teleport from the hospital bed here to test the new ability. After all, he couldn't sit still when his status window finally changed after 5 years. At that time, Jigu still didn't know how to link with what was called his ego. Thanks to reading web novels over 180 minutes a day, he finally came up with a way striking a cool superhero transformation pose, then loudly shouting the 2 words link. However, nothing happened. Luckily, Jigu was alone at that time, otherwise he would have been so embarrassed that even the monkeys on the mountain would have chased him away. He was very troubled. He didn't know how to use that power. He even gave it a name, Lu. Just when Jigu was at his most frustrated, suddenly, a sphere appeared in front of him along with a notification that the ephemeral ego Lu had been summoned. At that time, Lu did not yet have a fixed form. Because Jigu was not skilled enough, his ego would be randomly chosen to form a physical body that would freely absorb matter from the surrounding environment. Jigu listened and became even more confused. What does it mean to freely absorb matter from the surrounding environment? But the answer quickly appeared before his eyes. Because from that sphere suddenly emerged a strong suction force that pulled everything around it, including Jigu and the equipment on him. Jigu desperately tried to hold on to his gear. Because of these items, even the cheapest ones were worth up to 50001, but the suction was too strong, so in the end, Jigu could only blink as the sphere swallowed them whole. It even sucked off his clothes. Even his underwear was not spared. Jigu had to risk everything to hold on to his waistband, otherwise he would have had to wrap banana leaves to go home. It seemed the sphere had absorbed enough matter from the surroundings. The wave then stopped, and the sphere began to change, emitting a dazzling light. It took a long time before Jigu's vision was restored, and what was floating before him now was a black sword sheath with a glaring red eye. After getting acquainted, Jigu realized that the sword was his ego Lu. At first he was skeptical, but its cheeky tone was exactly like the voice he heard when he fainted on the 5th floor of the tower, so he believed this was real. He asked it to explain a few things because at that time he didn't even know exactly what an ego was. Is an ego a soul? Not a soul, I don't even know what it is. Hey, stop touching my body, you pervert, Lu shouted when Jigu kept fondling it. He tried to endure it since this was a breakthrough in his special ability. Although it was a bit rude later, Jigu still had to rely on it. Hey Lu, can you move on your own? He asked again. Oh, not yet. But maybe later. Oh, okay. Can you sever the link with me and change masters that depends on the ego's master? It can't do that. I see. Next question. When you can move on your own, can you attack me? Attacking you is possible, but if the master dies, the linked ego also disappears, so practically speaking, attacking your own master is quite impossible. Hearing this, Jigu's mouth twitched. Finally, he asked a concluding question. Can Lu feel pain? Even though it is currently in the form of a sword, Lu's answer was definitely yes. Because it is a great ego, not just emotions. As long as Jigu sets it up, all his senses can be 100% replicated on the ego's body. Hearing this, Jigu completely understood Lu's weakness. He immediately stood up, grabbed a rock, and approached it. All right, I've been holding back for a long time, you little bastard. And he threw the rock straight at it. Lu used force to teach it the lesson of first learn manners, then learn knowledge, so it wouldn't dare to be cheeky with its master him anymore. With such harsh colonial-style discipline, Lu really became much more obedient and well-behaved in the following days. It accompanied Jigu to attack the tower continuously, absorbing blood and experience from monsters to level up, and its stats increased relentlessly. Jigu was very satisfied, because this not only brought power to him, but above all now it was very sensible. Today our loot bags are full, so Jigu decided to go back and rest. On the way back, Lu complained that it was eager to go outside. To satisfy his ego, Jigu decided that next time, instead of entering the tower, he would enter a gate. However, when he returned, T-Shich advised him not to enter any gate for the time being, because recently many abnormal gates have appeared, and the latest incident involved 4 high-rank named individuals dying in a gate in America. The abnormalities of these gates were also different, like a gate showing rank F but actually being rank C, or some gates having very strange structures. This has never happened in the past 23 years. But for the past month, Jigu has been continuously appearing, and after hearing him speak, I felt a bit uneasy. Because exactly 1 month ago was when he found Lu, but then Jigu also reassured himself that maybe it was just a coincidence. Seeing that he did not speak, Taik continued to advise. I'm not saying you should never step through any gate again, but I just want you to be safe during this current chaotic time. I know you're very excited to finally be able to use your supernatural power, but please be patient. Jigu knew the other party only wanted the best for him, so he did not object. Then the two said goodbye, and Jigu left the headquarters to return home. Not being able to enter the gate made him quite frustrated. Whether it was pure crystal rare items or mission completion rewards, no matter what, those gates clearly brought greater profits than the tower. Although Taik advised Jigu not to go. But above his head was a huge debt which forced Jigu to quickly earn money to pay the interest. Anyway, those abnormal gates were quite rare. Jigu didn't believe his luck was that bad. So he still went online to look for recruitment information to find members to enter the gates together. After choosing a mission suitable for himself, Jigu dialed the phone number to contact the poster. Outside a building, people were coming and going busily. Samsu stood up to shake hands and greeted Jigu. "Very nice to meet you. I am Samsu, and I am the team leader for this expedition. I am Kim Jigu, the one who contacted you." He wondered, "Is this your first time gate hunting?" He bowed slightly, about to sit down, and upon hearing this, he looked up and replied, "Yes." Song-Su's face became serious when hearing Jigu confess, "I'm still familiar with strategies for clearing stages and similar things." He immediately took out a contract and placed it down. The introduction stated this was a contract, but things like profit sharing and breach fees were quite standard. You will see when you read it. We decided to equip dice. While Jigu was reading carefully, Su reminded him, "We will meet at Gaguri at 2 o'clock in 2 days, and remember not to be late." The magic gate was like a deep circular whirlpool. Gates were usually divided into 2 groups, one-time gates that disappeared after being cleared and fixed gates that did not disappear and allowed re-entry. Many people stood outside waiting to enter that gate, although the rewards from fixed gates could not compare to one-time gates that offered many special rewards. But many people raided these gates. Because the raiding strategy was widely publicized, the risk was lower. The torches hanging on the walls were still lit, and a voice announced, "If you have finished checking your equipment, then let's go." The sound of hurried footsteps on the road, everyone quickly and without hesitation moved forward. Each person carried armor on their body and walked slowly. On the somewhat dark road, only a few torches lit the way. Jigu curiously glanced around once and suddenly thought to himself, "They all look strange. They all came here through job introductions like himself." Jigu glanced at the couple right behind him and silently guessed that those two probably knew each other. Song-Su suddenly looked up as if noticing something. He raised his hand, ordering everyone to hold their positions. From the deep darkness, some mysterious sounds echoed, adding to the fear. Song-Su quickly took out a bow and signaled, "They are coming!" A whole group of crazy zombies rushed out from the darkness, making terrifying noises. Song-Su's eyebrows furrowed, and he shouted loudly, "Tanko, listen to the order, fly." Hun smiled excitedly and charged forward. "Yes, sir." He just raised his large shield and could block a zombie. Jigu held his weapon tightly, jumped up, and shouted loudly, "Close combat, kill them all, come on." Shu aimed his bow with focused eyes, shooting an arrow straight at a zombie's head, making it fall backward. Another zombie was cut in the neck by a sword. Deo swung his sword powerfully, attacking with a satisfied grin. He fought while complaining that this group was excessive, especially since they were already rotten like this. Deo swung his sword, fiercely attacking with a grin of satisfaction. He fought while complaining that these guys were coming in excessive numbers, especially since they were already rotting like this. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Deo, making him puzzled. That shadow was Jigu, who used lightning speed to surge forward through the zombie horde. Attacking all 10 at once, one by one, the zombies gradually decayed between Deo and Byong Hun's open mouths looking up. Even Song-Su and Gazan, with mouths agape, froze and looked up. Byong Hun sat down right beside him, continuously praising, "Looks like this time we'll finish quickly thanks to you, Jigu." Deo smiled warmly and agreed, "Isn't it you who said you're level 7? I feel like I'm starting to get tired." You smiled faintly and replied, "Just lucky." Byong Hun immediately brushed it off. "No, if you're modest," then he continued, "You also contributed the most when defeating that mini-boss." Byong Hun suggested, after sweeping through, "Let me join your group." Jigu forced a smile but didn't respond. He glanced up secretly, feeling grateful. Luckily, he didn't seem to mind, but Jigu felt inside that behaving like this in front of the team leader was not polite. Byong Hun spoke up. "Today we benefited a lot from you." They both continued, "I was about to say that." Jigu politely replied, "It's nothing," but inwardly he confirmed that even if they said no, it was true. Then Shu approached and announced, "All right, everyone, let's move on." Jigu stood up quickly, silently asking if Ru was ready. Ru replied, "Zombie blood is useless, master." He reassured, "We will soon reach the boss room, just hold on a little longer." Byong Hun and Deo whispered something together. Suddenly, the two of them smirked slyly. The 5 of them walked to an iron gate, constantly exclaiming, "This is the boss room." Jigu wondered silently. Are these iron bars to keep the boss monster inside? Song Su spoke up. Now I will explain the method to defeat the gatekeeper Talon. While he was speaking first, Talon is a giant vampire. Another voice interrupted, really. Bae-ong-hun showed irritation and impatience. Do you think we didn't research anything before coming to a fixed gate? Hurry up, we're wasting time. Hearing that, Song Su frowned and emphasized, listen, even if you know one person's mistake can endanger the whole group inside the gate. He clicked his tongue and criticized the delay. Seeing this, Gazan's face darkened. He clenched his teeth. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead, sensing Song Su was glancing at him. She, startled, relaxed her facial muscles. Gazan looked up at him silently. Song Su continued speaking, so I will continue explaining. It seemed Jigu noticed the signals they secretly exchanged. That was very strange. Earlier, he had briefed right after we melt the iron with acid and enter the boss room. Talon will sit with his back to us as soon as they step in. A whispering voice rose. He's bigger than I thought. Song Su's hand was in a bow drawing position. First, I will hit him with an explosive arrow. I'm coming. He shot with great force, shaking the earth and sky. Talon roared fiercely that would anger him, and he swung his fists wildly. Bae-ong-hun also shouted fiercely. To the point the wrinkles on his forehead were clearer than ever, Talon crazily swung his fist forward at our tanker. Bae-ong-hun had to block those attacks. Bae-ong-hun gritted his teeth, raised his large shield, struggling to block the terrible attack. As he stepped back, Deo and Jigu simultaneously rushed forward to attack. The most important part was when he bent over to change his attack attribute. The two of them ambushed from the front and back. Talon used his glowing red eyes to glance behind. His defense would triple, blocking most of the attack effects. As Talon lowered his face, a voice rang out. Jigu, it's your chance. Something triples defense. Bae-ong-hun shouted orders. Jigu immediately dashed like the wind, but Jigu's attack would at least damage him a little from above. He aimed straight down to finish Talon. The system notification startled Jigu. Synchronization rate with Du has increased. Now you can use Du's abilities more effectively than before. He gritted his teeth, used lightning swordsmanship to slash straight down without hesitation. System notification, gatekeeper Talon has been defeated. Hearing that, Dio and Bae-ong-hun were once again surprised by Jigu's power. Gazan and Samsu were also very surprised, gained experience points. You killed the gatekeeper with one strike. Hearing the system notification, he widened his eyes, gained more experience points. Your stats slightly increased thanks to Thailand's blood system notification. You have acquired the skill Cannibalism. Cannibalism restores health by eating corpses. Seeing Talon lying on the ground, everyone started shouting, what the hell is this? No way. Jigu Bae-ong-hun joyfully and wildly shook him. He begged, please give me your contact information. Deo also excitedly ran over to me. Jigu awkwardly waved it off and said, let's talk about that later. Zhongshu seriously spoke up. Everyone listen. The equipped item, a paralyzing dagger, just dropped. Deo ran over, screamed once, then continued. Not only is it easy to eliminate, but it also drops equipment items, right? Song Su-cho said, as stated in the contract now, I will roll the dice to decide the reward distribution. Bae-ong-hun put his arm around him and whispered, hey, Jigu. He smirked and provocatively said, don't you want that dagger? Jigu looked annoyed and glanced sideways, thinking to himself that he kept acting superior. Bae-ong-hun's face broke into a sly smile. Honestly, you basically did all the work. Dio and I will handle it, so just go along with it. He looked at Jigu silently, guessing that Jigu couldn't ignore them after this incident. His eyes glanced around. I help you and you help me. He couldn't help but pay attention to those two. After 5 years as a guide, Jigu gradually developed an eye for people. Close combat Choi Deo and tanker Byung-hun, he didn't expect much. But unexpectedly, they wanted to do something like that. Jigu silently observed the others. Meanwhile, the team leader, Song Su, and the girl whose name he didn't know, Song Su, spoke up. If everyone is ready, let's start. Some doubt still arose in his mind. He wasn't sure, even though they seemed to be hiding something. He gently took something out from his sleeve. Now I will take out the dice. Bae-ong-hun subtly signaled Deo with his eyes. Suddenly, Bae-ong-hun jumped up from his seat, gripping the weapon tightly in his hand. Bae-ong-hun smirked smugly and lunged to attack. Although Cho's blade came close, Song Su remained calm and silent from afar. Jigu ran over, trying to push his hand away to stop him. He pulled Bae-ong-hun and rushed to another spot. They both slammed hard onto the floor. Jigu pressed Bae-ong-hun's head down firmly. He gritted his teeth and said, Jigu, I thought we were on the same side. If I act rashly now, I might die. Then Bae-ong-hun shouted loudly for help. Deo, do something! Deo trembled in fear and shrank back. His eyebrows furrowed, not daring to step forward. Jigu's eyes suddenly became serious and worried, thinking almost. Bae-ong-hun shouted, just kidding, I'm only joking. He could have died already. He used a scrutinizing gaze to glance up. It wasn't team leader Ha Song-soo, but that filthy bastard. Suddenly, an image of Gaezon with glowing red eyes and a fierce, terrifying expression appeared in Jigu's mind. He didn't even see her draw the dagger. Thinking of this, his face darkened and he silently wondered, "Isn't she a mage really dangerous?" Jigu glanced at Song-soo, assuming Ha Song-soo was the same. He recalled the moment when he calmly faced the dagger. It was aimed at him. He didn't flinch as the blade swung toward his throat. Instead, he just sat and watched. Suddenly, Jigu bluntly questioned, "Who are those two?" Song-soo slightly tilted his head, his mouth curling into a faint smile. "Actually, we wanted to ask you the same question." While holding Byong-hun down, he pressed further, "What do you want to do with these guys?" Deo knelt down, trembling in fear, loudly confessed, "He said I'd be paid as long as I followed orders. I don't know if he really intended to stab you." Song-soo didn't answer, but asked, "Why are you asking me?" Jigu calmly replied, "After all, you're their target." He raised his hand to support his chin, looking thoughtful for a while. Then Song-soo turned and softly called Gaezon, as if understanding. Gaezon immediately cast magic. A black aura radiated from her body, her eyes blazing red. Jigu's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before him in an instant. Gaezon shot forward at the speed of light toward Deo, striking him hard in the back from behind. Seeing Deo about to fall and smash his face on the ground, Jigu thought silently, "Just as I thought, she's very dangerous." His eyes widened and looked away. Suddenly, Jigu slammed Byong-hun's head down to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Afterward, he stood up quickly in front of Song-soo's witness. Jigu raised his hand with a somewhat surprised expression, wondering if it worked. He was about to bend down to pick up the dagger on the ground and said, "Anyway, I'll take this dagger." Song-soo immediately wondered why. Jigu casually replied, "I saved your life, so I think it's okay for me to take this dagger." He was immediately brushed off by him. "I think that's a bit much." Song-soo's words carried a hint. An item like this is nothing to someone like him, right? Suddenly, Jigu looked up cautiously, and confusingly, he immediately questioned, "Do you know who I am?" He spoke while glancing slightly behind the Gaezon area. "If you have someone like that as a bodyguard, it means you are not an ordinary person. I am not interested in you. I also don't want to investigate or flatter you at all." Suddenly, Jigu's eyes lit up. "Tell me I will handle these two guys for you. I plan to hunt a bit more before returning." Ru transmitted information through thoughts. "That girl named Gaezon is very dangerous," he replied. "I know, that's why I only talk to them. Should I run away or something? That's even more suspicious." Du was surprised. "You know they are dangerous, but still let those suspicious guys stay with them." "Why even strip them of their gear?" Jigu continued. "After all, I saved his life." He spoke up and added, "Thanks to that, we can stay and grind like this." The system announced, "You have absorbed the endurance of zombies. How do you feel like having two hearts?" "Have you heard of pub guns?" Du immediately reminded the owner. "I'm a bounty hunter, and I repeat, zombie blood tastes awful." Jigu waved it off. "All right, we will go outside. No more zombies, and we have absorbed enough blood." Ru absorbed stats skillfully through blood strength from goblin stamina from zombies, so his stats are much higher than normal for his level. He said, "The Iron Gate has been destroyed for a while now. Stop by the reward room before leaving." Jigu stood before Talon's body at the reward room, a cramped space only accessible through the gatekeeper's corpse. He raised his hand slightly, intending to touch it. As the name suggests, it's the place to receive rewards after clearing the gate. In his heart, Jigu called Ru, who responded, "Yes." He pressed, "Has there ever been anything like this before?" Ru answered immediately, "No." Jigu touched the glowing wall, agreeing, "Right inside it looks like a hollow." He raised Ru to ask for opinion. "What do you think, shall we break it?" Ru replied, "I agree, master." Hearing that, Jigu swung strongly forward. Just as he broke the wall, Ru shouted to stop. "Wait!" A thick layer of dust surrounded the atmosphere. Jigu waved away the dust and asked, "So much dust, what do you think?" Ru only replied, "Ego." That made him confused. Hearing this, Jigu widened his eyes in surprise. "I sense another ego here." He wondered, an ego in a place like this. An ego glowed amid the thick dust. Jigu kept wondering as the ego emitted gray dust smoke. "How is that possible? Are egos common? Then what have I been doing for the past 5 years? Vu hesitated. "That's because the master is you." He continued, "What?" Ru tried to calm him. "Nothing, master, just find the ego, it's somewhere in here." Stepping into the thick dust, Jigu coughed a few times. He looked up and realized, this gate is too old. "There's probably nothing left." Vu said, "I told you." "I think there is an ego here." a shiny white sword with a bright glowing blue gem. Jigu stood before the sword feeling strange. What is this, Excalibur or what? He asked for opinion. Should I take it? Within 3 seconds, Jigu grabbed the sword, intending to pull it out. Suddenly, the gem's light shone even brighter. The light was so strong it seemed to swallow everything. A gentle voice sounded as Jigu's eyes slowly opened. Are you my master? He raised his hands. A pure white space appeared similar to when he met Du, but the feeling was very different. Jigu floated in the bright white space, hazy and vague. He asked, Are you the ego inside this sword? The ego immediately replied, Yes, I have always been here waiting for a master. Will you answer my call? Hearing that, he sincerely confessed, I'm not your master yet, but I want to silence that ego. After a moment, he proposed, Then please choose a name. Jigu emphasized L. From now on, your name is L. Returning to reality, he still stood there, holding the white sword tightly. The faint light shone on Jigu as he looked up with somewhat hazy eyes. This second time, there was no feeling of strangeness, because he had already experienced it once. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, eyes wide open. Small stones cracked and fell like rain from the ceiling. Within 3 seconds, larger stone debris also fell. Ru shouted, Run, boss! Worried, he urged the master to run. Jigu looked around and shouted, I know already. Ru immediately questioned, Who are you? Io confusedly asked back, Who is asking? Ru arrogantly and confidently replied to me that he is an excellent and great ego while Jigu was busy fleeing from there. Angry, he shouted at the two of them to be quiet immediately as he stepped out, suddenly pausing, thinking about the sharpness of his talent. He had to go to the reward room. Suddenly, a large rock fell, startling Jigu. His eyes opened wide, looking as if worried about something on the floor. Gigu's feet stood on a very fragile boundary as the floor seemed about to crack. He opened his eyes wide, determined, reaching out and shouting, Please! Please! The system asked if you want to go to the reward room. Jigu immediately urged to hurry. His eyes looked down, gritting his teeth to endure. Suddenly, Jigu's eyes widened as he saw something surprising when the gate opened, revealing a giant orange-yellow pupil. A crowd of excited people lined up outside, waiting to enter a fixed gate that had been destroyed unprecedentedly for unknown reasons. On the screen, news reporters were talking about the information that the timing of the unusual incident coincided with the formation of multiple gates, causing a long-lasting major debate about the positive aspects. Because Jigu had left there a long time ago before the gate collapsed, he was not suspected. The screen displayed the reward passing the level grants 30 purple quartz and an additional reward. A talisman, an item that prevents common illnesses and prolongs life, which ordinary people can also use. Jigu and Dudong stood beside his mother's hospital bed. Although it was still not enough to cure his mother's illness, it was still useful, and the money he received from the quartz helped Jigu transfer her to the hospital where she seemed to improve a bit. The sky was clear outside the tall skyscraper. After deciding to climb the tower once more to the 5th floor, as he stepped up, he couldn't help but gape, looking up at himself. He had heard that the inspection floor was quite developed due to the lack of monsters, but this was just an ordinary city. Giguk walked on the crowded street. People passed by and through the 5th floor, where he was found unconscious as well as alone, with a sword fighting a pack of wolf beasts on the 6th floor. Then came another group of monsters, defeated by Giguk on the 7th floor. After that, he and his teammates continued to fight on the 8th floor. In front of Jigu were towering mountain ranges. He held the sword firmly in both hands, and on the 9th floor, 2 gems on the 2 swords simultaneously emitted light. He had never dreamed of this until recently. In Jigu's mind appeared Sugo's words, Rank is not important. Those words kept ringing in Jigu's ears, and as long as he did not give up, finally his special ability would unfold. Jigu slightly smiled inwardly, affirming that Sugo was right. The 2 rings on his hands also began to glow, seeing that Jigu lifted them up, smiling with satisfaction. Leveling up was quite good. Because experience was divided, leveling up was a bit slower, but thanks to synchronization, he also felt himself getting stronger, he thought silently. I thought it was extraordinarily strong because maybe there was a demon sealed inside it. But about the demon, sorry, I don't remember anything. Suddenly, Jigglypuff recalled the giant bright yellow pupil. The demon was that giant eye, he muttered, speculating. While pressing on the system panel, it seemed like he could be stronger if he had more egos. He thought he had to find more egos. Ru asked, Do you know where to find them? Jigu was very confident and immediately replied, I know a place outside the building. The clear sky and sunlight made the auction house even more dazzling. An announcement echoed in the crowded auction hall, sold for $170,000. In his heart, Jigu silently questioned, "Do you feel anything?" Du thought for a while, then said, "No, I haven't felt anything yet." He was disappointed, thinking he should have known that egos couldn't be so common. The unfinished sentence made everyone more curious. The last item of the day, a shiny bracelet appeared, and the main item of the auction was the wounded warrior's bracelet. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but admire it. It was an item that would increase regeneration speed. At the same time, Ru and El both confirmed it was an ego. This made Jigu's eyes widen in surprise. The sunset sky gradually turned orange layer by layer with fluffy clouds drifting lazily. He walked alone on the crowded street, people passing by. Jigu's face was tired and exhausted. He didn't expect the auction to be so tiring. Everything was so expensive. El explained, "It's the main item, so there's no other way." The owner bluntly criticized the poor owner. He forced a smile to comfort himself. At least the paralysis charm sold for $100,000. Du seemed about to be speechless at the owner's strange expression. While speaking, Jigu smiled frighteningly and said, "El, let me kiss you all once." Du immediately scolded, "Are you crazy?" El tried to call out and stop the owner as Jigu stepped out of the convenience store, saying, "Thank you for coming again." He walked while talking on the phone. "Yes, I'm on my way back. Is there a problem?" "No. Yes, there is a problem." Jigu immediately complained, "It's hard to find the team. I just left the gate." And the player was even more troublesome than the monster. The person on the other end shouted loudly, "What? You entered the gate? I told you to be careful now." Jigu fearfully stammered, "It's an F-rank gate. I know I'm only level 1 with basic equipment. I can't get a player rank, so I can't solo." The other side sympathized, "I know I can't do anything else." He continued, "See you later." The night sky had covered the entire city. Jigu reminded, "Don't forget I said I would treat you to a meal to celebrate your promotion." He continued, "It's not that I don't like climbing the tower, but Du also needs to grind, so progress is very slow." Step by step climbing the stairs slowly, Jigu's gentle voice sounded, "And the reward from the last gate was also very good." He sighed and said, "Well, one way or another it will work." "I have taken care of urgent matters." Jigu smiled, lifted the bag, and bought beef. Io kept praising, "You are really modest, despite just earning some money." Du immediately thought it was stingy. Hearing that, he almost scolded, "How do you feel lately?" "Since the last time I reformed your character, huh?" Fearfully, he replied, "I'm sorry, Jigu, troubled by thoughts of wanting to earn a lot of money and move elsewhere as soon as possible. I want Du to be able to go out more safely." He quietly climbed the stairs. Suddenly, Jigu noticed something in midair. A small cluster of light appeared unexpectedly. "What is that?" The light burst larger and larger in front of him, each ray seeming to cover the entire city. Jigu wondered, a gate. The screen displayed standardized text about gate formation. "Stay calm. A gate has just formed and is not dangerous. Please assess the situation before calling 112 or contacting the association. Keep distance. Entering an unclear rank gate is very dangerous. Even if you are a player, entering a gate without association verification will result in up to 5 years in prison, or a fine up to $10,000. Collect reliable evidence. If there are many witnesses present before association verification, conflicts may occur. If you witness an incident alone, please leave evidence. Priority and privileges will be given to the first person who finds it. Korean Player Association." The Gate Supervisory Board head TXO sat attentively in front of the computer looking to see. He took a cup, moved the mouse, and clicked somewhere. TXO smiled, holding the cup of water, murmuring with satisfaction near Jigu's house. He sipped the water while reading a report suddenly sent. TXO choked on the water. Water splashed everywhere. Other employees outside couldn't help but notice his startled shout. Kim Jigu spoke up, "If you don't enter the gate within 5 days, the conquest right will be lost and auctioned." The employee carefully reminded, "There are other conditions as well. Please remember. Thank you for the quick report." Taik stood waiting, then slowly stepped up and asked, "Done very diligent." He suggested Jigu talk a bit. He immediately agreed, "Okay." The two of them went into a nearby coffee shop. Jigu wondered, "Is it too sweet?" Taik stirred his coffee and replied, "Not sweet at all. Coffee should have syrup added." After saying that, he drank the water in one gulp, then slammed the cup down on the table with satisfaction, even knocking his player ID card onto the Korean Player Association. Taik asked, "Accidentally an S-rank gate, huh? Are you confident?" Jigu smiled and waved it off. "Come on. You shouldn't underestimate me. I'm much stronger now." His face showed obvious disappointment and gloom. "I didn't know about that. But I know you are very stubborn always. Stop laughing, damn it. What floor are you on now?" Seeing that Jigu smiled lightly, then said, "Floor 11. Today I just passed floor 10. Taik asked about rank. Jigu didn't answer, but bluntly said, "You already know." Suddenly, he spoke a single word that startled Jigu 4 days. Taik's eyes looked straight with determination. Jigu didn't answer, but bluntly said he already knew. Suddenly, he spoke just one word that startled him 4 days. Taik's eyes looked straight ahead with determination. His firm voice emphasized, "Complete the preparations in 4 days, then come with me." Jigu asked confusedly, "Why?" He only lowered his voice and replied, "I want to see if you're okay when you go in. If you're not well prepared, I won't let you go at any cost." Scene changes to 4 days later. Around the room were weapons prepared in advance. Only Jigu's voice echoed, "Unexpectedly, something like this exists in the basement of the building. This is a training room, but it's just not used much these days." You look up and silently think about expanding the space with protective barriers around the walls. Surely I have underestimated the association. Taik stepped in and questioned, "How do you feel?" That inevitably startled Jigu. He asked if he was interested. "There is a position in that association." Taik adjusted his sleeve cuff and calmly confessed, "I think you would make a good intermediary, or another position would also be fine." Jigu flatly refused immediately. "Thank you for the suggestion, but I have to decline." You scratched your head shyly and shared, "I don't want to settle anywhere yet." Taik's calm voice sounded, "Is that so? You will always be welcomed here, so just say a word." Suddenly, Jigu remembered someone and immediately inquired, "What about Teoban, the guide who disappeared when he was promoted?" He then continued while still rolling up his sleeves. "The Caravan Guild Gate, right? I think he joined there. He is very different from the resilient kid I once knew." Jigu couldn't help but be happy to hear that news. "Great. I have to visit him sometimes. Although I have never heard of that guild." At some point, Taik's 2 hands were full of veins. Jigu pressed on like this. "You said we will fight without weapons." He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly, Taik's eyebrows furrowed. His gaze seemed disdainful. "Oh my, it seems like you are underestimating me because I have been too busy with office work lately." He reached out to a small layer of bone, which suddenly dissolved in a circle as the wind blew in. Jigu stood still increasingly. The wind approached, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. In an instant, a strong wind blew, making Jigu stagger and unable to stand firm. Taik's confident words and gaze sounded, "You couldn't hide your fear. Once an expert, always an expert. Don't underestimate someone who was once a Dan Sao." His whole body was suddenly surrounded by a cursed aura. "Stop joking, get up." In his heart, Jigu thought he knew he couldn't defeat him, so he decided, "Then I will learn a bit, but I won't back down before fighting." When looking up suddenly, Jigu was startled, opening his eyes wide. Taik stomped strongly. Another strong gust flew to him. Jigu immediately stood to block that wind. He tightly held the sword in his hand and gritted his teeth, enduring Gigu's one foot brushed aside, just as Taik lifted his foot to attack again. Jigu held the sword firmly, intending to charge. He asked, "Are you sure you are prepared?" You did not answer, but kept panting. "Dan Sao is still Dan Sao after all." It reminded Taik's pale face as he shouted loudly, "Focus, losing vigilance at the gate means death." Panting, Jigu looked straight ahead with determination. He said, "Right, I have been too arrogant." He gritted his teeth, enduring thinking if he had prepared a plan. Scene changes to 4 days earlier, East Demon District Player Item Auction Market. Rue said, "What are the items for? There are no items better than ours, boss." Jigu lifted the phone to answer while brushing it off. "Not like that, I still don't have any good armor." He said, "I can't keep wandering around like this. And who knows, maybe I will find a true self." Io continued, "I will let you know as soon as I sense one nearby." Master, under the clear sky, the sunlight shone brightly. The voice echoed, "Look around." Jigu was suddenly attracted by a set of iron armor in the shop. The system recorded it as useless iron armor from a clumsy blacksmith. Normal rarity effect increases defense by 9 points. He quietly turned and looked around at the sets opposite. Jigu bent down to look at the price, startled. The system recorded it as useless armor from a clumsy blacksmith effect increases defense by 7 points. He left and sat down by the roadside, depressed and gloomy. Both Elle and Rue couldn't comfort Jigu, who complained that cheap stuff was terrible and disgusting, while good stuff was disgustingly expensive. Not easy at all. Rue and Io simultaneously called out boss matter. Outside a shop, an adult and a child were arguing. Mitsu shouted loudly, "That's not true." "Your grandfather was a great artisan," the adult dismissed. "Equipment that cannot display item information. What's so great about that?" The boys still thought Uncle Sai was wrong and the old man was very skilled. The other person then disdainfully said that advertising a store that doesn't do business properly is useless. Even if you go, you'll just be kicked out again. From afar, Jigu approached and called out, "Hey, Minsu!" Surprised, the boy turned around to look at him, and Jigu suggested that the boy lead the way for him. Jigu bowed gently and spoke about the boy's store. Hearing that Min-Soo immediately agreed, his face lighting up like a star. Yes, the two of them quietly went down to a basement level. Jigu still felt doubtful inside. "Are you sure?" Ellen Rue answered firmly, "Yes, master, absolutely sure." Rue explained that all the clothes the boy was wearing were egos. Elle explained that they were created by humans but still somewhat held the power of an ego. Rue was angry and scolded. "Don't say what I want to say anymore, damn it." Min-Soo opened the door, smiling brightly, and called out loudly, "Grandpa, I brought a guest here." The old man gently reminded Mitsu, "Didn't I tell you not to bring guests here?" The boy replied, "But I want everyone to know about you." The old man then scolded him, "You also have many beautiful clothes, so why are you wearing the ones I made? Your father will be angry if he sees that." Jigu quietly looked inside the door. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he sensed something. "This has a fragrant smell," he emphasized. Jigu stood still in front of the dark room filled with items. Everything here was ego. He looked at the items in the storage room. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How can one person," Rue continued, "they all only have one Rue," affirming that all were egos. Jigu wondered, isn't ego the English word for banga? "Why are you standing still in front of the room for so long?" The old man propped his chin with his hand and bluntly said, "Not for sale, so please leave. I have no intention." "Selling to those who don't understand the value of the item?" Ji-chun, the blacksmith, said while flipping through pages of a book, his voice low and sincere. "This isn't the first time. I've met people who look down on this work." Suddenly, Ji-Ji-Yu spoke firmly, making the old man look up. "I will buy it." Ji-chun waved his hand dismissively. "I said no sale. People like you wouldn't know how to use it even if you bought it." "You wonder if I can use it, then you'll sell it, right?" The old man showed disdain. "Ridiculous, please leave." But Jigu seemed uninterested and kept raising his voice, searching for an unnamed level 79 sword. Ji-chun was startled, jumped up, and shouted loudly, "Don't tell me." "You can see the quality of each sword," Ji-kyung said calmly. "Of course you have this ability too, right?" Hearing that, the old man exclaimed, "Oh my," then softened and smiled, suggesting, "Then try your luck with it." Finding someone who understands and deserves the weapon in their hand is the greatest wish of every blacksmith. Jigu silently, gently stroked the shiny blade. He raised the sword high, deciding that from now on its name would be Satanist. Seeing this, the old man was wide-eyed and open-mouthed in surprise, and even Min-Soo was very surprised, staring wide-eyed. However, the sword did not light up for a long time, and the space became very quiet and awkward. He guessed that maybe it didn't like this name very much. Jigu hesitated and wondered, is that so? Jigoro and Teshiro stood facing each other, preparing for the fight. His eyes blazed with fire, emitting a murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, Jigoro dashed quickly forward toward him. Like a gust of wind carrying the power of lightning and fire, the electric flame flew straight at the opponent. Despite the sword gradually moving toward him, Teshiro stood still, unshaken. Jigoro gritted his teeth, determined, gripping the sword tightly, and swung it hard. As soon as Jigoro struck, the opponent easily blocked it with one hand. "You two?" Taik frowned, showing wrinkles, shouting loudly. "I can still feel your hesitation when swinging the sword. Using all your strength aimed at the target, you think this small effort is enough to scratch me." Jigglypuff gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes blazing fiercely. His opponent was a fairly high rank. He tried to remind himself to focus. Jigglypuff raised his sword, intending to strike. Immediately, Taik dodged the blow again. Jigglypuff kept swinging. Taik dodged behind. He turned to attack again, but was blocked once more. It seemed Jigglypuff's strikes did no harm to him. Taik raised his hand to punch. He immediately ducked to avoid the blow. Jigu swung his sword again to strike. Just as he lowered both swords simultaneously, Taik stepped back. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat him. Jigu's eyes widened in surprise. Taik seriously looked straight ahead, bent down, and threw a punch with his palm. As he approached, Jigu reflexively raised his sword to counterattack. The scene changed as he lowered his head, puzzled. "Why can't I connect with them? Are these the egos, Rucho, or are they just second-rate items? Not only that, egos are usually very strict in choosing their owners. I'm not too difficult, but don't think they can be like me. Aeolian comforts me. I like you, master. You have to decide. I will try one last time." Vu smiled faintly and said, "Give up." Jigu irritably questioned, "Since when did you learn to talk like that?" "You seriously placed your hand on an item named Branhart. Suddenly a light emitted. That light attached to you. The system announced connection established. You have just connected with an ego Branhart. Due to lacking some skills to use, you will not be able to fully utilize all Granthurst abilities, losing almost all ability to switch scenes back to reality. Taik's fist punched hard into Jigu's body, immediately emitting light. Branhart, level 7, power 15, speed 3, durability 40, mana 6, additional skill increases defense 12. Branhart regenerates accumulated damage. His face showed clear confusion. A burst of power exploded from Jigu's whole body, flying straight backward, hitting the wall hard. His eyes rolled, white mouth coughed painfully once. Then Jigu collapsed, face hitting the ground, coughing continuously. Still trying to stand up, a bottle of water was thrown in front of Jigu. Taik suggested drinking it. "This is medicine for internal injuries," he sneered. "My hands are shaking so much I can't even open the cap," he said. "You are past it." Jigu looked up blankly at Tetsuya. He smirked and affirmed, "I just said that." "You are past it. I thought you couldn't even touch a single hair of mine." But Jigu thought silently, "This method is not a coincidence. Did I go too easy?" Suddenly, Tetsuya questioned, "What do you mean just now?" Giggles smiled and replied, "It's my item," he continued. "If within 1 week from today, you still can't pass the stage above, I will send someone down from now on. Hope you get lucky passing the level." Taik turned seriously to remind, "I give you 5 days only. If you can't pass within that time, forget it. I will go in to rescue you." Jigu awkwardly tried to stop him. "No need," he didn't let him finish and interrupted. "That way is much cheaper than paying transportation fees for agents," Taik asked, concerned. "Did you bring enough medicine and food?" Jigu answered, "All good." He asked again about smoke bombs. "You answered, of course." Taik reminded, "Even if this is a ranked stage, don't be complacent." Jigu immediately obeyed okay. Ru wondered, "Isn't this gate the same level as the zombie gate? Why get so nervous? It doesn't look very dangerous." You smiled happily. "He is like a father, so it's natural to worry." Jigu turned back and said, "I will definitely return." Taik smiled and replied, "Okay." You turned your face and stepped straight into the gate. The system announced, "You have stepped through the gate." Jigu silently hoped this was an easy gate. Ru asked, "What is the reward?" He gently replied, "I earned quite a lot of money." Ru wondered, "How do you know if this gate is easy or hard?" While answering, Jigu glanced around anyway. "I have to get through it." His face darkened as he muttered, "Because this is a ranked stage, there is a chance of a difficult tower or dungeon gate appearing. As long as it's not a maze level, I can get through all." Jigu firmly held the sword praised. Well, he slapped hard the wolf beside him. His lightning power spread in the wolf's mouth, making it seemingly unable to resist. Jigu stomped hard on the ground, his face serious, looking back time to stop chatting. From the darkness appeared a pack of wolves ready to attack Jigu. He smirked. Leveling up, the white wolf was sliced straight down the middle of its face, splitting its body. Thanks to that, L also successfully leveled up. Jigu held the spear horizontally and continued charging into the white wolf's den to finish off the remaining ones. Notifications popped up continuously in this life-or-death battle. Branhart increased accumulated damage facing the attacking wolves. One slipped through to attack Jigu's blind spot, but he was not afraid, even smiled mockingly. The small mouth screamed in the dark cave. Ru's ability. Instantly, the white wolf opened its jaws, biting sharply, but at that moment, a pillar of light shot straight into the cave, blocking all sight. Jigu probably finished off all the wolves. He sat down heavily, sighing to rest a bit. Vu quickly spoke. "Human, don't be rude to your master." Jigu ignored. He pulled his sleeve to look at the watch. It's already been 5 hours. Sitting, collecting Lu in the cave, he kept staring blankly, wondering unknowingly that around him appeared faint purple stones because they were named stars. So there was no difference with the others anyway. It was easy. Jigu took some tough food, trying to bite it while mumbling that with his level it was not easy to get in here. But this time, thanks to luck, he kept questioning himself, thinking he definitely needed to reach rank A, but this rank was classified without relying on any device. If I am far from my ego, I will only have skill level 1, which is unpredictable. Tranzigui remembered the calm face of T-Shich and commented that even Tae-Sik-hyung could not do anything. This ability was really true. After eating, he twisted the bottle cap. The voice still continued to sound. "Once the owner's skill levels up, no matter how far apart we are, the Lord will still maintain the connection." Jigu raised the water bottle to his mouth and took a sip, hoping so. "But I still don't know what will happen after leveling up." "What form it will turn into?" Ru continued to speak with a moral tone depending on the ego, but Jigu couldn't stand it anymore and flicked him, threatening, "You talk too much and are always sarcastic." "Be careful, I'll hit you." Ru sharply retorted, "You already hit me." Gigi still sat leaning against the rock, mumbling to himself. Besides not knowing how to improve, he also didn't understand this rule level 17. Strength 40, speed 54, durability 50, mana 34, supplementary skill cannibalism. Reading the last few words, Gigi was startled. Cannibalism, really? Cannibalism, really like that? Cannibalism, you do that? Ru, after hearing that, shouted back loudly, "Are you crazy, human?" Jigu laughed slowly, stood up, then briefly explained, "Just kidding." He slung the backpack over his shoulder decisively and moved on, rested enough time to leave. But he suddenly hesitated when he felt the backpack on his shoulder was a bit cumbersome. His pouch was full of items, and especially the healing smoke bombs. Should he buy a bigger bag? Suddenly, Jigu thought of something. His eyes widened as he stared at 3 bottles with 3 different colors lying in the corn medicine basket. If he drank these, he would have more space. Without thinking much, he clicked his tongue and quickly decided to use them all. Might as well. At this moment, Vu suddenly screamed a warning, sensing a strong energy source coming from the other side. Near the boss door, surely inside, Jigu leisurely poured all the corn medicine bottles into his mouth, replying, "He already knows. That's why I'm drinking medicine here." He anxiously stepped into the dark cave. The path ahead still showed no one, so he impatiently asked Vu, "Are we almost there?" Jigu began to feel restless. If this continued, the potions he drank earlier all lost their effect. He repeated the warning words. The voice just said, "I sense a strong energy source." This time he deliberately emphasized more. "I think we are almost there." After walking a bit further, Jigu suddenly saw a faint light shining ahead, a light maybe from a torch. Perhaps the boss was there. Vu hurriedly urged, "Let's go see." He put a finger to his lips and whispered to him to be quiet. Ru complained, "Anyway, no one can hear us." Jigu agreed and gently brushed it off. "All right." Then he used telepathy to remind him, "Ru, don't lose to the owner." Ru got angry and stubborn. "Then take care of yourself." Finally, he saw the silhouette of Jigu. Flickering appeared at the boss cave entrance he was searching for, sleeping soundly on the grass. Its presence seemed overwhelming. Moreover, the dungeon's energy was unlike talent. Attacked countless times, this creature had the quality of a lord, but seconds later its blood-red pupils stared fixedly at him. The white wolf wagged its tail lightly, then proudly stepped forward. The monster held the dragon vein of the entire dungeon, so it was called by a very impressive name. Gatekeeper, the Gate Guardian. Ru immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow, impressive!" Branhart worriedly reminded, "Be careful, Master Jigu." Already feeling tense, he gritted his teeth and actively raised his weapon. The pressure was much greater than Talon's. This was truly a real boss. Before he could react, the boss dashed forward. The grass where it stood gently shook. Dust just barely flew up. The gatekeeper, with its striped red dragon eyes, shot like an arrow toward Jigu, who raised 2 swords crossing in an X. His eyes fixed on it, not daring to be careless. Teeth clenched, the gatekeeper's large jaws opened wide. Jigu struggled to block it, losing balance. But luckily, you managed to hold on. 1 foot stepped back to regain balance, but Jigu still didn't dare to take his eyes off the boss holding the sword, whose grip tightened more and more. He quickly launched a strike. He slashed straight at the white teeth, but his sword hadn't yet pierced through the outer skin. Not to mention stabbing into its mouth, Jigu frowned, feeling uneasy inside. The boss's pupils glowed brightly, a blazing hatred burning wrinkles forming at the corners of its eyes. Showing it was baring its teeth fiercely, the boss slammed its body down hard, deliberately trying to throw off Gigu's sword. He was stunned by this terrifying defense and counterattack. Then the boss bit onto his backpack, stretched its neck high, and with 4 legs jumped up, preparing to run in the opposite direction to escape. Dust rose thickly, stones and leaves swirling in the air. The ground shook violently and dust clouded the air, making Jigu quickly crouch down and cover his head. He struggled to defend against it, which was taller than he expected, having no choice but to accumulate damage. But then, the corner of Gigu's mouth slightly curled into a somewhat amused smile, completely opposite to the confused look 3 seconds earlier. He looked at the goalkeeper, not bad at fighting tough opponents. While pondering, Jigu recalled the intense battle moments before. His backpack was quickly discarded. His body accelerated forward, then lifted the boss's head higher. With both hands wielding 2 swords powerfully, he declared fighting tough opponents was his specialty. A second later, the ground witnessed another terrifying impact. That shockwave was caused by Jigu landing with fierce energy. Now he and the monster locked eyes. The boss howled eerily and charged forward relentlessly. It lunged to grab Jigu, who quickly raised 2 swords in front of his face to block the gatekeeper's fangs. The clash sparked flames, and even more terrifyingly, the sharp teeth caused the black. Gigu's sword broke in half-black shards, falling freely in the air. Jiggy tightly clenched his teeth, nerves stretched like strings, constantly moving to escape this dangerous situation. He slashed stripes across the boss. The sword's path created intersecting light trails in the air. Jigu slid far back, his body covered in scratches. The boss's mouth was now wide open, drooling greedily and making disgusting noises. Moments later, the space cleared, heavy breathing sounded, and Jigu sat exhausted beside the boss's corpse. Breathing, he felt lucky, almost dying. He approached the monster's corpse, telling himself the effect of the corn medicine had just worn off, and without Branhart he probably would have lost. He still insisted that talent was not comparable to this one. Even though he had just won, Jigu raised the black sword gently to say goodbye, thanking it for dying by his hand. Each tip stabbed into the thick fur skin, black blood spurting out continuously. The system repeatedly popped up. You have defeated boss Changkyun. You received countless experience points. Changkyun's blood granted you speed stats. You received skills from Changkyun's blood rapid durability recovery when taking damage. Finally, the carnivorous skill was activated, which made him somewhat uneasy. The lush green grass was now stained with a few black blood spots. The boss's corpse was placed into a pit, the black sword still stabbing deep, causing blood to spurt continuously. Jigu stared blankly without blinking. The space suddenly became eerie, dense magical energy shifting in the air. The system sent notifications. Ru has absorbed Changkyun. You have successfully transformed Changkyun into an ego. The boss's spiritual power condensed into a blue stone. He asked confusedly what was going on. Ru was clueless and replied, I don't know either. I've never heard of a monster transforming into an ego. Jigu felt tired and decided to put this matter aside to investigate later. He continued to inquire, what about you? She honestly admitted, me too. Her voice was full of embarrassment. I'm sorry I couldn't help, Master. Jigu showed no displeasure, only asked softly, Really? Ru then felt pitiful and asked why he hadn't told her. He hurriedly said that transforming into an ego meant Ru carried Changkyun's ego inside her. She immediately denied it. No, I have nothing. Did you hear what I said? Jigu sat dazed, muttering, Then what is this? L had never used this skill before, so he guessed wildly but was unsure. He then ordered the info window named Kim Jigu, level 1 profession, ego collaborator, unique ability. Link power ego synchronization skill requires Changkyun. After reading the info, Jigu was suddenly wide-eyed, got it. So how do you use or loudly shout the skill name when you suddenly remember the image of yourself struggling in the previous battle moment? Squinting eyes full of caution and hesitation, he finally clicked his tongue and cleared his throat to make a decision that made Song Kiem curious to try later. Just wait and see when the time comes. Jigu brushed off his bottom and stood up, thinking he had to understand the use of eating meat. His face instantly became excited when he found a green crystal even better than the famous purple crystal. And with this size, it must sell for a lot of money. Walking slowly and leisurely across the grass, he hummed happily. Now it was time to go to the reward exchange room. However, even if Jigu opened his eyes wide to look carefully, he still saw nothing appearing, so he panicked it was not here. Song Kiem also hurriedly followed him, asking what was going on, what happened to the master. Jigu stood thinking for a moment. To enter the reward exchange room, he had to touch the body of the gatekeeper. But then he discovered it and screamed the ruin of Changkyun was gone. Where was the ruin? Sadly confiding why it was always his fault. Inside the gate was a place where the sun never set. On only the second day, he had passed all the stages. The ruin anxiously asked if it was necessary to search. He did not take much seriously what he was doing, acting as if it was useless and a waste of time. L also suggested stepping outside to seek help, which was a good way. Hearing that, Jigu firmly opposed, saying it could not be done. If suddenly something abnormal happened, like in Guri City, they would start watching me. He turned to look at the stone slab in front of him. If there was no way to answer, even if he escaped outside. Every second that passed, his determination grew stronger. The door appeared interrupted and caused many casualties. I must finish what I started. I think I am the cause, so I must find a way to solve it myself. I deeply admire my master's responsibility. Happy as usual, harsh words are also good, but are you sure the master can clean up all the mess he just made hearing him? Jigu's anger choked in his throat, silently cursing Taik Hyung, who would come here in 4 days, so we must try to avoid the worst scenario. Hearing Tasik's name, Lu suddenly felt interested. That human was quite impressive, he admitted, of course. The best way is still to quickly resolve the doubts before then. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, he searched everywhere on the meadow but found nothing. Jigu sat leaning against a tree for shade, eating a lollipop, and absent-mindedly asked if they should kill all the remaining monsters. Io enthusiastically agreed, saying that was also a good idea. The Master Du also agreed, a bit simple, but not too bad. So they returned to the initially skipped paths and wiped out the remaining blue wolves. By the 5th day, he continued his work as usual. Wiping out the wolves, looking at the wolf's body collapsing before him, Jigu calculated in his head that this was the last one. L excitedly shouted, "Well done, Master." At that moment, Jigu felt confused. What now? He twisted his stiff joints and, wondering why Taik Hyung should have been here already. At times like this, Jigu often came up with bold ideas should he destroy the entire cave or something. Suddenly, both Io and Du shouted in unison. Master Matter both took turns scolding Jigu. Looking toward the place filled with light where all the energy was gathering at one point, he stood stunned. A few seconds later, he panicked and shouted, "Where is it?" Song Kiem continued to point out that it was the place of the wolf guarding the meadow gate. The forest space gave way to the modern world with tall buildings. In a room, a voice scolded him. "If you were just 1 hour late, I would have entered already." Outside in the hallway, there was a sound machine and automatic barriers. Responding to the scolding was a dry laugh. "Almost under the shower with water rushing," a voice asked. "Why are you late?" "I thought with the current skills it should only take 2 days. 2 men were relaxing and chatting. I'll be honest, I defeated the boss on the first day. But there was a little problem, so Taik rubbed soap on his hands and glanced sideways at the person next to him. "What problem is there if you defeated the boss?" Jigu was scrubbing his hair while groaning loudly. "The boss's body disappeared, so I couldn't exchange it in the reward room." Taik was very surprised. What he was curious and asked, "So how did you do it?" Jigu answered very calmly, "I killed all the remaining monsters." Now Taik understood partly why he had so many crystals, still carrying it tightly as if it were very precious. Anyway, after killing the last one, all the energy of the gate converged at the boss in the cave at that time. Vu continuously urged his master to hurry up. Jigu frowned, tensed his legs, and sprinted as fast as he could. At the end of the cave, a strong light flashed in, making it hard to see ahead. The closer he got, the more the light blinded his eyes, then gradually the scenery opened up. When Jigu arrived at the cave entrance, he raised his eyes with a face full of surprise that was indescribable. The space before him was covered by a transparent glass layer with different colors appearing in segments as if the whole world had shattered into pieces. And converging at one place, moving toward Jigu, was a small sphere. He reached out with both hands to catch the orb and brought it straight into his palm under his astonished gaze. At the same time, Jigu also received many notifications. You received your ego redirected to the Taik reward exchange room. Hearing this, he was wide-eyed in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Jigu was silent for a moment, bowed his head, thinking about something, then confessed his guess. "I think the door is an ego." A vague sound echoed amid the dripping water. After leaving the bath, Taik said, "I exchanged all the crystals and rewards for cash and deposited it into your bank account. Probably about $50,000 in total." Jigu simply said thank you, and he put his hands in his pockets, walking slowly, nothing else. "Now you're heading straight to the hospital." Jigu nodded and replied, "Yes, I called her first, but it's still better to meet or she'll worry." Suddenly, Taik took out the car keys, pressed a button, then pointed. Later, he grinned mischievously. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." Jigu refused. He really didn't want Taik to hear that, so Taik smirked. "What's wrong? If you're a real man, you have to try pink." It turned out Jigu didn't want to get in because the girly style of the car didn't suit him. Sitting in the car, Jigu curled up, feeling very embarrassed, but Taik was extremely excited. Holding the steering wheel, shouting loudly, "This is what a real man is." The car sped off with the utmost joy of the person inside, accompanied by screams of fear. Inside room 537, a voice said, "All right, as long as you're not hurt, it's fine." Sitting up leisurely, Dudong got up and said, "Let's go drink now." Outside, Jigu and Zuzune turned and left. He didn't forget to inform, "I'm going back first." You two continued talking. After they left, Suji lay on the hospital bed, smiling gently, thanking Jigu for caring and taking care of him. He shyly scratched his head. "It's nothing. I'm the one who received a lot of help from him." Outside the corridor, the two brothers walked side by side. The little girl yawned until tears came out. He asked Han, "Are you so tired you're sleeping? Have you eaten yet?" Gigu's face was full of teasing, reminding the exam is coming soon. Dudong pouted, looked away, stretched. "I only napped a little." "So still study normally," he gently added. "Don't overdo it. Remember to take care of yourself." Hearing the concern in his words, Dudong also smiled and looked over. "Then let me feel protected." Suddenly a voice said, "Be careful." Someone with an IV drip approached. "Are you Dudong's brother?" The young man, they were surprised to see the old lady, Grandma. The little girl calmly approached Grandma. "You're still not asleep at this hour." She smiled, looked at Jigu, and explained, "I went out to relax my limbs a bit. I heard voices here, so I came back." The old lady glanced as if sensing something. Then she approached, smiling, holding Gigu's hand. "It's thanks to you that Dudong has become a good child." Jigu felt a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing." Her face full of kindness, she held Gigu's hand tightly. "You're truly a vigorous young man. He just followed along. Thank you, ma'am." Then she walked on. "Sorry to bother you two." Both politely bowed. "No problem, please be careful." See you tomorrow, ma'am. Her steps faltered for a moment, then the old lady turned to look at Jigu. The young man looked at her with confusion. Yes, the old lady reminded, there are some opposing energies. Gigu's face was full of confusion as he listened to her advice. Try not to lose yourself. Finally, she turned and walked away. Hopefully you overcome your hesitation. The two stood silently in the corridor, watching Jigu, puzzled, thinking, what does she mean? He looked at the ring on his hand and sighed. Did she sense something? The next day, at a large hospital in the city, he stood at the door, stretching comfortably after a sleep that was much longer than in that damp cave. This place was like a five-star hotel. Someone approached, startling Jigu. The doctor looking at him, along with the nurse holding the medical records beside him, was the family member of patient Lee Soo-jin right across from him. Jigu calmly replied, yes, is there something you need? He cleared his throat with a serious expression. Do you have time to talk? In another corner of the city, the prison gate was open, surrounded by a crowd. Suk-gu smiled excitedly. Finally, after 3 days, I can go home. After showering, do you want to go drink some alcohol? The person beside him coldly reminded, drink less beer. I still want to rest, he said confusingly, looking at Jigu. Suk-gu still suggested something or wanted to switch to soju, then both of their gazes turned to him, whispering, isn't that the master assassin? Seeing that Suk-gu was also excited. Wow, I'm a big fan. Should I go say hello? The person beside him encouraged, if you like, go ahead. Then their eyes gradually shifted to astonishment. On the other side, Jigu bit his lip tightly, confused by their reaction. Wow, his expression is a bit over here. He also recalled what he had heard at the hospital. The patient was currently in a very critical condition. Although she did not show it, her muscles were severely affected. Jigu's footsteps moved forward unconsciously. Inside the hospital room, Du was slumped next to his mother. He stood outside the door, not daring to face her. The doctor's voice still echoed in his mind about the treatment. Even with medication, it won't last much longer. No matter how carefully you care for her now, it's already too late. Currently, Jigu entered the prison. In front of him were two demons holding weapons fiercely. The doctor confirmed there was one last problem, but they did not know the cause. His face was full of panic, stammering, what is the problem? He said regretfully, unfortunately, all we can say now is, she has at most 1 year left. At worst, 3 months. Currently, Jigu bit his lip tightly, his eyes full of resentment, his body radiating killing intent. The monsters quickly rushed over crazily. He also charged forward to attack them with self-blame. It's all my fault. In his mind, Jigu thought about the door in the past and screamed that it was because he was always shy that they had to suffer. If only he had been braver before. Jigu's body flashed past the monsters with powerful attacks, thinking, if only I were stronger faster. Then heavy rain poured down. His body stood motionless in the rain. Seeing that, Du worriedly reminded him, but he remained unmoved. Has the master gone crazy? Does he want to die? So this is when things start to go wrong. Ao warned him to watch his words. Du comforted her, making Jigu's hand grip the sword tighter. The master's mother's condition was very serious. We could understand how much pain was in your heart. Currently, he could only grit his teeth helplessly. Then, on the 19th floor of the tower, the crowd turned around in astonishment at a pile of messy items tied together. They looked at Jigu's figure and whispered, how many bags is that? Who is that? Are those all crystal bags? Did he collect enough to use for a whole year or what? Isn't that the person? The one who hunted crazily for 2 weeks. So he's been in here all along? In just 2 weeks, he climbed from the 11th floor to the 19th. Someone approached Han, whose face was expressionless. Hey, is it serious? Do you need help? Seeing that the crowd gradually became cautious, why did they go all the way up to the 19th floor? Their faces were full of malice and contempt. This was the Red Player regular group. The black-faced leader sneered, let me help carry that. Hearing this, Jigu also opened his mouth to say something unclear. A burst of energy flashed past, surprising him. His eyes widened. Du's sword rested straight on his shoulder, carrying a suffocating aura and a cold expression. The bastard looked cautiously at the sword near his neck. Don't you know who I am? Jigu cut him off. Shut up. His eyes seemed to contain killing intent as he stared at him, nearly saying, get lost. Don't even think about taking anything of mine. The legs above trembled as he shouted inside, what the hell is this guy? He's as cold as a demon. He panicked. So scary. Jigu thrust his weapon right at the opponent's throat and disappeared. His eyes flashed with threatening electric sparks as he growled each word, and don't be greedy for other stuff. A man in a uniformed vest ran over from afar, shouting loudly, hey, what's going on over there? The red player group immediately gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it, the guild didn't need anyone to order them. They automatically gathered all the items and told each other to run. I won't forget your face, consider yourself lucky. Jigu didn't chase after him, but stood still. Very quickly, he heard someone from the guild come to ask what was going on, and he followed reflexively. Turning his head, his lips curled down slightly and his eyes glanced cautiously. He raised his ID card and introduced himself. My name is Seong-hoon, security staff of the 19th floor. From the Korean Player Guild, I ask for your cooperation a bit. Jigu pointed backward and expressed his suspicion that it seemed like the red players were eyeing his bag. Seong-hoon looked at the bag almost as big as him and smiled wryly. It was so big that he understood why. Then he continued to ask if by any chance he was the player Kim Jigu. Jigu was taken to a cleaner and warmer room, but his face showed discomfort. What had he done that made them put a bounty on his head? By the way, the person who brought me here is named Hel Seong-hoon. The other party gave a few instructions. Please report to the team leader. He promised to give an additional reward. The person opposite him now was Taik, who smiled brightly and said to Seo-hoon, I probably have to double your salary this month already. Jigu anxiously asked directly what he wanted. Taik stopped joking and seriously asked back, What do you think? Do you really think I would look for you after 2 weeks of no contact in the tower? Jigu shrugged indifferently just like that. Taik emphasized, Of course not. Finally, he made Jigu waver with just one sentence. There is a way to cure your mother. On Tasik's face appeared a trustworthy expression, the only way to cure an unknown disease. You probably already know, right? Jigu immediately exclaimed the 2 words miracle drug, but then he shrank his shoulders full of insecurity, an all-powerful medicine that can cure any disease. But miracle drugs are very expensive. Understanding Gigu's doubt, Tetsuya quickly confirmed exactly, raising 3 fingers to illustrate that only 3 miracle drugs have ever been found. One was at the early stage of the tower's appearance as a reward for Marco Alonso's test, the first to sweep floor 50, Jigu automatically continued. And the other 2 were rewards for passing the gate. Seeing him speak clearly, Taik leaned forward slightly and remarked, You know more about this than I thought. Jigu then said that he had investigated many times already. Taik slightly lowered his face to probe the other party, so I don't need to tell you, right? The connection between the 2 gates. Jigu continued to inquire about the Labyrinth Gate. The Labyrinth Gate, this type of gate, is notorious for its difficulty due to a large number of monsters of various ranks, strong gatekeepers, and many traps, but because it is classified as a mixed gate. Separate from the ranked gates, anyone can challenge it as long as they verify their identity. Taik paused for a moment, then looked up at the announcement. 2 days ago, the 3rd Labyrinth Gate appeared in the U.S. Seeing Jigu's shabby appearance, he had to say, Take a shower before you go. Su-jin will faint if she sees you like this. Jigu hurriedly took off all the stuff. Meanwhile, he still heard the TC's offer. I will convert the things you bring into cash and mortgage the money without fees into your account. So just leave the bag here. Jigu replied in a nasal voice, Thank you. In the room, the sound of clicking was heard. Taik leaned back in his chair, sighed tiredly, and the sunset sky outside cast a faint light inside. Taik lit a cigarette, looking up at the vast sky outside Kim Hyung. I have done everything I could think of already. At night, there were still people lingering in the building to investigate further. Jigu stood in the lobby and asked the bodyguard lighting the incense, Are you Seong-hoon? The man quickly confirmed yes. Seong-hoon scratched his head and ears, embarrassed. The team leader told me to take care of everything if I want a reward, so I was assigned to be responsible for guiding you. He deliberately emphasized that the team leader took care of everything. All related documents and necessities have been prepared. Seong-hoon hurriedly strode away. We can go right now, please follow me. While walking smoothly, he suddenly stopped when he heard an unfamiliar voice. Please wait a moment. That day at the 20th floor building, the system displayed a notification. You have passed the synchronization skill test and evolved into synchronization E. Kim Jigu level 1, a synchronization profession with a special ability linked to the code, can link with the code. Synchronization skill E can use 35% of the code's power. He stood there rubbing his chin, watching it sink into thought. The ranked skill was not very common, even though I could only use 35%. I still felt my body full of strength compared to before the test. Next to Seong-hoon, Kim Jigu, the suspicious player, also responded. Yes, he announced it usually takes a day to pass the 20th floor test. Jigu closed the confusing system window, right? So what? His expression was somewhat awkward. Then he went in. It hadn't been 20 minutes. Then he cleared his throat and smiled. Standard, don't worry, shall we go? He put his hands in his pockets and asked about our flight time, feeling like he was wasting too much of our time. Seo-hoon confirmed we wouldn't board the plane. Hearing that, Jigu also widened his eyes in confusion. Then he added, "We will go to the 5th floor in an open area." The maze tower, although not often encountered, had players from many different countries inside due to the separated area. The tower connected to everywhere in the world. But it couldn't be denied that the tower was linked worldwide. On the 5th floor was the branch office of the Korean Hunter Association, and they stood inside the elevator. Looking out at the vast space in front of him, he was amazed and couldn't take his eyes off it. An elevator inside the building. Isn't it almost impossible to get electricity in here? How does this thing work? Next to him proudly explained it was an artifact powered by quartz, then added, "You can consider this entire building an artifact. This place is that important." Jigu smiled skeptically, looking up at them. "How much quartz?" The elevator dinged and he announced, "We've arrived." The elevator doors opened, and what was inside surprised him. Advanced teleportation gates neatly lined up. This was the control center, the International Spatial Teleport Gates. They quickly moved in. Jigu wondered, "I never thought I'd use an International Spatial Teleport Gate. Isn't it said the teleport gates are top secret, managed by each country's association?" Co Hun went ahead affirming, "Not everyone can use the teleport gates. Head of Division T. Zico is more capable than you think." Suddenly, he stopped and announced, "Here it is." They stood before the door to the USA. The ride-hailing driver was full of joy. "Now let's see." Saying that, he stepped into the gate. "Let's try the fastest means of transportation in the world." Jigu also followed, looking genuinely excited, thinking to himself, "Can this even be considered transportation?" Immediately after they were teleported to Los Angeles, USA, that night the two sat inside the car and he flipped through a stack of some lists. He also sank into thought. There were many high-ranking names announced to participate in this gate raid. USA Iron Seal Arof Athena Ente Demon King of Korea. His eyes showed some doubt whether he would be okay standing among them. Finally, the car stopped. They had arrived in front of a military area with tanks and armored vehicles. This was the hell of modern times, it had appeared. A large dungeon gate appeared, the third maze gate, the Heron Maze. On the other side, there was chatter band, "Do you know anything?" "I don't know anything." The soldiers looked at Jigu and Seong Hun. "Who is that?" "He looks Korean." Ban adjusted his glasses and said, "I haven't seen him before." Probably from the association, his eyes behind the glasses seemed to see through everything. While he was concentrating, puzzled, the person beside him also looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Ban replied, "He's just level 1, a rank 1, and has no special abilities." From afar, he hesitated. Talking to a manager, I don't speak with a surprised tone. "You can't see him with your abilities." He confirmed, "That's right, I'm surprised." This was also the first time she calmed down and raised her glasses. "Is that so?" Her face full of excitement, she took off her glasses. The enchanting ability radiated all around. "He's also my type, really interesting." But then inside the dungeon gate maze, footsteps bounced hurriedly on the ground. On one side, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword to block. Above, a giant spider was spinning webs toward them. Jigu quickly dodged. Then he shouted, "Seong Hun!" Now, behind Seong Hun, understood and rushed forward. Got it. He raised his spear, aimed, and threw with stronger force. It pierced straight into the giant spider's head. Blood oozed from its eyes, and the spider's body was also pierced. They stopped fighting and sighed in relief. Jigu sheathed his weapon and praised, "Well done." His expression showed some regret. "Already time for you to go." On the other side, he also smiled faintly and nodded. "It has been 15 hours already. Considering the time it takes to return, it's best if I leave now." Saying that, Seong Hun walked towards him, reaching out his hand. Jigu nodded, thanking him for everything so far. "Thanks to Seong Hun, I was able to adapt quickly. He also praised my development speed, saying it was excellent. If I want to thank him, I should treat him to a meal next time." They shook hands with a promise. "I will definitely do that. Return safely, okay? I will meet you again in Korea." Inside the destroyed maze, he confirmed, "Okay." Jigu walked alone also, marking an X on the wall with endless paint to mark the path. It seems everything here is done. Behind the huge spiders lying around, a week has passed since Seong Hun returned. Now I can handle 3 giant spiders at once. Without difficulty, he then turned and left. But being familiar with one type of monster means becoming stagnant. His eyes showed some anticipation. If I want to get close to the boss room, strong monsters need to appear. Giga picked up something in his hand. "What is this?" Previously, Seong Hun explained this was a spool of Eric's yarn. It's an item that allows him to return to the gate entrance once. It was a gift from the head of the Texaco team, along with a message: "If you encounter a monster too strong, run away." His voice still echoed in my ears. "Don't save it. Nothing is more precious than your life." Jigu pursed his lips, exclaiming, "Wow. I also didn't intend to use it until I got the medicine, even if I had to die." Suddenly, a scream startled him. The 2 rings on his hands also reacted quickly, manifesting immediately. He entered a state of alert, looking around with a very serious expression. "Did you hear that?" The voice of a girl warned suspiciously, "Master, it's better not to go there." But he was determined to move forward. Even if it's a trap, checking it out won't cost anything. It could be a big threat in the future. Rue also agreed, saying it made sense. "Well then, let's follow the Master's will." In a tree, Sudong was tightly tied up. "Help!" Jigu peeked out and saw the girl still desperately calling for help. "Someone save me!" He looked confused in that direction. Too suspicious. On the other side, the girl's body was tightly wrapped by vines around the tree trunk. Jigu was puzzled. How could such a small kid be alone in the gate? The girl was also Korean, and she looked a lot like Sudong. Could it be an illusion from a polymorph trap? Then he imagined a whole story under the ocean. This situation reminded him of the devil-faced fish. Finally, Jigu decided to peek out. "It's best to pretend not to see anything. There are too many suspicious things." Vu smugly said, "What did I say?" He turned to leave. But a resentful voice rang in his ear. "Mom!" Jigu froze. The voice continued. "Sorry I can't pay for your hospital fees, Mom." Seeing that he gritted his teeth, worried. "Master, don't tell me he despises us. Isn't that line a bit ridiculous?" On the other side, Sudong still cried bitterly with eyes closed, "Mom." Vu said even a 9-year-old wouldn't be fooled. Seeing Jigu's hand freeze, he was also somewhat suspicious. Clearing his throat, the fool suddenly charged straight at the tree. The vines quickly got cut off and fell to the ground. Jigu hugged the girl and rushed out. Currently, Jigu was standing against the wall. The kid was accidentally separated from the group. Sudong sat in a corner, sobbing. "Rep, why are you distracted for just a second?" The girl's tears kept falling. She tightly held a water bottle. The girl's name was Sudong, and she said she had innate talent. As long as someone has talent even at 10 years old, they can become a player. But it's boring when someone underage is in the group. However, it's still worth it because not many people have innate talent. Or someone born gifted. They were reluctantly put into those teams. That's why they brought the girl to such a dangerous place. This also made him silent. Then Jigu handed her a brown cube with a serious expression, instructing, "This is a safe zone device. It's not high grade. So it only lasts for 1 day. But someone might help the kid in time." However, Sudong suddenly stood up and shouted, "Uncle!" He was startled too. The girl's eyes sparkled with pleading. "Can you take me with you?" Jigu coldly refused no. He looked at the girl with some hesitation and reminded her, "You know already, right? If you're a player, you have to take responsibility for your own life. I can't help you more than this, and I'm not old enough to be called uncle." But Sudong still did not give up, raising her head to grab his sleeve. "Please, I'm quite good at supporting it. Will definitely be useful." The trembling little girl was acting spoiled. "I just became a player, so my level is low too." When I told them I had innate talent, Jigu looked down at the little girl, finding it hard to refuse. Sudong's voice trembled as she followed them because they said they would give her a lot of money if she went with them. Finally, he turned his face away. Determined his goal was to sweep the gate, so he did not look back. Next, his voice was somewhat hesitant. "It would definitely be very dangerous, and even though we will share the rewards." He also could not give the kid medicine if they dropped it somewhere. Sudong hesitated. "Are you taking me along?" The little girl let go. Jigu also explained he was just speaking ahead of time. "But if the kid is useless on the way, he will hand the kid over to that group of guests. Anyway, I am not the kid's bodyguard." Accepted, the little girl also shouted loudly, "If you love me, then it's helpless." Because with support, hunting will be much easier. Definitely not because the girl said her mother was sick, or because she reminded me of Sudong. The 2 rings on his hand glowed. Rue helplessly, just like that, they were quickly targeted by a monster. Giggles stood in front and shouted, "Sudong, Sudong!" She also stood behind, coordinating, "Yes." His feet were enhanced with muscle strength. Then Jigu leapt forward to attack the monster's body, which was then cut into many pieces. His expression was somewhat determined, his body still lunging forward. In front, another monster stared at him, but Jigu just needed to lightly slash once to cut its body in half. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, creating a strong tremor with dust. The system notified that Vu had absorbed the poison ant's blood, increasing poison resistance for 1 day. They had been sitting beside a stone wall for 2 weeks since meeting Sudong, and hunting had definitely become easier. Sudong reached out to receive the food. "Your cup has increased again." Jigu also happily replied, "Congratulations." The little girl chewed excitedly. "Soon I will catch up to you." He glanced away, feeling a bit guilty. "Probably not." Jigu's eyes looked big, seeing something. He turned around and announced, "Missed, I sensed someone." The little girl was still dazed. He hid behind the wall, quietly observing behind her. She tilted her head and saw the person behind. Jigu was somewhat startled. That was a leader fully equipped. Behind was a crowd densely packed. He also recognized the giant guild led by a famous Iron Heaven Master. Jigu's expression was somewhat apprehensive, hiding behind the wall. If he was a famous master, he would have sensed his presence. Finally, his eyes became determined, scrutinizing once more, deciding in his heart. I could be attacked if mistaken for a spy, must run fast. But something shot over, causing the wall to explode. He ducked to avoid it in confusion. The smoke gradually cleared. Jigu opened his eyes and looked forward, frowning at the thing that had just attacked him. Jigu sat on the ground looking at the sword stuck firmly in front of him, full of fear. Meanwhile, Iron Silver still maintained his heroic posture. Seeing this, another person looked puzzled. Guild leader, why did you throw the Kallian sword? Hearing this, the opponent immediately looked at the giant sword in the distance and replied, Nothing, I must have been mistaken. Deep in the deserted mountain crevice, two people, a man and a woman, were breathing heavily and exhausted. Sudong showed a weary face. Why are we running? We didn't do anything wrong. Jigu was kneeling on the ground, taking something from his bag. We did do something wrong. If we met them normally, it would be different, but we were following them. Following can lead to sudden attacks, so players are forbidden to do that. While speaking, he handed a water bottle to the other person to continue. But rarely does anyone suddenly attack like that. Here, drink this. Thank you. The big guild has many enemies anyway. At this time, the backpack's mouth was still wide open. After a while, Sudong sat cross-legged, pressing close to the person, asking, So what do we do now? Do we need to take a longer route to avoid them? Immediately, Jigu seriously replied, No, we will keep our distance and follow them. He half closed his eyes slightly, tilting his head to one side, thinking, Think differently, it will be better. If we go the same way as an experienced group, it's likely we are on the right path. As soon as he finished speaking, Sudong widened his eyes and replied, I understand. The scene shifted to a ruined city wall with a red-painted circular symbol. At this moment, Jigu immediately turned his head back. See? There are also marks here because the Ironstone Guild has killed all the monsters. I don't have to fight anymore, and there is no danger from traps, which is quite convenient for us. You open your eyes wide and observe now. I just need to find the boss room first, Sudong. When he didn't see the other person, Jigu was a bit confused. Where did the girl go? He stood still, staring in one direction, still holding tightly onto the long sword. Something was coming from somewhere. A warning voice rang out, Dodge, you fool, dodge, the master is behind you. Iron Seal looked at Jigu with stunned eyes. Found you, you bastard! At that moment, he glanced back, and immediately a hand stretched out and slapped Gigu's face. His face was pressed tightly against the stone wall. I couldn't do anything. Jigu gradually lost consciousness and fainted. Scene changed. A slap landed on his cheek along with a shouting voice. One side of Gigu's face was scratched. He glanced at the person speaking. Finally, he opened his mouth but still didn't say a word. Then Gigu's hair was grabbed. Iron Seal brought his face close to Gigu's. Who hired you, you damn spy? After hearing that, he couldn't help but show an angry expression. Damn, I don't know, English spy. He knew I was following him. Meanwhile, Iron Seal kept questioning, Who are you? How did you deceive my senses? If you're honest, I'll kill you without pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Jigu suddenly shouted loudly, Kill! Please don't kill me, I'm not a spy, just a hunter just hunting. At the same time, the other seemed to realize the problem, you can't speak English. Maybe he was acting. The guild leader glanced sideways and clicked his tongue. Well, let's see. Then that guy called someone else, Rogers. Immediately, the other respectfully bowed and replied, Yes, guild leader. That person is a player who announced joining the Ironstone Guild, an American of Korean descent. Rogers Han, does he know he's Korean? Rogers squatted in front of Jigu and said, Hello, you know me, right? I'm quite famous in Korea. I even teach, do you know the club? I'll skip the introduction. He raised a bag containing small bottles and continued, Yes, I know you're Korean because of this in your luggage. Wow, these things are expensive. Rogers gently said, Sorry for the harsh greeting, our guild leader is not in a good mood. As soon as he finished, Jigu was very stunned. Oh, he's quite friendly. Bringing an interpreter means he wants to talk right. After a while, he began probing, So why were you following us? Which group do you belong to? How did you deceive the guild leader's senses? After hearing that, Jigu immediately showed an innocent face. Following, it's all a misunderstanding. I came here to hunt. And I'm a normal player, not belonging to any group. He still tried to explain, I didn't do anything stupid like deceiving his senses. I thought you already knew I was there. So I thought you were okay with me. Instantly, Rogers smiled slyly. ZZ, I understand. At that moment, a blade was taken out of its sheath. Rogers raised it high in front of Jigu, then suddenly, without hesitation, stabbed down. At the same time, Ji-hyun broke out in cold sweat, clenched his teeth. He screamed in pain, seeing that Rogers sneered, "This guy is too weak." He kept mocking the opponent. "I don't know what brought a loser like you here, but from the start, how dare you deceive us?" Rogers smiled devilishly. "Hunting, huh? I'm sure your eyebrows are aiming for the elixir, right?" Behind the captain was talking to someone. Ruth took the sword and examined it. Indeed, it was a strange sword. "I can't see the sword's status window, and it's too dull compared to its appearance, so it can't cut anything, even the skin of an orc." After hearing that, he immediately fell into deep thought. Then he clenched his fist and ordered, "We can hand it over to the blacksmith after returning. For now, keep it." As soon as he finished, the old man replied, "Yes, guild leader." Bruce couldn't help but praise, "Wow. Compared to your holy sword, Callion, this is just a piece of scrap metal." Scene changed to bottles of potions scattered on the ground. Rogers shook the items. He spoke, "Expensive medicine, fast healing, huh?" He deliberately teased the opponent. "No matter how many times I stab you, you won't die." Rogers looked at Gigu's face and reminded him, "Don't make that face. I thought you spent recklessly, so I only used them to help you." "Right." His face suddenly darkened. "So spit it all out quickly, bastard. Whose dog are you?" But Jigu was not afraid and hid it. "I already told you. I lied that I was going hunting, but I actually came here alone." Suddenly, a slap from the sky hit your cheek again. Rogers seemed to have lost patience. "Do you think we're joking?" At this moment, Gigu's hands were still tightly bound. He continued listening. "We used a check to see your stats before you woke up. Even the rope binding you isn't a special item, just an ordinary rope." Rogers angrily asked, "Do you think I would believe that? A person who can't escape normal ropes by themselves would come here alone. Do you think I'm stupid?" Suddenly from behind, a voice called Rogers to come eat first and then continue listening. Rogers' eyebrows furrowed slightly as he struck Gigu's stomach again. Rogers left while reminding, "You'd better not pretend, smart guy." Meanwhile, Jigu kept trembling, unsatisfied with himself. He repeatedly told himself many times that he realized he still lacked a lot after fighting Taik. He leaned against the stone wall, having successfully conquered the maze, a challenge he had almost 0% chance of passing. Even knowing it was impossible, he couldn't give up the thought that maybe he could do it. A rope was tied around his hands, but all he trusted were a few borrowed powers. They only needed to take away his weapon. At this moment, Jigu was alone in the meadow, and I will become useless like this. In the distance, someone's hand curved to form binoculars. A blonde-haired woman lowered her gaze and said, "Estimated distance 2 kilometers high, chance we will scout near the checkpoint for a while." She slightly turned her head back, asking what she would do, but the masked person remained silent. Jigu, full of wounds, bowed his head. "Hands and toes cut 27 times, bones broken, 63 times punctures and cuts 121 times, and tortured about 200 times. On the ground lay countless empty medicine bottles scattered around where he was imprisoned for 4 days since being captured by the Iron Seal Guild. Iron Seal stood with one hand on his hip, stubborn indeed. If he were more talented, I might have recruited him already. Jigu just bowed his head silently. Seeing this, Iron Seal immediately called his group to bring this guy's sword here. This made the other person a bit confused, both of them. Immediately, Iron Seal quickly replied, "All right then." Looking at the battered guy below, he said, "I intended to melt them down and recycle, but I changed my mind. Someone like him deserves my sincerity. I will personally kill you with your own sword." Iron Seal glanced at his opponent. "Your grieving soldiers will be your grave. When you are buried with the gate, it will go down in history as a rather rank D death for a player, huh?" At the same time, still gripping the sharp sword hilt, Iron Seal put on a cold expression. "I will send you off quickly." After saying that, his sword immediately slashed toward Gigu's torso. He stood with legs shoulder-width apart, ready to stab. Meanwhile, Jigu remained motionless. Around him appeared countless red lightning bolts linked to his re-established ego. The rope binding his hands snapped. Jigu, like a madman, rushed forward. His hand quickly grabbed a sword and pointed the longsword at Iron Seal's chest. Seeing that, Rogers immediately widened his eyes and mouth in shock. Others became extremely angry. Suddenly, his face returned to normal. At the same time, Iron Seal caught the sword tip barehanded from the person in front of him and quickly sneered. "So you were hiding your cards all along? No wonder. I thought I sensed the Demon King's energy. It's no surprise if she is interested in you," Jigu kept mocking. "It seems she treats you like a toy." A thought rose in his mind. He didn't even bother to move at this moment. Iron Seal spoke again, "But how did you fool the check? Even the Demon King can't. He clearly stated his purpose. I still need to get more information from you." At this point, Jigu clenched his teeth. It seemed he had no choice but to use it. These two people faced an uneven battle. Athena, in the dark corner, coldly ordered an immediate attack. An object was shot toward Iron Seal, flying through his palm. Seeing that his eyebrows furrowed slightly as he carefully observed and commented, an archer's arrow missed. At the same time, Athena suddenly appeared. Athena precisely, another voice also continued. Long time no see Iron Shield. Hearing this, Iron Seal couldn't contain his anger, breaking the arrow and dropping the fragments to the ground. I think this is a declaration of war against the Iron Guild, right? Immediately, Athena did not hesitate to provoke. Your sense of humor is better now. The iron shield she wielded with her staff. Is there ever a time we don't fight each other? Both quickly entered the battle. A powerful gust of wind rushed toward Iron Seal. Seeing this, he remained calm, drew the sword from his back, gripping the handle with both hands, and thrust the tip forcefully into the ground. From below, blue-green energy radiated from the earth, and a symbol instantly appeared in midair. Two streams of energy clashed, creating an unprecedented explosion. A nearby large tree was uprooted by the strong wind that struck the faces of the others. After a moment, Iron Seal suddenly glanced back at Rogers, the scout, ordering him to capture the living spy. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to reply, later. Iron Seal began to skillfully spin his hands, swinging the cold blade horizontally, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Today we will end this once and for all. Facing him, Athena stood in a combat stance, her face fearless, silently observing. Meanwhile, Iron Seal rallied the entire group to prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a simultaneous sound echoed from the deep mountain crevice, with dazzling rays of light continuously appearing. Everywhere were blinding lights. In another scene, Rogers tilted his head slightly and said, "Just hearing this gives me chills. They really are monsters." His eyes were soulless. Sometimes I wonder if they are gods fighting each other. Looking at the opponent, Rogers asked, "Do you agree?" At this moment, he was still alone, seemingly saying, "You can only stand there. The guild leader told me to let you live, but he raised his sword in front of me. It wouldn't be surprising if I said I accidentally killed him while he was dying," he said. Rogers suddenly disappeared into thin air, then abruptly appeared beside Jigu. "I can't let you live after you know my true face." Rogers fiercely swung his sword forward, a slash nearly cutting Zigui's neck. This scene made Jigu fearful. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and counterattacked. Seeing this, Rogers still didn't understand. He aggressively charged at the opponent. Branhart retaliated with the damage received. He clenched his teeth in horror at the final blow. Then a huge explosion occurred immediately after. After a while, the scene returned to normal. Rogers lay sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Opposite him, Jigu gently wiped the corner of his mouth, breathing heavily. Grand Blue had reached its limit. Grand Blue was breaking apart. Jigu held the sword in his hand, looking disheveled. An announcement sounded, "Grand Blue has reached its limit." Black blood spread, soaking Grand Blue's clothing as it shattered. Jigu stepped toward the person lying on the ground, then slowly raised his sword, preparing to stab down. Seeing this, Rogers showed a stunned expression and said, Wait, he kept trembling and groaning, "Forgive me." However, Jigu's eyes darkened, and he did not hesitate. He stabbed the sword into the opponent's body coldly. Rogers' face showed pain, eyes rolled back, mouth spewed blood. His weary groans echoed in the air. At this moment, Jigu finally bowed his head, rolling onto the green grass, eyes half closed. Because he had Ru, the damage level was not too severe. Almost touching Iron Seal now. But reflex power is terrifying. I can't stop the bleeding anymore. Jigu's face slightly grimaced. This is the limit. Suddenly, a voice hurriedly asked, "Appa, are you okay?" Before him was the pitch-black figure of the girl who kept calling Oba. Seeing this, he stammered, Dudung, not understanding if she understood, then explained. "What are you talking about?" "Oba, I'm Sudong." Jigu's eyes became soulless. Opposite him, the other suddenly smirked. Dudung squatted near him and said, "Hey, Appa, if I save you and heal you touching my cheek, what will I get in return?" In the deep valley, Dudung's voice still echoed, "Would you dare to sacrifice your life for me or live the rest of your life as my slave?" Her face showed excitement. "Do you think you can do any of that?" However, Jigu only looked at her without a word. After a moment, his hand shakily reached his chest, trying to say one more thing. Jigu glanced at the girl beside him. "I can defeat Iron Seal," and said this. He clenched his fist, destroying the entire Iron Guild. Meanwhile, Dudung still stared wide-eyed at Jigu. "Aren't those two different things?" "You just said only one, then forget it." "Let's make a pact." At this moment, he continued. The sword was still at the middle-aged man with Whitebeard's hand, which had lost all strength and was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Dudung was a bit curious. "Why do you keep setting conditions like that?" Behind Ban just appeared and praised him, saying he was indeed an interesting person. After hearing that, Dudong slowly stood up. Is that so? No matter what, don't forget to monitor him closely. She turned her head to look behind and said, he is strong too. But the demonic power hidden inside him is also strong. But the demonic power hidden inside will cause someone to reveal his true nature. Looking at the sword stuck in the ground, Dudong continued. Did you see when he killed that fool just now? That wasn't an act done in anger. She lowered her eyes slightly and commented, he aimed precisely at a vital spot. This seems to be the first time he's been so cold-blooded. Ban just gently adjusted his glasses and listened for a second, hesitating. Then he was very curious. What can we do with that guy? The wound seems serious, but after all, he is a high-level character. As soon as the words ended, Dudong coldly replied, just leave it be, it will heal itself. She used an indifferent tone, ignoring him. If it can heal itself, that means it still has value. Dudong gently closed her eyes and said, letting him live won't cost much. Her tone was extremely satisfied. Revenge is more interesting the longer it takes, along with the sharp gaze of the Demon King who was about to arrive. These words surprised Ban a little, is that so? Immediately, Dudong reminded him to be silent. Only the ignorant dare mention that name. Her long hair fluttered in the air as Dudong transformed into another person and said, I am the one who killed the Demon King. In the boxed space, someone's thought echoed. This is Jigu, moving closer to that object. Oh, I remember now. He looked over and over, examining inside his dream the nightmare that had followed him for 5 years. Jigu saw the bars in front of his eyes and raised his hand to try to touch them. After meeting Ju, it disappeared. Jigu's face suddenly darkened. He clenched his hand on the rope. This bucket, Jigu half closed his eyes, thinking for a long time. In his thoughts appeared a blurry scene looking out, and even after escaping through the wall, he was still stuck here. Jigu twitched the rope slightly. Now even the dream had become ridiculous. Thoughts kept arising in his mind, of course, simply grabbing the rope to climb up. This is not my power. All of them originated from suddenly behind. A cold snort sounded loser. Just a broken connection. How long do you intend to complain? The other continued in a hellish tone. Borrowed power. How is that different from others? The sound kept rising in space. Whether through training or luck, the one who had it was the fool. While Jigu was a bit puzzled, another voice spoke up. He is right, Master. Immediately, he quickly glanced behind the girl with dazzling light shining out, continuing, my power belongs to the Master. Please don't despair. Jigu's eyes immediately widened in surprise, then he unconsciously sat up. Ban saw this and asked, oh, you're awake. As for Jigu, he was very curious. Who is this? He thought of another person, Sudong, right? However, when he saw the other's smile, Jigu quickly realized he was someone related to the Demon King. Ban just calmly tilted his head to look at the other and pointed out the sword right next to him. Immediately, Jigu softly called El-Ru, and both of those quickly responded, Master, you finally woke up. After a while, Ban once again said, you should rest a bit. Although the wound has been first aided by me. You should avoid strong movements. He coldly continued, you could be in danger at any time. Suddenly, the surrounding scene began to shake. Jigu was very confused, glancing around. His eyes looked up to the sky where Sudong was hovering over Kaohsiung. The ground was shattered rocks lifted into the sky, sucked into a blue hole in the sky. Seeing this, Jigu was stunned. What is that? After hearing that, Ban calmly replied, Monster Commander, I'm sure this is the first time you've witnessed both. They exchanged words while looking at the scene in front of them, the Monster Commander Z. Ban looked at the giant body in front and continued, this is the master of this maze, Monster Commander Heron. Seeing that muscular body, Jigu spoke up. As the gatekeeper, Ban couldn't help but click his tongue. Well, not wrong. It was a bit confusing behind him, and he immediately pondered that he would have to fight this thing. Heartzone approached the place where Sudong was using a large flame surrounding it. Seeing this, Sudong's eyes became even more sinister. It seemed he had transmitted energy into Heron's eyes. At this moment, it looked even more spirited. The power surged elsewhere. Jigu could only widen his eyes and couldn't help but ask sharply, how the hell did the gate do that? Ban immediately replied, here. Just a little glance and it could kill you. He clenched his hand tightly beside me. Blood continuously poured out from inside and dripped down. A drop of blood soaked into the ground. Instantly, a sinister black-red circle appeared around Ban. A strong gust of wind appeared and blew fiercely. Seeing this, Jigu was very confused. This is a barrier. Just as he finished speaking, Ban remained calm. That's right, looks like you're not completely stupid. Behind the thick smoke and swirling wind was Heron's tall figure. Dark energy continuously rose as a legion from the underworld immediately advanced. The birds flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Sudong slightly furrowed her brows and smirked. Meanwhile, the monsters were still approaching her and her whole body emitted a strong light. Immediately, all those monsters exploded into pieces. That was the exclusive skill with the beautiful name Inferno. At this moment, another wave of beasts charged to attack. A sudden flash of light bound the eyes, and at the same time, a giant sword instantly appeared. Sudong stood behind, slightly curling her lips in satisfaction. Jigu's eyes widened, mouth agape in astonishment. Around the sword suddenly appeared an evil purple aura. Roger's image suddenly appeared. Sometimes I wonder if they are the bodies of those fighting each other. Meanwhile, the sword was pointing straight down at Heron. Instantly, a quick explosion appeared, cracking the ground, in another scene at a long and wide mountain crevice. Then the scene shifted to the reward exchange room. Someone's hand lightly touched the lid of the box. It was opened. Two swords beside it couldn't help but speak, finally obtained congratulations to the master. Jigu was very calm. I really did it. Although this was the result of hard work, I felt it wasn't very real. He rose to a not-so-happy state, feeling more disappointed than joyful. At the same time, Sudong also continued, I kept my promise. She glanced at the person next to her and said, Actually, you still have many enemies to avenge later, but I probably won't have to get involved, right? Jigu was a bit curious. Is your real name Sudong? Instantly, the other party didn't hesitate to honestly say, Yes, Sudong, a Korean person. Sudong looks good. My medicine is rare too. How about you, Ban? After hearing that, he picked up the medicine bottle. It's medicine too. Sudong held it in her hand, took it, seeing the other person give it to her. He was very surprised. Why do you still? Sudong calmly replied. Helping you defeat the Iron Guild isn't one of the conditions. Consider it part of the job. Sudong expressed her kindness. Your body isn't very healthy. Some parts haven't been treated yet. This will help. She frankly admitted, My first purpose isn't the medicine, but to become a commander. Also, I still have other bottles, so just take it as my investment in the contract. As she finished speaking, Jigu stared intently at the medicine bottle in his hand. I didn't expect she could give it away. The thing I've struggled so hard to get all this time. So easily. His hand clenched tightly, not letting go. I can't keep dependent on others forever. I need to grow up more. I don't know why, but I feel if I accept this, I'll be talked about endlessly. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Glad the master finally understands the matter? Hearing this, Jigu glanced sideways, but surely she wouldn't give me such a precious item without expecting something in return. Was she calculating to take something from me? He seriously asked Sudong, It's not about becoming a slave for life, right? After hesitating for a while, Sudong cupped her hands and replied, No, disciple. She narrowed her eyes with a calm tone. I want you to become my disciple. Then Sudong suddenly shouted, Don't yell at me right now, you're useless just because you're weak. But she reached out her hand and continued, When you pass level 50, come back to see me. Sudong pressed both hands on the other's cheeks. Then I will take care of you. After speaking, she removed her hands from Jigu's head. A sudden purple lightning appeared beside your ear. Seeing that, Sudong slowly explained that this is a sign of the covenant. She was sitting on a stone bench. At this moment, he no longer had any skills or abilities. But I don't want to go around saying this and that. My hand touched the cold stone beneath, trying to remember as much as possible. Then she seemed to recall something. That's right, thinking back. Sudong calmly added, I have already looked through it. The sword you carry is also quite unique. There is still some time before the door closes. I will show you a way to enhance the power of the sword. This made Jigu very curious. Then Sudong looked at him and continued. But first, drink that entire bottle of medicine. This is also a rather risky method, so you must prepare well. This is the first lesson. The scene shifts to a forest that has been destroyed and desolate. Both sides are fiercely fighting each other. The voices of two people suddenly echoed in Jigu's ear. That person's master is very dangerous, don't trust her. The master lost control and lost your sword. Jigu was very trembling, wondering what to do now. In front of Jigu was Iron Seal, who was covering the eyes of a girl. Both sides said nothing to each other for a while. Then Iron Seal coldly spoke. This is the work of you damn people. I didn't expect she would dare to snatch the boss while we were distracted. Immediately, Sudong put both hands into the coat pockets and said, I was never one of you anyway. Whoever comes first eats first. She raised her fist high, cheering, Come on, disciple, hurry up and apply the method I told you. Could this person be a demon? Suddenly, someone called out, Hey, Iron Seal! Jigu raised his sword mouth agape, shouting, I will kill you! This action made Iron Seal a bit confused. He smiled a deadly smile, seeing that Jigu suddenly hesitated, wondering if he should attack. Meanwhile, a spark flashed. Iron Seal quickly ran to Ziggy's side, his face darkened. "You've changed, you've become that woman's man. It's always been like this, hasn't it?" The sword was swung in front of him. "All right, then. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, you will die under my sword." Iron Seal's face darkened as he swung his hand forward. "You've changed, you've become that demon's subordinate." He clicked his tongue sarcastically. "Well, it doesn't matter. No matter what, I will kill you here." Scene shifts. Jigu is drinking a bottle of medicine with purple liquid. He focused and drank it all. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Rebuilding Gigu's entire body foundation, there is a transformation. His eyes widened, sweat continuously dripping. On the other side, Sudong and Bon silently observed. After a while, Jigu commented, "Not much has changed. My physical condition is just a little better." Immediately, Sudong sighed and laughed, of course. "What changed is your ability and latent strength." She went straight to the point. "The temporary changes in your body will be very small." Hearing this, Jigu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Such a small difference. It can determine whether a player lives or dies. The most notable temporary change is the pupil. Glancing sideways, observing the movement of hands and feet, they are also faster and more reflexive. Jigu tightly held the sword in his hand, looking at the gray smoke before him, saying simply that his perception ability has increased. Jigu opened his mouth, trying to catch his breath. I dodged it. Countless images appeared one after another in his mind movements that were new to him. Now he could see them bit by bit. Meanwhile, Sudong stood silently with arms crossed. "Congratulations, you have taken another step toward becoming a high-ranking master." In the quiet space, Jigu pondered just as the Demon King said. Another voice also echoed, "That doesn't mean you can fight the guild now." Ironheart understands 0-1 demon just starting to take steps. Cannot compare with experienced people. Sudong put on a thoughtful expression. "Even if you are lucky at most, you can only dodge one attack. You know, there's a saying, don't use a buffalo knife to kill a chicken." But Jigu seemed indifferent. It wasn't that he was careless. He thought for a while, but was relaxed because he knew he was very strong. Iron Seal then lowered his gaze and called out, "You." His face twitched slightly. "I understand now. And in just one move, he could grasp your development. The exchange with me and the elixir, he didn't miss any clues." After a while, he spoke. "So that's it. After understanding the situation, he would attack more seriously." The tip of the sword emitted a pale blue aura. Iron Seal darkened his face, swung his sword to activate the power of the holy sword Kali, and then quickly ran to Jigu. Iron Seal flew over and stabbed his sword into him without hesitation. "Just block him with your sword at the same time." Jigu struggled to use his sword to block the opponent's attack. His teeth clenched tightly. A dazzling yellow light appeared from his hand grip. Voices continuously echoed, interspersed with Iron Seal's voice. "The Lord of the Holy Sword, El, has awakened the ability to absorb the power of the Holy Sword Kalian, but because the owner's level is too low, he can only absorb part of the power." After a while, the two blades touched each other, absorption completed. Seeing this, Jigu slightly curled his lips into a faint smile, taking advantage of the moment when Iron Seal was probably confused, thinking his attack could not be blocked. And taking advantage of the exhaustion feeling when the power of the Holy Sword was stolen, it would make him hesitate. Without hesitation, he jumped up. Jigu looked at the person in front of him while planning to stretch the distance as much as possible. He slowly took out from his shirt, and finally, a memory fragment appeared. This was the item that helped him escape from the gate. Jigu held the tiny thread of arachnid web with both hands. Seeing this, Iron Seal couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. Countless white rings poured out and approached him. However, Iron Seal was not afraid at all, frowning and thinking, "Do you think I will miss?" Meanwhile, Jigu remained very calm. He raised his middle finger to mock the opponent. Seeing this, Iron Seal's face darkened even more. He grabbed the saber and slashed to cut the threads. Two eyebrows furrowed tightly, teeth clenched. In the wild mountain forest space, Iron Seal's growl echoed everywhere. At this time, Sudong was standing behind him. She calmly spoke. "Then let's talk, shall we?" Around Sudong appeared countless purple spots of iron shields. She curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Iron Seal cursed irritably, "Damn it." In another development, it was already dark. The sky had a blood-red glow. The car was surrounded by several soldiers. The door slowly opened and Mr. Hun stepped out, breathing heavily. Suddenly, his face relaxed and became comfortable. In front of Mr. Hun were several soldiers guarding someone. Jigu smiled friendly. Darkness still covered the urban area outside. Scene change, a voice suddenly sounded. "Mr. Hun also helped take my mother home. Anyway, she can't drink the elixir at the hospital." He slowly walked toward the door and replied, "Z, let me know when you arrive in Korea. See you later, Taik." The two men said one after another, "Thank you for helping." Mr. Hun replied, "No problem." "Then I'll go." "Yes, be careful." On the bed, a woman lay motionless. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the black shadow in front of her, Soo-jin wondered, "Jigu, is that you, my child?" Immediately, the other person hurriedly took her hand and replied, "Yes, mother, it's me. Are you well?" Hearing this, Soo-jin stammered, "My son, mother wants to see you." Tears streamed down her face onto the pillow one last time before dying. Mother really just wanted to see her son once before dying. "Thank you, my son." As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Then Soo-jin began to get straight to the point. "There is something I have always wanted to tell you, my son." Jigu's hand tightly held her hand, her weak voice echoed. Actually, Jigu had not finished speaking when Soo-jin had an incident. Seeing this, Jigu was extremely anxious, calling, "Mom, Mom, hold on a little longer." He spoke while opening the medicine bottle. "It's okay now." Jigu fed the medicine into his mother's mouth. Time passed, the space remained silent. Suddenly, Soo-jin's face emitted a purple light. Seeing this, Jigu was no longer worried. "It's all fine now." He fell asleep beside Soo-jin's bed. El and Ru took turns speaking. "Our master knows very well that he has been through too much in one day." El looked at someone's hand and continued, "Is this okay? I have a feeling that the more involved with her, the more danger we will face." Ru immediately replied, "Wow, we can't do anything anyway." He looked at the sleeping man. "For now, let's let him rest." The night was covered by a silent atmosphere under the bright yellow streetlights. In the distance, the sound of vibrations rang out intermittently, breaking the silence, persistent and continuous. In the middle of a crowded street, Du-dong, with a cold face, held his phone close to his ear, his steps slow, gradually passing through the crowd just as the operator's voice came out. "The subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Then she immediately hung up, grinding her teeth in anger. On the screen, the conversation showed no reply from her brother. Du-dong clenched his phone tightly, so upset that he trembled. "After disappearing without a trace for a whole month, he only sent me one message. He didn't even bother to answer my calls." Thinking about this, Du-dong's steps quickly became hurried. "Enough, I'm ready to get scolded when I get home." Just wait a few minutes later at the apartment complex, the night sky was as dark as ink, occasionally sparkling with a few small stars. The air was so quiet that you could hear the wind whistle softly. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open roughly. Du-dong angrily shouted, "Oppa, are you kidding me? You told me to go home but didn't even answer my calls. Why I even had to skip my extra classes." Her eyes rolled back as if frustrated to the point of helplessness. "Do you know how worried Mom was?" At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly echoed from inside. "Is that you, dear?" Du-dong didn't answer immediately, but hurried straight inside. The woman opposite her lovingly asked, "Appa, is the baby sleeping in the room? He must be very hungry, right? How was school today?" Upon seeing her, Du-dong's eyes instantly reddened, her gaze wet and trembling. "Mom!" Then her face flushed with embarrassment. "Who is Mom?" A moment later, the sound of a boiling soup pot was clearly heard. White smoke rose, carrying the sweet aroma of spicy seasoning that spread throughout the small house. Jigu, lying in the bedroom, was awakened by the sound. Chirping sounds made him wake up, so Appa, then what happened? He drowsily sat up as the yellow light shone inside, creating a cozy scene. Outside, the voice continued, "Then what? No way, really," he mumbled. He smelled the familiar scent of his mother's soybean soup. That familiar aroma made Jigu's lips move slightly like a reflex. Then his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Jigu pressed his lips tightly, trying not to let tears fall. In his mind appeared a thought behind that door was the scene he had dreamed of for so long, the scene he was willing to trade his life for. Jigu ran his hand through his thick hair, then told himself he couldn't let Mom see this face. He had to smile and greet Mom. Thinking of this, he decisively stood up, tightly gripping the door handle. Ggu happily rushed out, shouting loudly, "Mom, did you sleep well, Mom? Who the fuck are you?" At that moment, Soo-jin had completely transformed. Her face was youthful and full of vitality. "You're up already?" Soo-jin slowly placed the soup pot on the table, then urged, "Dinner's ready, come sit here." Seeing his brother's expression, Du-dong laughed. He was even more surprised than me. More stars gradually appeared in the sky after dinner, while the bowls and chopsticks were still scattered by the sink. Then Du-du hesitantly spoke up. Meanwhile, the TV was still broadcasting news reports. She continued. She entered the gate mentioned in the news, defeating all those elite people. Du-dong propped his chin, curiously questioning, Did you get the elixir and give it to Mom to recover? Jigu shyly said, not expecting this to happen. The three of them sat together at the familiar small table. Everything remained unchanged except for Su-jin's new appearance. Sudong held his head in frustration, not knowing whether to be surprised, happy, or scared. He had just cried a lot earlier. Then she quietly pleaded, I want the elixir too. He immediately refused, that's too much. At that moment, Su-jin suddenly patted her son's shoulder and called Jigu. She smiled affectionately at him. You've worked hard for Mom, haven't you? I'm sorry, son. Jigu laughed lightly, as if everything had never been a burden. It's nothing, Mom. It's not that hard. Then the night suddenly became livelier with continuous laughter coming from the small house. Jigu happily teased Mom's son is so good. Don't you know Su-jin pretended to be surprised? Oh, really? In the blink of an eye, it was early morning. White clouds gently floated in front of the building. Su-jin's cheerful voice kept ringing out. It's been a while since you came to visit. Stay and have dinner with us. Taik shyly blushed on both cheeks and politely declined, no thank you. I need to talk privately with Jigu, but thank you for inviting me. Su-jin reached out to take the gift box, repeatedly thanking him, remember to come by soon. I need to talk privately with Jigu, but thank you for inviting me. Su-jin reached out to take the gift box, repeatedly thanking and recalling to visit soon. I'm very grateful to you for taking care of my son. Taik laughed out loud. It's nothing. See you next time, ma'am. His unusual expression at that moment made Jigu unable to look away, his gaze fixed on every small movement as if he had figured something out. A while later at a barbecue restaurant, the aroma from the charred meat continuously spread inside. Amid the noisy chatter of everyone, Taik tilted his head and loudly ordered, 4 servings of pork belly and a bottle of soju, please. The staff immediately shouted, coming right up. While waiting for the food, he calmly poured water into a glass. Jigu wondered, it's still daytime and you're already drinking. Taik casually replied, why not drink now? We have more than enough reason to celebrate. His eyes brightened as he changed the subject. Tell me, how did you get the elixir? Taik sipped water while explaining, I had to hold back a lot not to ask you over the phone. However, faced with his question, Jigu slowly began speaking, and his next words immediately made Taik spit out all the water. Are you interested in my mother? The people in the restaurant heard the noise and turned their heads to eavesdrop. At that moment, he trembled, uncontrollably speechless. What did you say? Jigu kindly reminded him, and his face turned bright red. He reached for a tissue and pointed to his feet. I've been suspicious for a while now. Jigu calmly wiped his wet face. I know you often take care of my mother when I'm not around, and I know it's definitely not because she's getting younger. Although today you're more obvious than usual, I still support you too. Feel free to speak up. If my mother ends up with someone like you, my father wouldn't mind either. At that moment, the restaurant owner brought the dishes over. Taik hastily cleared his throat. Ahem! Thin smoke began to rise from the kitchen, and he quickly changed the subject. Anyway, back to what we were talking about, the elixir. Jigu reached for some meat from the grill as they continued discussing it. Did you bring a soundproof barrier generator? Taik asked curiously. I have it in the car, but why? He sighed, complaining about a long and complicated story. The sound of meat sizzling lightly on the grill with fat dripping onto the red coals crackled, mixing with the rising white smoke and the story being told at the table. After understanding the whole situation, Taik immediately became furious. What those damn dogs dared to do that? He lost his temper, stood up and shouted, Give me the address so I can feed them some naked chicken. Jigu nervously raised his hand to stop him. Calm down, you're holding a bottle of soju. Oh, what are you going to do? Then he rested his chin on his hand and sighed deeply. Thanks for standing up for me, but there's no need to get so angry. I'll defeat them myself. Clenching his fists in anger, he cursed the damn Iron Gill gang. Taik seriously reminded his juniors, revenge must come from the heart. He hurriedly grabbed a piece of meat from the grill and then stood up again. Only with a sincere heart can one uphold the way. Eat your meat. Jigu shyly waved his hand. What are you talking about? Suddenly he remembered something else. Speaking of revenge, he still had another debt to repay. Jigu loudly asked, how's the guardian beast on the 4th floor? Taik slowly recounted that a C-rank tamer team had just been sent out yesterday. His face gradually flushed pink from the alcohol. There are 37 people in total, 70% of whom are C-rank players. That manpower is enough to take down a guardian beast on the 30th floor. So they should be about to report success. He sighed sadly. What a pity. I was planning to relieve some stress and get some exercise. Scene shifts to a dark forest where hurried footsteps and heavy breathing continuously echoed in the silent space. The man kept gasping, I have to report to the association. He tightly held his arm, half lost, saying the entire C-rank tamer team was suddenly ambushed by a giant monster approaching. The man's eyes lit up like a predator's. However, he was still unaware and muttered, "They've all been wiped out." Suddenly, a piercing scream of pain and agony echoed, shaking the once quiet forest. Meanwhile, outside Jigu's house, inside a black car, a conversation was heard. "Our priority now is to check the condition of you and your mother after drinking. This elixir isn't something that can be handled at a regular hospital," Mr. Hun said as he operated a tablet, reassuring, "But don't worry too much. TXO will take care of this for you." He also announced that he had given half of the reward from the Kim Stone and the elixir to the head of the department as requested. Mr. Hun smiled as he tilted his head. He almost fainted upon hearing the news, but told the man it was his wish, so he would no longer owe him anything, and he accepted it reluctantly. At that moment, Xiong-hoon reached out to smooth the report to take a look. After paying taxes and some miscellaneous fees, there was still about 20,000,000 left. He then mentioned another matter regarding his desire to move with his family to a new house. "I have researched a few places north of the Han River, pulling out a tablet displaying the map as per your family's request. I have narrowed down the options, so you just need to make a decision. Do you have any questions?" Jigu looked away for a long moment, his lips moving silently without speaking. At this point, he shook his head no. "I understand. But why are you still choosing the house we will move to now?" Seo Hun was surprised and asked, "Is that all?" He tapped something on his phone screen, then explained, "Following the instructions of Team Leader T, starting today, I will be Seo Hun's personal assistant," showing his phone number. His voice was very cooperative, "Looking forward to working with you." Jigu awkwardly waved his hand inwardly, wondering if he was always like this. Scene shifts to a busy alley demon. The sky had gradually turned ink purple. At this moment, both of them pulled their suitcases outside. Mr. Hun hesitated before speaking. "I have prepared according to your instructions, but what do you intend to do with this?" Saying this, he glanced at the pile of suitcases with $8,000,000 in cash. Jigu bowed his head and explained, "Some equipment I bought was destroyed, so I will repay the debt and buy some new gear." Seo Hun was horrified and asked exactly how much was hit. The next words from him were like a thunderclap. $3.5 million, he gaped in shock. A voice in Jigu's head sighed, recalling that old man was crazy enough to not hesitate to owe $3.5 million. But I must be crazy too to accept without thinking. Ji-chun calmly announced that item cost $3.5 million, sir. He looked again, not knowing what he was thinking, even though he managed in the end. Scene shifts to Ji-chun's house. The back door was slightly ajar, smoke from the furnace spreading thickly. Glowing red coals crackled and flickered with red light. At that moment, a fierce spark shot from the iron bar, sending out sparks. Ji-chun continuously swung the hammer with decisive blows, the sound of metal clashing, ringing sharply through the smoky air. Min-soo, circling around the forge from outside, suddenly ran in. "Sir, we have guests." The weapons neatly hung on the wall. Ji-chun gently replied, "Guess, huh?" Xiong-hun turned toward the stairs and instructed, "I will wait upstairs." Ji-Gyu nodded and thanked him. At that moment, Ji-chun called out from afar, "It's you, sir." He slowly stepped forward. "Just a few months and you don't recognize me anymore." Jigu smiled as well. "Hello, sir," he said, calmly approaching to ask how he was doing. Ji-chun nodded and replied, "Of course, I also received the money you sent through the association." He teasingly raised his hand, though a bit lacking. Ji-gil shyly scratched his head. "I'm sorry." Ji-chun smiled. "I was just joking. Anyone who looks at the accompanying letter knows basically it's a will." He raised his head and continued honestly, "I didn't think you would still be alive to come back. I was going to treat it as condolence money for you and erase the debt." Ji-Gyu laughed and said, "I came to pay the rest." "Is that so?" Ji-chun calmly said, "If you insist, I will gladly accept it." At that moment, his gaze suddenly grew serious, fixating on the thin coat Ji-Gyu wore. Ji-chun vaguely asked, "Branhart is dead. You calmly admitted Z saved my life." Then the other's words made Ji-chun ponder for a long time. A few minutes later, he raised his eyes and said, "Wow, that's what it had to do, so I have no reason to be sad. But the life of an armor is still quite sad." Night gradually fell over the small alley, gentle moonlight illuminating the whole sky. Ji-chun's calm voice echoed, "Will you tell me about its last moments?" That morning at Jigu's house, the sky was clear blue, a gentle breeze passing through, bringing fresh breath. Sudong called from inside Mom. "Appa, where are you two going?" Jigu exclaimed in surprise. "You're awake already." He slowly explained, "I told you yesterday. Today, Mom and brother will go for a checkup." Sudong was still dazed and sleepy. He said, "Then what?" Just as she blinked, her gaze suddenly hardened. Sudong looked at his brother in panic and shouted, Brother, are you taller? Jigu was confused. What scene shifts? The sky begins to show warm rays of sunshine. At the changing room in the car company, Mr. Hun kept exclaiming, "Wow, Kim Jigu. I thought you were a model or something. Why don't you become a celebrity?" At this moment, Jigu was slowly taking off his wide-shouldered shirt, his bulging muscles giving a solid feeling. He shyly protested, "No, no." Seo Hun continued to ask how he grew 3 centimeters overnight. "He also gained a bunch of muscles. It must be a divine elixir, really good stuff." He whispered, "Please give me a bottle." Jigu silently recalled Dudung's words, "I want a bottle too." He smiled wryly. "My sister said the same thing." After finishing speaking, Jigu's eyes quickly became deep and serious. He told himself that although it might not seem like a big deal, this was a major change even if he exercised like crazy. But now even his muscles have reached their limit. The system notification appeared, "Your limit has been readjusted." Jigu wondered if this was the meaning of the phrase limit readjustment, teasing Rue. After all, the owner was still a weakling. He hurriedly interrupted, "Be quiet." Xiong-hoon announced that he had the test results. Starting with the endurance test results, if this was from 25 years ago, he turned his head and smiled teasingly. Then he would have broken the world record in every Olympic category. Jigu wondered why he'd said 25 years ago. He slowly put on his outer shirt and asked, "What about the current standards? He never watches the Olympics anyway." Xiong-hoon nodded. "That's right, wow." Then he continued smiling. "I'm about level 10. Jigu twitched his lip. "Are you trying to pick a fight?" Then Xiong-hoon's eyes suddenly lit up strangely. He leaned forward and pointed like someone playing rock, paper, scissors. "Jigu, don't be surprised." Jigu put on a confused face. "What do you mean?" Xiong-hoon whispered. "Your magic power and mana control." Speaking of which, he immediately shouted, "SS-Rank, you have the potential of a high-ranking player." However, faced with this exclamation, Jigu was completely speechless. "Okay." Seo Hun exclaimed in surprise. "You're way too calm." Jigu was confused. "But I told you not to be surprised." Seo Hun got angry, waving his arms. "Show some surprise." "I said high-ranking player." Jigu turned his face and muttered to himself, "Anyway, it's old news." Then suddenly from afar came the sound of a door opening. Taik slowly stepped in and asked, "Are you done?" Jigu nodded and replied, "So what about my mother?" He loudly announced, "Not only is she completely healthy, but she's healthier than an average person." Then Taik suddenly raised his phone, but the truly amazing thing was, even as a normal citizen now, she can use items. Jigu was amazed and shouted, "Items!" Sweat poured down his forehead, but he still hesitated. "Amazing," Taik admitted with interest. "Right." Finally, he changed the subject. "Well, I'll give you details later. I came to see you about something else." Taik asked seriously, "You haven't been hunting these past few days, right?" Jigu was confused. "Hunting, no, I'm just taking a break for now." His ring-wearing hand pressed tightly against the wall. "I'm still absorbing the power of Kalian," so Ao sadly said, "I'm sorry, Master." Jigu immediately shook his head. "No, it's okay." Ao tilted his head and continued, "When do you plan to start again?" He raised his eyes and muttered, "Maybe in a week." Hearing this, Taik propped his chin up. His eyes full of complexity, he finally agreed, "Then let's save it for next week." Jigu was confused. "Why?" "Is something wrong?" Taik explained, "We lost contact with the Rank C Conquest team." He slowly added, "We are forming a Rank B team to send out next week." Jigu hesitated. "So you mean—" He was immediately interrupted. "Exactly. The 4th floor guards haven't been caught yet." This statement made Jigu gape in surprise. Taik suddenly stopped. "But that's not the important thing." His face gradually darkened. It seemed that Bastard could hunt players to grow stronger. Jigu was so tense he was sweating profusely. In contrast to that atmosphere, Xiong-hoon sat behind, telling himself he also wanted to join the conversation. The Rank B taming teams have at least 30 members. Over 60% are Rank B. This thought flashed through Jigu's mind. "But I'm player Kim Jigu. My rank after drinking the divine elixir is here." The atmosphere immediately deflated, of course, without rank. A moment later, at the general manager's office, Taik seriously reminded him to complete the official rank appraisal. "Now you don't have to worry about not being able to use equipment anymore." He gently encouraged him. "Although your physical attributes might only be rank D, considering your potential, you will easily reach rank B." Jigu sighed wearily, slumping over the table, then pointed up to explain, "But rank B means you have to be above level 100 according to the player and society's high school textbook. The problem is I'm still at the level criterion for ranking. Does Chung Chung's rank make sense? So isn't it too vague if we consider potential as well?" Taik opened his mouth to reply. Maybe we call it potential, but mana quantity and how it's applied directly relate to combat skills. At this point, he gave an example. Look at those mutants, their levels aren't important, right? Taik continued his opinion. Chung thinks level actually isn't important. What's important is the stats increasing each time you level up, and nowadays we don't even know other people's levels due to security issues. Jigu raised the question. If you undergo the appraisal, won't you attract attention? Taik nodded a bit like a bloodthirsty guide. You can't suddenly become rank B without leveling up, so of course you'll stand out. Jigu, frustrated, reminded him not to call that nickname. And you even made up more. At this moment, Taik bowed deeply, saying you'll inevitably cause some controversy. I can't stop the media from calling you a promising player who might become a high-ranking legend. Don't you like that? Jigu quickly explained, it's not that I hate becoming famous, but Iron Jew is definitely still watching me, so I don't want to attract attention. This made Taik pause for a while. I think you're being overly cautious. But I respect your decision, he continued. However, I can't rank you myself. I don't have that authority. Jigu, surprised, looked up and replied, seeing him calmly say, arrange your free time, I thought he had a way already. Taik didn't object. I didn't expect you to refuse like this. I thought you would definitely take the appraisal test. In a world where just having a high rank means being treated completely differently, who would have thought you'd refuse? At this moment, Jigu sighed tiredly, complaining about a headache. But just then, Taik suddenly brought out a report, so it's not that there isn't a way. Jigu looked at the sheet and vaguely asked, what is this? He replied indifferently, a list of guilds participating in this expedition. Taik suggested that if you temporarily join a guild, you could participate in the expedition. At least I can act as a mediator to introduce you to the guilds. Jigu felt no hope at all. Who would accept a complete stranger? His eyes glued to the list, and if I leave the guild right after the expedition ends, that would increase the number of people leaving the guild, and as a result, I would damage their reputation. Then, in a moment of distraction, Jigu suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. The fifth line seemed to glow Morning Star team with Kim Seong-pil as captain. The scene shifts to a mountainous forest where a young man with a serious face introduces himself. I have been appointed as the captain of the subjugation team for this expedition. I am Dong-hee Kim from the Divine Camp. Dong-hee raises his hand and cheerfully announces, we will depart as soon as the roll call is complete. I look forward to working with all of you. The guild members all reply in unison. We also look forward to working with you. The sky was incredibly gloomy with dark gray clouds covering the entire area. The Morning Star guild members had also arrived. Jigu tilted his head and started with a word of thanks for having me. I know this request was a bit much. Xiongpai casually replied, it's nothing at all. We all owe you our lives anyway. Then he shyly added, I feel bad that I can't do more to help you. We're just a C-rank guild here to provide additional support. Jigu smirked cheerfully. You've already helped me a lot just by doing this. I'm just glad I don't have to be a porter. If I get the chance, I'll definitely join the fight. Hearing this, Xiongpai laughed awkwardly. I'm not so sure we'll even get a turn. There are a lot of heavy hitters here. He asked again, heavy hitters, their gazes turned toward the Divine Camp. For example, like Captain Dong-hee Kim. There's a rumor he's about to be promoted to A rank. His people are constantly training. A rank means he'll become an official ranker, you know. Just getting close to that level is already incredible. Jigu was starting to have his doubts. He silently wondered to himself, is that really something special? I mean, compared to the Demon King or Iron Seal, Elle suddenly spoke up that woman is an exception. You replied in confusion, why are your standards so high, huh? Just then, Han Yun suddenly moved closer to him. Hey, Mr. Guide, you look like you've completely transformed, haven't you? Jigu was startled what Ji-gun also chimed in, that's right. Did you get plastic surgery or something? Seong-gu hurriedly stopped them. Hey, it's rude to ask something like that. Jigu fell silent, thinking to himself, have I really changed that much? You spoke up well. Your whole vibe is completely different now, isn't it? Finally, you've got something about you that can leave an impression on others. At this, he quickly waved his hands. It's not plastic surgery. It's probably because I obtained a unique skill on the 5th floor. I just grew a little taller, that's all. You immediately cursed what a crappy excuse. The group kept exclaiming in admiration. Han Yun sighed. I'm so jealous. I didn't know a skill like that even existed. I wish I could get a skill like that too. You said contemptuously. Damn, they actually believe that. He cut her off in frustration. Shut up, you. They all moved forward together. The sound of their lively chatter and laughter echoed through the forest. The Brother Guild on the other side found this sight incredibly annoying. A while later, everyone arrived at the 4th floor of the tower. Dong-hee announced in a loud voice, the search team will proceed to track the guardian god. The rest of you take a break. They quickly complied, understood. By now, the other teams had also found places to sit. The Morning Star Guild was gathered under a large tree as Jigu tilted his head and looked around. He began to name each person one by one. Xiong-pi is the archer, Han Yun is the mage. Everyone immediately looked confused. He continued, Xionggu is the swordsman, and Jigun is the tank, right? After he finished speaking, Jigu asked innocently, so why is the guild named Morning Star then? None of you use a Morning Star. Han Yun couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed until she shook. An embarrassed Xiong-pi shouted, hey, stop laughing, while Jigun was also covering his mouth to hide his laughter. Then Xionggu explained seriously, Xiong-pi chose that name because of you, Mr. Guide. He began to elaborate when you left the cave to go get help. He said he saw you shining with a brilliant aura. Back then, you said, I am the world's best level 1 player. Xionggu exclaimed in a loud voice, you look just like a morning star. While Xiong-pi was so embarrassed, his face turned bright red. I already told you to stop laughing. The atmosphere quickly became awkward, causing Jigu to wave his hands reassuringly. He said cheerfully, anyway, just talk to me normally. I'm not your guide anymore. They all said, oh, that's right. Xiong-pi looked at him and spoke up. You're the same age as Xionggu Hyung, right? Can I call you Hyung? Jigu casually nodded, of course. At that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared from a distance. Unaware, everyone continued to laugh and joke. You should also speak more comfortably with us, Hyung. He quickly agreed, all right. Then that person suddenly approached and said sarcastically, the world has really changed, huh? He sneered with contempt. I thought you guys came here for a picnic. 3 tall and burly men stood in stark contrast to Jigu's group. He tilted his head and whispered, who is that? Xiong-pi whispered back, B-rank player John Seok-nam. He's from the Brother Guild. He is their representative for this expedition. Hearing this, Jigu couldn't help but be curious. What are they up to? Xiong-pi hesitated. Oh, well, you could say they're quite famous. He slowly began to explain they pursue strength with the motto, survival of the fittest. They also value traditional principles and a hierarchical system, but above all, they prize loyalty, Jigu said wearily. So in short, Xiong-pi concluded in a low voice, they're a bunch of old-fashioned geezers. He immediately nodded, I see. Just then, John Seok spoke again, absolutely useless. He looked at his cronies and chuckled. I guess this is all you can expect from C-rankers, huh? Ji-gun's face darkened as he started to get up. What did you just say? But then Han Yun, who was beside him, reached out and stopped him. Just ignore it, Ji-gun. John Seok continued to provoke them. I asked if you all came here for a picnic, didn't I? You're probably all cocky because you got into a B-rank subjugation team. He sneered, glancing over each of them. You of all people should be on high alert. But instead, you're just lazing around and chit-chatting here? You should at least be more useful than those porters. The whole group gritted their teeth in silence. Only Jigu's face suddenly darkened. John Seok snorted in annoyance, a bunch of worthless trash. Then his group turned to leave. Let's go. At this, Xiong-pi began to speak apologetically. I'm sorry, Hyung, because of us, you. He trailed off when he saw Jigu looking down. Then Xiong-pi called out again in a louder voice, Hyung, at that very moment. A dark aura suddenly emanated from behind, making Dong-hee's face turn pale. Sensing something was wrong, he turned to look at Jigu's face. It was now pitch black while his eyes glowed, emitting a hazy purple smoke. El quickly tried to calm him down. Master, please calm down. You also chimed in, are you planning to kill someone or what? Deep within Jigu's eyes was a look full of resentment, prompting you to say, control your emotions. Losing control. Jigu clutched his chest. What is this? I knew this would be a pain, he thought to himself, but I didn't expect it to be this troublesome. It's like the after effects of torture, huh? Just then a voice suddenly called out from the distance, making him freeze. What's going on here? A figure appeared right in front of them. Dong-hee remarked seriously, it seems like something has been disturbed. Jigu stared at him tensely. Oh, aren't you going to interrogate me? Dong-hee calmly explained, as the subjugation leader, I need to grasp the situation. He nodded yes. Then, at that moment, Jigu suddenly had an idea. He spoke in a low voice. There was a small squabble, and because of it, I'd like to ask you for a favor, subjugation leader. The man asked blankly, what is it? Hearing this, Jigu slowly stood up. Yes. He pointed toward the Brother Guild members and said, I want to have a match with the player John Seok-nam. After all, the animosity between members of the subjugation team should be resolved before the battle, don't you think? Upon hearing his name, John Seok turned around confusedly. The surrounding crowd also began to take interest. What are they going to fight? Dong-hee hesitated for a moment at the proposal. Would that be all right? The gap between a C rank and a B rank is more than just one level, you know. Jigu calmly held up one finger. I know that. That's why I want to add one more condition. As you already know, the C-rank players from Morning Star are all reserve members. Then he shrugged and asked, while the B-rank player from Brother is a main attacker, correct? But combat experience is far more important than one's rank, isn't it? Finally, Jigu made a bold proposal. So if I win, I want to swap the positions of our two teams. Xiongpi hesitantly called out to him as Jigu continued in a low voice. I'm sorry for not consulting you first, but please just trust me this once. At this, John Seok in the distance scoffed relentlessly. Wait a minute, who are you to decide things on your own? Ridiculous. You're of no help to us anyway. Why should I have to then? Jigu suddenly threw out a number to shut him up. 500 million. He confidently held up 5 fingers toward his opponent. If I win, you get 500 million. These terms are not so bad, are they? Of course, upon hearing that number, John Seok hesitated for a long moment. A shocked team member whispered, really spending that much money just for hush money? John Seok turned his head and replied, am I supposed to play dumb when so many people are watching us? Finally, he put his hands on his hips and declared loudly, in that case, it is a great deal, isn't it? I can't lose anyway. Dong-hee was now extremely conflicted. The match was about to begin. As the leader, I have to prevent any useless trouble from happening. He recalled the feeling from before, if what I just felt was not just my emotions. In the end, Dong-hee still decided it was better to prove it now. Thinking this, he opened his mouth and said, all right. As the leader, I agree. A moment later, everyone around had formed a tight circle. Both Jigu and John Seok stood facing each other. Dong-hee set the rules: no weapons and no vicious attacks. The match will stop if one side admits defeat. Seong-pil hesitated, looking at him as if wanting to say something, but stopping. Jigu sensed his worried gaze and immediately nodded to reassure him. Then he turned his head and asked, Ru, is this distance between us enough? He replied in a deep voice, it is enough. Ru continued to remind him for the ability to develop the connection range will be continuously expanded. El worriedly advised, Master, please be careful. Just then, John Seok spoke contemptuously. But you finished too quickly before, where is the fun in that? Then he confidently waved his hand, come on, bring it on. Now Jigu's face turned serious as he assessed his opponent, a B-rank player. From his posture, he has a lot of openings. Judging by his build, he is either a typical strength-based melee damage dealer or a tank. Thinking this, Jigu quickly crouched down. He is B-rank, but he must have some kind of hidden power. Then he immediately dashed forward. Layers of dirt and sand were kicked up by his powerful steps, flying in all directions with each of Jigu's long strides. He put all his strength into running straight ahead without a hint of hesitation. But first I have to close the distance quickly and seize the initiative. No need to probe too much, I will trust in my enhanced burst ability. Jigu gritted his teeth. The hand behind his back clenched into a fist, and then at this very moment, he suddenly stopped, suspicious. A series of questions appeared in Jigu's mind. He is not flinching at all. He must be very confident in his own defense. Or does he have an instant counterattack skill? Then he silently regretted it. Crap, it is too late to pull back my fist now. When he counters, I have to dodge quickly to prepare for the next attack. Thinking this, Jigu still punched straight at his body as planned. A dull thud echoed through the air as soon as he took the blow. John Seok's whole face suddenly contorted. His expression made Jigu momentarily stunned. Finally, his large body collapsed straight onto the ground. Jeon Seok's mouth trembled in pain, foaming at the corners. The members of the browser team could not help but be shocked at the sight. Dong-hee was no exception. His mouth hung open as if he could not believe his eyes. Finally, Dong-hee regained his composure and shouted, "The winner is player Kim Jigu." As he finished speaking, everyone cheered enthusiastically. Everyone's faces relaxed in relief. The Morningstar team surrounded Jigu. "Oh man, since when were you so strong? What level are you now? What is your level?" Meanwhile, the brother team gathered around their leader, asking, "Captain, are you okay?" At that moment, Dong-hee's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself about the attack just now. I was just watching and I could not even see it clearly. He looked straight at his opponent and calculated player Kim Jigu might become the biggest variable in this subjugation. At that moment, someone suddenly ran over from a distance to report. Subjugation team leader Dong-hee looked bewildered as he heard the news the search party has returned. Now the group of them were all hunched over, panting with exhaustion. The atmosphere in the mountain forest suddenly became unusually quiet. Scene changed to the city. The sun was gradually setting, turning the sky a dazzling, brilliant orange. The mechanical sound of an elevator rang out. The screen displayed floor 43, in the chairman's office. Taik stood seriously and confirmed it, meaning a B-rank subjugation team has been urgently formed and will depart on Friday morning. The chairman continuously flipped through the documents, humming in response as each name in the text appeared one by one. Kim Seong-pil, Kim Jigu, Jun Jae-won, Kim Han-yeon. He suddenly raised his voice and called out, "Director Oh Taik." Taik immediately responded, "Yes." The chairman continued to speak the training room in the association's basement. is a domestic teleportation gate. He recounted that recently at the hospital for association officials, even Ho Seong-hun's secretary went there. Finally, the chairman gently placed the report on the table, his voice slightly lowered. It seems we have given the outside players far too many benefits. He bowed his head low, the shadows obscuring his face enough to hide any expression. Please explain this. The chairman's eyes glowed a brilliant, sinister red. Back in the mountain forest, the sky grew increasingly gray. The Morning Star team was fully focused on the challenge before them. A giant monster with long hair was tightly gripping someone's body. In its hands, near its mouth, it continuously growled with strange sounds. The ones with the highest mortality rate are the players. Whether you like it or not, you have to get used to death. But if one of your own kind who is supposed to be a predator is reduced to mere prey, then of course it is hard to get used to death. At this moment, Dong-hee stepped back, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. Finally, he leaped high into the air, simultaneously swinging his sword and shouting with all his might. A giant pillar of water immediately erupted. Accompanied by a blinding light, a blade-like stream of water stabbed straight into the ferret's back. After finishing, Dong-hee crouched to one side, observing the situation. The ferret was driven into a complete frenzy by this display. Dong-hee continued to shout members of the subjugation team. Everyone heard the command and immediately got into a ready stance. He yelled, "Everyone attack!" Dong-hee swung his sword while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Water guillotine." This was the plan for this subjugation. It was very simple. The captain's attack was the signal. The ferret had become almost frenzied. We would wound the Guardian with our most powerful spell, driving it completely berserk. It continuously slammed its feet onto the ground. Then it stomped hard, making the ground shake. After that, the tanks in the back line will step up. Dong-hee continued to command everyone more earth walls. He shouted once more, "Stone shield." At that moment, the ferret went berserk, rushing forward and punching hard against the stone shield. By simultaneously using defensive skills, they would block the Guardian's attacks. They would then throw the explosive items they had prepared beforehand over the shield wall. Then, at the same time, the ranged attackers would use their long-range attacks. This was exactly what they were aiming for, a simple but effective strategy. All the attacks flew straight towards the bewildered ferret standing in front of them. Immediately after, a violent explosion rang out from behind the stone wall and flames flashed brilliantly. Accompanied by plumes of black smoke billowing straight into the sky, everyone bowed their heads in contemplation. No one said a word to anyone. However, Jigu clenched his teeth nervously, thinking of a name Seong-pil. He quickly turned his head to warn him. "Be careful," Jigu said with a serious face. "Do not rush forward. Instead, stay back and observe the situation." Hearing this, Seong-pil was extremely confused. "Why?" "We finally got into position." But just then, a sound from the distance made his face contort. The stone walls had reached their limit. Cracks began to appear on them. The cloud of dust and smoke above grew thicker. And then the wall could no longer hold. It shattered, sending large chunks of rock flying out from within. A deafening explosion. Dong-hee tightened his grip on his sword, his face filled with shock at this scene. But the biggest problem with this strategy, the ferret's foot began to appear. It stomped violently on the ground, making the whole scene tremble. Through the thick, hazy cloud of dust, its massive body slowly stepped out. Its aura was completely overwhelming compared to the small group of people. The monster clenched its fist, opened its mouth wide, and let out a series of ear-splitting roars. Jigu continued to think to himself, "Is that if it fails, everything will spiral out of control." Just then, a sword in the distance was suddenly knocked back. The young man was sent staggering by the impact. He gritted his teeth in pain. After that, the young man fell straight backward. His teammate shouted in fear. Junggu's molars were rattled by the monster's power. He lay sprawled on the ground and struggled to speak. "You will have to cover me." His teammate immediately replied, "Got it." As he said this, he silently twisted open a vial of red potion in his hand. "How long has it been? 30 minutes?" His tired teammate shook his head. "Not even 5 minutes. Junggu could not help but swear, damn it." After drinking it, he wiped his mouth with his hand. Captain Kim Dong-hee is amazing fighting against a monster like that. On the other side, Dong-hee was completely focused on the current situation. His eyes shone with strong determination. The ferret continuously shrieked madly, flailing its arms to dodge his water guillotine skill. Dong-hee kept glancing back to assess its condition, and as soon as he saw the ferret was completely fine, he couldn't help but gasp. Its wounds were recovering too quickly, and a dense white smoke covered the mountain forest scenery as Dong-hee loudly commanded that its regeneration was comparable to a high-level Guardian. Then Main Forces 1 and 2 switch positions, support team, prepare for battle. Everyone followed the order and gradually ran forward as Seong-pi hesitantly looked at him, and Gigyu reminded him in a low voice. "We should also get ready soon." Gigyu calmly nodded. "All right, I understand." This attitude of his made Seong-pi worry and call out, "Hey." Gigyu's small body was a complete contrast to the ferret's enormous size, and Seong-gu shouted in fear, trying to stop him. "Hey, this is too dangerous!" Suddenly, a strange stream of light emanated from beside Gigyu. His face darkened grim and cold, and just as the beam of light was about to strike his shoulder, Gigyu immediately leaned over and successfully dodged it, sending dirt and sand flying. The ground exploded everywhere from the impact as Gigyu smirked in satisfaction, thinking, "Just as I predicted, I was right," and he turned his head to glance at the other group. All the players quickly completed it. The tutorial section, none of them knew that now, every time the ferret launched any attack, Gigyu could easily evade it, his body moving fluidly from one spot to another. That this guy's attack pattern. The ferret's eyes lit up like laser beams, scanning across, wanting to destroy everything. The only differences were its physical stats and regeneration ability. If so, Gigyu recalled CEO Hun's question back then. "What do you plan to do with this? That $8 million in cash?" he had gasped. "I'll pay off my debts and buy some new equipment." Back in reality, Gigyu crouched to dodge the ferret's swings. Then his sharp eyes glanced upward as he decided internally, "This is a perfect opportunity." Thinking this, Gigyu used all his strength to leap forward. He thought it was to test the power of his newly linked ego at that very moment. Gigyu continuously dashed like a flash of lightning, running back and forth, making the ferret only able to turn its head, unable to keep up with his movements as he relentlessly swung his sword, slashing through the air, leaving brilliant streaks of light that flashed through the air like sharp sparks cutting through the darkness. The shoes on Gigyu's feet also glowed continuously, helping him move more easily. The system announced that the rapid flourish skill was gradually increasing his speed. He could reach maximum speed in 5 minutes. After 3 minutes, the ferret had become visibly irritated. Its entire body was covered in long gashes that were constantly oozing a black fluid, and the two young men standing nearby couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. Dong-hee's mouth also hung open, speechless. "What the hell?" He suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something. Dong-hee hastily shouted, "Gigyu, its regeneration rate is abnormally high. We should land one deep blow rather than many shallow attacks," he continued to advise loudly. "It seems this will be a war of attrition, so you should conserve your energy, however, at this very moment." The scene before him made Dong-hee freeze. Its regeneration has stopped. The necklace on Gigyu's body began to glow brightly as the system announced mana regeneration increases mana recovery rate. Critical wound slows and reduces healing ability. The ferret hunched over, collapsed on the ground, struggling to gasp for breath. Then the ferret suddenly sprang back up. It brutally swung its fist forward, creating a whirlwind of fury. The two young men stared at each other in confusion. "What's wrong with it? A change in its attack pattern?" Gigyu observed in silence. Thoughts constantly surfaced in his head. This move is nothing as impressive as a change in attack pattern. It's simply a low-level monster that's been cornered. It's just in its death throes. Then he suddenly smiled provocatively. He quickly leaped forward, the sharp tip of his sword seeming to have locked onto a position to strike down. Gigyu's eyes shone with determination as he thought to himself, "I predicted all of this." Just a moment later, Gigyu used his sword to deliver numerous slashes across the ferret's body. Its body was quickly covered in long gashes, and when he was done, he quickly jumped down below the members of the Brothers Guild, who saw this had their faces go blank. Gigyu forcefully dug his feet into the ground to break his sword, now emitting a brilliant light. At this point, Gigyu took the opportunity while it was in pain to jump up and land another slash across its chin. Pillars of electric fire erupted along the sword's path, raging violently as if to incinerate everything. All the surrounding air instantly fell into a strange silence. Gigyu continued to land on the ground, keeping his distance from it. The ferret's entire body was constantly spraying a foul, murky fluid, and then he leaped up again, moving to another location. Leaving only a hazy smoke below, Gigyu rushed forward with a serious face. At the speed of light, he stared intently at it, silently calculating his path. A sweeping attack is obvious, however. If it reveals even a small opening, then no matter how many levels it gains, a mindless beast is still a mindless beast. Thinking this, Gigyu confidently charged forward. "It can't scare me one bit." By now, Gigyu had flown to be level with the ferret. He swung his arm behind his back to build momentum. Gigyu's eyes shone brightly, full of hope and determination. Finally, he unleashed a continuous barrage of slashes without rest, each bright line cutting across the air. The air was filled with sharp, powerful force, and all who witnessed the scene were astonished as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Jigu held his sword and stood proudly before the monster's corpse. The astonished voices of the people rang out. He took it down. He turned to look at it on my own. A mechanical voice rang out, "You have defeated the low-level demon ferret." Gigu's eyes widened in shock. A demon. The mechanical voice rang out again. A single massive jaw of an animal appeared and took a bite, eating half of the monster's corpse. The demon devourer skill has been activated. The others stared with their eyes wide and jaws agape at the scene before them. The monster's corpse was devoured cleanly in front of them, while blood splattered everywhere. The mechanical voice rang out again. The ferret's ego, it continued, the ferret's egofication has failed. He narrowed his eyes and glanced down, silent for a long moment. The voice continued to emanate from the black sword in his hand, the fragments from the failure of the ferret's egofication are being absorbed. The wind blew away the surrounding dust, revealing a clear space before everyone's eyes. Donghee's voice trembled in horror. Everyone, he turned his head and hurriedly raised his hand to give orders. All injured members focus on recovery. Non-combat members start collecting the remaining belongings of the main assault team. He reminded them in a loud voice, "Don't let your guard down, stay focused," everyone said in unison. "Yes, sir." Donghee walked up behind Jigu, his voice serious player, Kim Jigu. "May I speak with you privately?" Gigu's expression was a bit tense as he glanced at him. The two walked to another place. He looked at Donghee in confusion, thinking, is he going to interrogate me about the disappearing corpse? Even though a sentinel's corpse is very valuable, he frowned a little worried now. All the spirit stones and items have disappeared. He's probably going to blame me. Jigu narrowed his eyes and quickly reassured himself, but no. He doesn't have any proof anyway. The whole thing is quite unusual, so he can't rush to conclusions. He and Donghee stood alone in a corner under everyone's scrutinizing gaze. Jigu thought, if that's the case, Donghee raised his hand with a serious expression and said, "Let me be direct. Do you want to join our brothers' guild?" Gigu's expression was calm, but inside he was incredibly happy, so he's trying to recruit me. "I know you're interested." He quickly expressed, "I'm very grateful, but I don't plan on joining any guild right now. Even the group I'm in now is just a temporary measure to be able to participate in this subjugation." Donghee smiled, his voice tinged with regret. "I understand what a shame," he said, while putting his hand in his pocket to get something. "In any case, I'd still like to maintain a good relationship with you, Jigu." He offered his business card and said, "If you change your mind, Brothers Guild Vice Guild Master Kim Donghee. Or if you need help, just contact me. I'm sorry it's a bit wrinkled from the fight." The evening sun set as their voices echoed outside the tower. "Good work, everyone. Thanks for your cooperation." Jigu glanced to his side. He smiled faintly and asked, "Can I ask you something?" Xiong Pai replied in surprise, "Yes, sir." Jigu asked doubtfully, "I didn't ask before because I was afraid of upsetting you. But why didn't you join Sukgu's Kim Guild while the two were talking? Seonggu and Han Yun were discussing what should we eat. How about soup? Nah, forget it." Jigu commented enthusiastically, "You could get in easily. You have more than enough potential and no shortage of connections. You could be exceptionally successful if you joined." He smiled and replied, "Well, it's nothing special." Xiong Pai smiled, his tone full of confidence. "It's just that I don't want to be accused of nepotism and I'd rather achieve everything with my own strength," he asked back casually. "What about you?" Jigu was startled and replied, "Me," Xiong Pai said cheerfully, "even when you were a guide, or now I feel like Sukgu would still send a recruitment offer to someone as capable as you." He fell silent as if deep in thought. He looked up at the fiery red sunset sky and smiled softly. It's nothing special." Han Yun looked at them suspiciously. "What are you two talking about so seriously?" Seonggu said cheerfully, "Let's go eat. I know a great spot." Jigu smiled and declined, "Sorry, maybe next time. I have something to do." He glanced at everyone, waved, and said, "I need to go home and pack." CEO Pai said in a sad voice, "Oh, is that so?" CEO Gu said, "See you later then." Han Yun said, "Thanks a lot, of course." Jigu waved cheerfully, "I'll call you guys when I'm done. See you later." He took his phone out of his pocket and said softly, "All right. I was told to call CEO Hoon when I was done." Jigu looked at his phone in surprise, a message from Taik. He opened his phone and read Tasik's message. "Hyung, call me after you're done with the conquest." The lights from the skyscrapers illuminated the city in the quiet night. A voice rang out, "Sorry for calling you out so late, Jigu." Taisik, Jigu exclaimed in surprise, his voice stuttering. "That old geezer, you mean?" He calmly announced the association president wants to have dinner with you. He scratched his head a bit flustered and said, "The association president? That's quite a surprise. I should have gotten a haircut or something first. I look so scruffy now." He joked, "It's fine." The image of the mysterious man standing before the towering skyscraper appeared in his mind. Jigu thought with some curiosity, the president of the Korean Player Association. Besides that title, he's a self-made man. Information about this giant of the Korean player industry is still a mystery. Jigu asked nervously, why would someone like him want to meet me? But this is your place. The elevator doors opened. He said calmly, floor 10, that's right. He said he wanted to cook for you himself. He likes to cook. He asked doubtfully, sure, but I mean why at your house? The two stood in front of the door as he raised his hand to enter the passcode. The two of them entered. He said nonchalantly, we're here, old man. A voice rang out. You're finally back, Taik. He glanced at the old man with a weary voice. How long are you going to keep quoting that movie? It's ancient. The old man shouted angrily, shut up. The old man said cheerfully, but you're back just in time. What's on the menu? Taik looked at him worriedly. I don't think we have enough ingredients at home. The old man's voice boomed, I bought ingredients, go set the table. Jigu was a bit surprised and silent for a long moment. He thought in astonishment, so that's the president of the Korean Player Association. Taik, wearing a pink apron, stood by the stove with his hands on his hips and a displeased look on his face. Clean the rest of the house, too. It looks like a pigsty. He held out his hand with an enthusiastic expression and said, so you're the player Kim Jigu. He said cheerfully, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jigu, with a tense expression, quickly reached out to shake his hand. Yes, sir, me too. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Jigu. Suddenly, something swept through his body, making Jigu flinch. He felt the man's powerful aura. The man introduced himself. I am Taik, president of the Korean Player Association. Jigu gritted his teeth, his expression serious, thinking this heavy pressure. A person doesn't reach the top for no reason. A group of people with superpowers at that. Taik frowned, looking at the two of them, and said doubtfully, take it easy. What are you doing? Dad Jigu's shocked voice echoed throughout the building. Dad. A delicious meal appeared on the table. Everyone said, let's eat, it doesn't look bad. Thank you for the meal. Jigu picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth as Taik glanced at him. He smiled and said, I've heard a lot about you from Taik. He narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint in them, and said in a low voice, it seems he's helped you a lot with his authority as a general. Department Director, Jigu said while eating, looking a bit flustered. It was a huge help, actually. Taik cried out, looking visibly annoyed. That's enough, old man, he's trying to eat. Let the kid eat. The old man disagreed, saying he can still eat. I'm just talking. Taik frowned and retorted, how is he supposed to swallow? Taik crossed his arms, his tone serious. Anyway, I want to offer you a job. Do you want to hear about it? Jigu quickly swallowed his food, then covered his mouth and coughed lightly before calmly asking, a job, you mean? The two began to discuss. The association wants to hire you. I've already told Taik. But Jigu smiled and replied nonchalantly, I have no intention of joining any organization. The old man interrupted, that's not it. Jigu looked at him, startled. The old man made a serious offer. Do you want to become a mercenary for the association? A small two-story house was silent in the dead of night. As Jigu walked up the stairs, Taik's voice echoed in his ears, even though the old man was a bit harsh. But he didn't mean to pressure or force you. Jigu remembered his words from when they stood in front of his house. He just wanted to give you a title, so you can comfortably receive help from the association. So you can help when needed and get what you deserve. This isn't a bad deal, Jigu mused, affiliating with a party. It would bring quite a few benefits, even if it's not full-time. It probably isn't bad if Taik said so. He frowned, feeling a bit hesitant in affiliation, Jigu remembered what CEO Pai said that afternoon. What about you? He remembered the image of Suk-gu with countless other powerful members and thought to himself, the Kim Guild. While I was fooling around at level 1, Suk-gu has become the guild master of one of the 10 strongest guilds in Korea. Jigu thought worriedly, I've been indebted to him ever since we met. Suk-gu's tall and sturdy back appeared before his eyes. Jigu encouraged himself, I can't be a burden anymore. I want to stand on equal footing with him. The image of a mysterious forest appeared in his mind. Jigu's heart filled with confidence. See you later in the tower, Suk-gu. A ball of fire hit a tree, causing an explosion. Something agile ran away. The mage holding a staff shouted angrily, damn it, I missed. A man held a sword to his chest and said seriously, don't worry, I'll finish it. A fierce fire blazed. He shouted, it's coming. A saber-toothed tiger leaped through the flames. It opened its fanged mouth and pounced on him. He swung his sword through the blazing fire. The tiger fell to the ground motionless. He breathed a sigh of relief. The mage asked in amazement, should we keep going? It's already dark outside anyway. He smiled and said, let's hunt 2 more first. The two of them trembled as they approached the tiger, discussing in low voices, I think I'm about to level up at this rate. Is it getting colder? It must be because it's night, but this is strange. He hugged himself, shivering uncontrollably, and said doubtfully, the 26th floor is usually hot. The two stood on a hilltop looking down. A voice said, I think they're at the bottom of the hill. The mage was startled, his jaw dropping. Below the hill were countless animals. They were frozen into solid blocks of ice. He cried out in horror, What is that? A vast area seemed to have returned to the Ice Age. Ice and snow covered the entire region. A voice rang out, Guildmaster, it seems it's not here. Jigu was sitting on the corpse of a frozen animal. He said, I understand. Jigu placed his hands on his knees and slowly stood up. A puff of white breath escaped his lips as he said nonchalantly, Then let's keep going. On the screen now, an image and sound announce the player of the week. A press conference is underway. Last weekend, the Angela Guild announced its conquest of the 80th floor, shocking the entire world. The Angela Guild master, the #1 global player Lee Sung-ho, and also player Shin Yubin, who was added to the high-ranker list back in March. They have solidified the fact that Korea is undoubtedly a nation of powerful players. The woman's voice continued so. We have prepared a special event for the high rankers. A fierce image of a player appeared with the introduction. The first one is the living legend Asura. The other editor added, even among the 5 great high rankers considered the pioneers, information about Asura is extremely limited. No one knows anything about him. Nationality, age, and even gender are unknown. This information was being relayed to Jigu, who immediately asked, and you're telling me that Asura, the one known as the world's strongest player, even before CEO Ho is the president of the Korean Player Association, and also your grandfather Taik replied, That's right, Jigu. He exclaimed, Oh my God, you're really rich. Beyond imagination. Taik reached into his breast pocket, took something out, and replied, Ahem. Well, don't let this get out. This is top secret information. Then Taik took out a ring and placed it on the table. Anyway, take this. He asked, startled, What is this, a marriage proposal? I think you've got the wrong person. You're giving me goosebumps. His voice deepened as he scolded, You idiot. Taik said seriously, It's an identification item provided to mercenaries. With it, you can receive authority equivalent to a director. Jigu's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Really? He smiled and said, CEO Hoon will explain the details. From today on, he will be your secretary. A voice rang out in the dark room. You will receive special treatment. As a high-level player specializing in things related to the tower or clearing gates, you'll receive a reward every time you complete a mission, and the association can buy back your items. The ones you earn during missions without any commission. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Furthermore, you have the right to refuse any mission. Sound good? Jigu was frozen still in shock when a voice echoed through the tower. So wonderful. Light from a high-rise building illuminated a patch of the dark sky. This is New York, America, the headquarters of the Iron Seal Guild. Standing opposite the glass window, he said in a deep voice, So you wanted to see me. The man stared at his back in silence for a long time. He called out Rogers. He bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Guildmaster. He suddenly started coughing continuously. The man glanced at him. With a cold expression, he asked, What's wrong? His eyes widened, bloodshot, his expression fierce as he gritted his teeth. Korea, please let me go to Korea. I'm begging you, Guildmaster, I'll do anything. I can give you everything. He calmly cut him off fine. He looked at him in astonishment. In a calm voice, he said, I will open a branch in Korea and make you the director. Do as you please, even if you want revenge. Iron Seal continued, and I will grant you number 9. He was startled and froze for a long moment. He exclaimed excitedly, 9, you mean Holy Sword number 9. He bowed his head, his voice hurried. Thank you, Guildmaster, thank you. Amidst his joyful voice, he said, Thank you so much. Iron Seal glanced at him, a flicker of cruelty in his eyes. He thought, That's right, Roger's hand be the stepping stone for my revenge. His face darkened as he thought to himself and the Demon King. He gritted his teeth, his expression fierce as he whispered to himself. The next time we meet. Light from a lamp shone on his metal leg. In his mind, he screamed madly, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. A status window appeared. Title Holy Swordmaster, level 89. Strength 130, Agility 132, Stamina 147, Magic Power 122. Accessory skill Holy Swordmaster. Can reflect 5% of damage received from a Holy Sword. Can absorb any Holy Sword of a lower grade than Kalian. Can prevent death from a single blow when at full health, a one-time effect. Jigu sat in a car waiting at a red light. He pondered, a Holy Sword, huh? It's gotten significantly stronger since absorbing Kalian. Jigu touched his chin, wondering, but how can I find one? Do you know? A voice echoed in his mind. I'm sorry, Master. Although I have awakened my power, my memories are still incomplete. Jigu glanced at his own reflection. In the car window, he asked internally, "What about you, Ru?" He remembered the vicious wolf from before. Jigu began to analyze. "You said you still don't know how to use the ego fragment." "The one I took from Chankyun's ego, but you've already absorbed Ferris's ego." He asked curiously, "How do you feel? Has anything changed?" Xianghun smiled and asked, "You got your hair done?" Jigu replied, a bit flustered, "Yes, I realized it was a bit messy, so I trimmed it a little." Ru's worried voice rang out. "It's as if he can hear us talking." She calmly reassured him, "No way." "What about the fragments?" Ru replied, "I don't know." His voice was dejected. What was I expecting from it anyway? Jigu ended the conversation with Ru and L. He turned to ask him, "Excuse me, Mr. Xianghun, yes, where are we going?" He explained gently a unique gate in Yosu. The gate's measuring device keeps fluctuating between F rank and C rank. You just need to clear it. Jigu touched his chin nervously. "This is my first mission as a mercenary. I'm a little anxious." The car sped down the road. He said casually, "There's no need to be because our first objective is just to gather information." The car drove past a billboard. He was startled when he saw it. "A rest area." Xianghun said, "I'll go in too." Jigu was startled, panicking internally. "Oh crap, my baby potatoes, when did we get on the highway?" Xianghun continued, "Oh, by the way, have you heard?" He smiled cheerfully. "At the association, mercenaries are given nicknames." While Jigu was still tearing up over his baby potatoes, he looked at him in astonishment and asked a nickname. "You mean like Demon King or Asura?" Jigu replied, "I haven't heard about that." Xianghun stated it was decided in this morning's meeting. He asked in shock why would they decide that on their own. He calmly said, "Your nickname is Fingermaster." Jigu's mouth fell open, his eyes flashing with confusion. The angry faces of Seongu and Hanyun appeared in his mind. Jigu forced a smile. "What a coincidence, huh? The kids are going to love this." Xiong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jigu yelled angrily, "Why are you laughing?" The road ahead was barricaded. A spatial gate emitting a purple light appeared before everyone as Jigu was eating a fishball. Then a voice rang out, startling him. "Sir Fingermaster, it's an honor to meet you." A man bowed respectfully and said, "I am the director of the Player Association in Yosu." Jigu, flustered quickly, replied, "I get it, please raise your head." He blushed with embarrassment and said, "You can just call me by my name." Xianghun couldn't hold back his laughter. Jigu glared at him angrily and yelled, "Stop laughing." The two of them stood before the spatial gate. A voice rang out. It appeared a few days ago. It was immediately determined to be a unique gate. No one has entered yet. Seonghun touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, "So the first objective is still reconnaissance as planned." "What is our current manpower?" He said seriously, "We can assemble a B-rank subjugation team if you request it. That's more than enough." He smiled and waved his hand. "I've gathered the necessary equipment in the management office. As soon as you two are ready, we can leave immediately." Suddenly, he looked towards Jigu and stammered. Seeing this, a puzzled Seonghun turned his head to look. "Sir," the two of them exclaimed in horror. "I mean Mr. Kim player Kim Jigu." The two men rushed over to dissuade him. "Sir, that's a unique gate. It's too dangerous to be so reckless." He looked at the spatial gate, feeling a little worried inside, and asked again, "Ruel, are you sure?" El affirmed, "I am sure, master." Jigu raised his hand to touch the spatial gate. Suddenly, as Ru emerged, the quiet spatial gate suddenly turned violent. The other two screamed in panic. "Damn it, it's a gate break!" He quickly took out his phone to call for help. "Contact headquarters immediately and request support from nearby guilds." "Damn it, why is this happening?" "There should have been more time." He was shocked as he felt the gate's ferocity. "It really is." Ru said calmly, "I told you so." A notification appeared in front of him. "Accept link with this gate." Jigu raised his hand and touched the notification to accept the link. L cheered happily, "An ego master, it's an ego." Jigu was now standing before the gate, which was emitting a dense, dark energy. Someone turned back and asked any word from headquarters yet. The member on the phone reported back. They said it will take at least 15 more minutes. Everyone called out anxiously Hunter Kim. He gently raised his hand towards the gate, where the link confirmation status was displayed. Jigu paused, thinking to himself, "The gate is an ego, I had a feeling." But still, while everyone was continuously calling out player Kim Jigu's name, he just stared blankly at his hand, about to touch the confirmation. Is this really happening? Just then, Seonghun arrived in the nick of time, grabbing Jigu's hand tightly and pulling him back. He warned, "That's very dangerous, player Kim Jigu." The atmosphere suddenly became charged. He softly called out Seonghun's name. The others watching the scene were momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "My God, what is happening?" Afterwards, the gate area was sealed off and carefully guarded. The scene changes to a simple room that has become a temporary office inside a container. Seonghun's cheerful voice rang out. "How wonderful, player Kim Jigu!" He was silent, his expression a little tense. He rested his chin on his hand, a flood of questions pouring from his mouth. So now you can even cause a gate break. What's next? Are you planning to control a horde of monsters? Jigu looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. He scratched his head in confusion and said, I didn't know it would turn out like this either. Seong-hun leaned back in his chair and sighed. He asked doubtfully, so what exactly happened? Jigu stiffened. He was silent for a long time. Seong-hun recalled everyone's disbelief. He speculated its return to a normal state, but was that really a gate break? It makes me a little worried. Jigu tried to choose his words carefully. I might know a little about what happened, but this is a first for me too. I can't go into detail, but it's probably because of my unique skill. He frowned, looking a little troubled, and whispered, If it's your unique skill, it would be a bit rude of me to ask further. He picked something up and handed it to Jigu. Here, take this now. Jigu took the wooden mask in surprise and asked doubtfully, What is this? He calmly replied, A traditional Korean mask. I painted the lips on it myself. He recalled the countless players who had appeared outside the gate. Because there were signs of a gate break, the area around the gate was now full of urgently summoned players. He glanced at the gate not far away, then took out his phone. His voice worried. The reporters will be here soon, too. Mr. Hun frowned, showing Jigu a photo on his phone of the gate from the previous incident, and said seriously, You don't want to be in the news, do you? So wear a mask when you're in front of other people. Jigu said with a sigh, Thank you, but your taste is really something else. He replied flustered, Hey, it was hard for me to find that. I mean, isn't the lipstick design nice? Jigu stood before the spatial gate discussing with them. After a 1-hour meeting, it was decided that I would enter the gate alone. He recalled the annoyed faces of the other players. But in the end, they just watched Jigu in silence. He guessed that although there were some objections, it seemed the guild had already handled it. Jigu cheered inwardly. Mercenaries are the best, the guild is the best, CEO. Hun asked again with some concern, Are you sure you'll be all right going in alone? Jigu replied calmly, Yes, it's related to my unique ability. Just have everyone on standby outside the gate just in case. A notification window appeared, Accept link. Jigu raised his hand, touched it, and said link. A beam of light slowly engulfed his body, and Jigu vanished before everyone's eyes. Moonlight filtered down onto a dead branch. A crow turned its head warily, scanning the area as a man hurried along the path. A voice rang out, checking your worthiness. He held his head and said dejectedly, Worthiness. Jigu took off his mask, speculating that with Ru and L, he just had to give them names. Perhaps gates are different, Ru said angrily. You're making us sound so cheap, master. He put the mask in his bag and said doubtfully, I'm not sure what's going on, but I just need to clear this place right. Ru replied, I don't know either. But it's best if you just destroy everything and see what happens. Jigu crossed his arms, shivering, and said in a frightened voice, but still this place is terrifying. I'd better clear this place quickly. Ru and L commented cheerfully, I can feel a damp and dreary magical presence. This place is pretty good. As he walked and looked around, he said, For now, let's first find the place with the highest concentration of magical energy. Ru's calm voice startled Jigu, Master. I don't think that will be necessary. He stopped as the ground beneath him trembled non-stop and a cloud of dust rose in the distance. Countless feet pounded the ground as armored skeletons swiftly ran towards them. They charged in terrifying numbers, and Jigu frowned, his expression growing serious. His voice was low. Skeleton soldiers, huh? Suddenly, Jigu's eyes narrowed at something in the distance. A headless skeleton on horseback holding a sword was charging at him. He cried out in shock, It's a Dullahan! This is the first time I've ever seen a real one. But come on, isn't it a bit much to send out a sub-boss right at the start? Jigu dropped his backpack and took a combat stance. He called out, El Ru. They both replied in unison, Okay, yes, master. 2 streams of light, 1 yellow and 1 red, burst from Jigu's body. He charged powerfully at the skeleton soldiers, accelerating. Wherever Jigu passed, the skeletons fell in droves, dropping countless purple gems. He said doubtfully, usually in a case like this. Jigu leaped and swung his sword, saying, You're supposed to cut off the leader's head first. Ru cried out in confusion. But master, it doesn't have a head. The ancient axe drew a circle on the ground. A skeleton soldier raised its axe to block his sword. The scene shifted to a gloomy cemetery thick with an aura of death. Jigu stood before the entrance to a royal tomb and said doubtfully, Something is very strange here. He asked doubtfully, What do you mean? Ru replied, The skeleton soldiers are one thing. Jigu recalled how easily he had dealt with the Dullahan. Ru continued his analysis, but even the sub-boss, the Dullahan, was too weak compared to the magical energy this gate is emitting. Jigu asked a little worried, That's true, they were weaker than I heard, but so what? He was startled and looked in a specific direction. Jigu looked doubtfully at the largest tomb in the center of the cemetery. Behind the headstone was a coffin. He said calmly, "Looks like this is where the boss will come out, huh?" The coffin lid suddenly burst open and a plume of green smoke billowed out. Ru warned anxiously, "Be careful, master." The coffin lid crashed to the ground as green smoke poured out. Ru asserted there must be a reason for this, for that Dullahan to be so weak. Ru's sword glowed with a brilliant red light. Jigu frowned and charged forward aggressively as Ru stammered, for instance. The green smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a withered hand. A skull appeared before him. A lich-like monster wreathed in green smoke materialized in front of him. Ru's voice trembled as he voiced a daring thought if all the magical energies scattered throughout this gate were concentrated inside this one boss monster. The monster opened its mouth, making a wheezing sound. Jigu frowned, filled with doubt. This thing should only appear in high-level gates, or from floor 60 and above. He took a step forward, getting into a stance to attack as his mind reeled. King Andres the Necromancer. It opened its mouth, its voice deep and somber, so, "You are the one who wishes to become my master." Jigu's eyes widened in amazement. He said in disbelief how it replied slowly, "I shall ask again." It raised a hand, its voice low. "Are you the one?" It pointed at him who wishes to become my master. Jigu stared at it in horrified disbelief. How could this gatekeeper have the system's voice? It raised its hand towards him and asked, "I will ask one more time. Are you the one?" Two bright red lights flared in its eyes as it continued, "Who wishes to become my master?" Jigu frowned, completely confused. "Why does this gatekeeper have the system voice?" He yelled defiantly. "That's right, I came here to master this gate." Jigu said proudly, "Then let me ask you a question in return. Are you the gate?" It whispered the gate. It paused, then clicked its tongue and replied, "That's right, the gate. I am the master of these abandoned ruins." He thought in shock, its voice. It held out a hand and green light began to condense in its palm. Jigu flinched and frowned, focusing ahead as he urgently called out in his mind, "Ru, El, we have to act first." Ru and El replied in unison, "All right." "Yes, master." A staff materialized in its hand as it shouted, "Prove yourself. That you are worthy of being my master." A dark green light radiated from the staff and a black vortex began to expand out from it. At the same time, a brilliant red beam shot from the tip of the staff. Jigu watched in horror as the red light hurtled towards him. He gritted his teeth with a pained look. Damn it, it's too late to dodge. A massive explosion erupted with immense destructive force. Afterward, thick smoke and dust filled the air. Jigu coughed twice, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." Ru's voice came from the swordmaster, "Be careful, it's coming." He frowned and said, "I know." Jigu stared at it with a tense expression as it raised both hands and countless sharp arrows materialized. It laughed contemptuously and said, "Is that all you've got?" Its voice was full of arrogance. "I haven't even gotten started yet." Countless arrows flew towards him. Ru's sword, which lay not far away, vanished. The arrows rained down with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jigu had already dashed away from where he was standing. The rock where he had been was pierced with a large hole. His voice rang out in Hants. Another rain of arrows descended as countless green arrows appeared beside the lich, who said, "It's useless." The arrow rain came again, and Jigu hastily dodged, thinking to himself, "If I lose focus for a second, it's over." Jigu gritted his teeth and said, "I'm counting on you," Ru asked in shock. "What?" He reassured Ru, "Don't worry, I got pretty good at grenade tossing last time." Ru cried out in a panic, "Wait, you mean... Hey, don't tell me you're about to..." Before Ru could finish, Jigu threw him like a grenade. The sword embedded itself in the ground. Ru couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, you son of a..." Master Jigu appeared beside him and said with a grin, "Sorry about that." Ru roared in fury. "And you're smiling." Two streams of red and green light appeared. He leaped high into the air with weapons in both hands. Jigu charged to attack it, swinging down with a sword and thinking, "Take this." King Andres calmly raised his staff, easily parrying the blow. It said arrogantly, "Oh, would-be master of mine, this is not nearly enough to..." Jigu interrupted it. "This was my real plan." He spun in midair as fast as a whirlwind, and then he delivered an incredibly powerful slash straight to its chest. King Andres howled in pain. A long gash of light appeared on its chest, and a purple glow began to corrode its body. After the attack, Jigu quickly used the momentum to leap back, creating distance. It watched him retreat, a low growl rumbling in its throat as King Andres touched the wound on its chest. It looked at the silver sword with a green crystal in Jigu's hand and remarked in a low voice, "A rather annoying weapon, I see. It seems I'll have to stop dragging this out." Green sparks flashed in its large eyes. Jigu frowned as another arrow rain came this time with more projectiles and a larger range. His annoyed voice rang out, "Damn it. The range of the arrow rain covers this entire area." Ru quashed the idea forming in Jigu's head, saying, "We can't dodge this one." L's voice was firm, "Master, swing me. I will block it." A volley of arrows began to descend, countless projectiles aiming for where he stood. Jigu roared, "Let's go, L." Yes, Ru asked doubtfully, "What about me?" His speed increased to its limit as if one person had become two. Jigu swung his sword, deflecting all the arrows. He said to Ru, "Your attribute is not suited for this." Ru retorted unconvinced, "What do you mean? Those dull dark blades are nothing compared to me." He explained to Ru while parrying the arrows, "I am sorry, but now is not the time to talk about uncertainties." Jigu frowned, seemingly realizing something. The speed of the arrows kept increasing. He was losing some confidence, thinking they are getting faster. Can I even withstand this? He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with determination. Jigu asked Ru again with some worry, "Are you sure?" Ru affirmed with absolute certainty. He glanced at Du and said, "I trust you." He held the sword Du and slashed at an arrow. The green arrow vanished the moment it touched Du. Du said, "Du is absorbing the dark energy." Du continued, "Du has begun to awaken to the Lord of the Dark Sword." Jigu asked doubtfully what Lord Du said, seriously, "Sacrifice something, so that it can fully awaken." A red light spread from the eye on the sword. The eye emitted a brilliant radiance and a powerful surge of red energy erupted. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him, stammering, How can a mere mortal?" King Andres was slightly surprised, gritting his teeth and growling as his voice rang out. "It seems you are not all talk, but I have not fully accepted you yet." He raised his hand and green smoke spread everywhere. Suddenly the ground cracked as if something was about to emerge. He said, "Let the final test begin." Inside the graveyard, the corpses underground suddenly came to life and crawled out. The undead scrambled up from the ground and slowly stood up. He stood atop a mountain of corpses, looking down at Jigu, his voice filled with confidence. "I still have many things to ask you about that lord or whatever. But it seems I do not have that much time now, do I? Whoa." A pair of blazing red eyes opened. The mountain of corpses had transformed into a giant monster. Jigu's eyes widened in horror as he whispered, "A living golem." It raised its fist, preparing to strike. The fist descended with incredible speed. The fist came down with terrifying force, creating a large crater in the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. It stopped and searched around. He calmly analyzed, "If I am at an attribute disadvantage, I will overwhelm them with this fearsome power." In this case, a flash of light appeared in the thick dust. Jigu said, "Enhance." He was startled and glanced up. Jigu's speed was also incredibly fast. He slashed continuously from the hand up to the arm. The monster's arm was destroyed. He shot up into the air, his tone challenging. "How about this? The gate." Jigu smiled confidently and said, "Am I worthy enough now?" He cried out in surprise. At the same time, he slashed his sword across his body. He replied, "I accept you, O my master." A voice rang out, "The gate has accepted your connection. Please give it a name." In the center of the graveyard, smoke billowed. The necromancer's entire body was smoking. A voice rang out, "The gate has accepted your connection. Please name the gate." The black smoke gradually dissipated. Jigu whispered a name. He held his sword-swinging pose, wondering what should I name it. Suddenly, the sword Du absorbed that black smoke. Jigu asked worriedly, "Ru, what is it now?" A blazing red light emanated from the eye on the sword. Lu let out a maniacal laugh. Lu said, "Do you see, this is me, this is the real me." Du's voice was full of jealousy. "Did you think I would just stand by and watch forever?" Watching that holy sword grow stronger than me, Ru continued to laugh madly. Jigu cried out in alarm, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" The red light grew increasingly blinding. Ru's laughter became more and more terrifying. Jigu screamed Ru, his face still filled with shock and worry. He looked at Du and asked, "Do you not think you have gone a little too far?" "What is wrong?" Du asked doubtfully. "What did I just do?" El casually said, "She is confused, master." Jigu looked at the sword in astonishment. El said, "Confused." She continued, Du quickly cut her off. "Be quiet. Do not say unnecessary things." Du's voice sounded a bit tired. "I'm going to rest for a bit, master. I think I have a bit of a headache." Jigu replied, "It is fine, although I have many things to ask you." Red crystals were scattered all over the ground. He said calmly, "Let us talk later then." Ru replied, "That is fine." Jigu watched as Du retreated into the ring on his hand, thinking to himself, "First, I need to come up with a name." He looked at the notification window, frowning, and thought, "Name the gate." Then Jigu closed his eyes and meditated. In his mind was the image of a crumbling body losing its life force. Jigu thought Branhart is fading away. He said cheerfully, "All right, I have got it." Jigu looked at the notification window and said, "Your name is Branhart." The city was gradually entering the night. People walked nervously on the streets. This is really happening. They have confirmed a gate break. A person with a loudspeaker announced, "Please follow the association's agents and move to the designated evacuation shelters. I repeat, players are still standing by outside the gate." The warning voice echoed again. "This is not a drill. They have confirmed the break." Two players with worried expressions discussed in low voices. "It has been a long time since we had a gate break." "What rank did they say it was?" "They said it fluctuates between F and C rank." A man stepped out of a luxury car amidst the whispers of the crowd. A unique gate. What a headache. "This is too much." Taik glanced at him. "What about the backup plan?" He quickly said, "We have already notified the nearby guilds, and the members of the Tri-Guild are on their way." He continued to ask, "Is the evacuation complete yet?" He opened his laptop and replied, "Everything is proceeding smoothly without any issues. We believe it will be complete in another 30 minutes. He ordered anxiously, "Make that 10. I will inform them." Taik glanced in one direction with a troubled expression and said, "However, the biggest problem is." Over there, reporters with cameras were shouting loudly. Taik thought with frustration, the press does not seem very cooperative, even if it is freedom of speech or whatever. Some of them used to be players, so they are a bit of a nuisance. He frowned with a dismissive look and said, "Ignore them. If they want to die, then let them die." A voice replied, "Understood." Taik frowned, analyzing this gate break as not really a big deal. Our forces now including myself. It was already overkill. He looked at the spatial gate, feeling extremely worried inside, but Taik's face darkened. He thought if a gate break is really happening, it means something bad happened to Jigu. The players outside all stared with wide eyes and open mouths, their faces filled with horror. The spatial gate suddenly emitted brilliant red flashes of light. Cracks appeared on its surface. Everyone screamed in panic, "It is a gate break. Prepare for battle." Taik, both worried and frustrated, shouted, "Damn it, so it is really happening." A spear appeared in his hand. Taik's heart was filled with sadness. "Kim, I am sorry. This is all because I am incompetent." His expression turned fierce. He gripped the spear tightly, his heart resolute. "I am sorry, Jigu, Director." "And what is worse is..." Taik charged forward, kicking up dust. He roared, "I will avenge you." He dashed past the players in front, rushing towards the gate. He said with my own two hands. Everyone cried out in surprise. "What?" Taik furiously roared. "Kim Jigu." Jigu stepped out. He replied doubtfully. Jigu said casually, "Were you calling me?" He was silent for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Taik, who was charging, cried out, "You!" He twisted his body mid-air and cursed. "You bastard!" Suddenly, he was thrown backward, tumbling to the ground as if he had hit something. Jigu scratched his ear with a surprised look. He turned his head and cried out in shock, "What is this?" A dazzling light shone on him, making him quickly cover his eyes. Shouts of praise and excitement rang out. "Take a picture. Let us see his face. It is a special case. He cleared the gate by himself, even when it was about to break." They shouted excitedly, "An interview. Please give us an interview." Jigu stammered, "Wait, excuse me." They asked curiously, "Is that ring an item?" The scene changes to the building with Taik's apartment. Tegu said with a serious face and ego. At the dinner table, he was pensive. He asked doubtfully, "Is that so? Is that the reason you were able to get so strong so quickly?" Former CEO Hun asked a bit shyly, "Am I allowed to hear this story? A unique attribute is not just some random skill, is it?" Taik quickly reassured him, "I brought you along because I trust you. Otherwise, I would not have made you my secretary in the first place." He looked at Jigu doubtfully and asked, "So a connection with the gate. What happened to it?" He replied with some concern, "To be honest, this is a first for me, so I am not entirely sure. But it said it is balancing things and is not responding to me. I think something happened when the gate closed." He asked while eating, "What about that ego named Du? You said it is not responding either. Did you say it went past its limit?" Jigu said casually, "It is quiet, but I can still use its abilities as usual, so I do not think anything is wrong." He replied, That is good news." Tegu exclaimed softly, "Oh my God, a player who can possess a gate. If this gets out, the whole world will go crazy," he reassured him. "Of course, do not worry about the press leaking this. The association has handled it. The press will not find out," Jigu replied. "All right, thank you, sir." Just then, Jigu's phone vibrated. He got up hastily, a bit embarrassed. "Excuse me. Please wait a moment." "You have a call," the man said calmly. "Feel free." Jigu moved away, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Hello." Tegu was tasting the food, thinking to himself that it was a bit salty when a voice came from the phone. "The guy on TV, that's you, right?" The person repeated again, "The guy on TV, that's you, right?" The person laughed, their voice cheerful. "Seeing that ring and necklace, it's definitely you." What's with that weird mask Seonghun who was eating also got a call? Taik asked doubtfully. You both got a call. Is it from the association? The person on the other end continued to tease Jigu, the mysterious hero who stopped a gate break. You look cool. Meanwhile, Taik and Jigu opened their phones to check the news as the person on the phone said wittily, Can I brag to my friends about this or not? But I'm sure many people will recognize you anyway. Hey, Jigu glanced towards the dining table as the voice on the phone continued, but he couldn't focus because the three people at the table were staring at him. What's going on? Taik looked at his phone doubtfully. The phone displayed breaking news. A hero single-handedly prevents a disaster. Is this the birth of a high-level player? He exclaimed, I'm screwed. The picture on the front page was of Jigu with a panicked expression. A hero single-handedly prevents a disaster. Is this the birth of a high-level player? A girl was looking at the news about Jigu on her phone when a man appeared behind her and asked doubtfully, Did something happen? She seemed to be in a good mood, smiling slightly as she replied, It's nothing. That girl was Sudong. Her eyes flashed with a hint of madness as she thought I've taught my student quite well. There's a type of player called player journalists. Most of them are retired players and they gather news about the tower, the gates, and other players. At that moment, the two of them were washing dishes together. Taik spoke regretfully. I couldn't control them. I'm sorry. Jigu shook his head. It's not like you did it on purpose. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh. We were just really unlucky. It seems a troublemaker snuck in with the reporters. Jigu raised an eyebrow doubtfully and asked a troublemaker. Taik nodded. He's quite famous. He was a ranker before he retired. His name is Go Hyung-jun. He was ranked quite high, even among other rankers, Taik warned seriously, but you shouldn't get involved with him. Be careful if you happen to meet him in the future. Hearing this, he slowly replied, All right. Scene changed to Dongdaemun at Senior Huang's shop. Gentle sunlight streamed down. Just then, Lu's scolding voice echoed in Jigu's head. So now you're interested in collecting items? Such a bad habit. You selfish, ego-craving master. He closed his eyes with a wry smile, thinking Lu would definitely say that if she were awake. Jigu walked around the room. It feels quite empty without her here. Elle spoke up guiltily. I apologize, master. But I could never speak to you that way, she said cautiously and fearfully. How could I dare, Jigu replied wearily. You don't need to do that. Just then, Jigu sat in front of someone, a confused look on his face. What are you mumbling about? Jigu scratched his head sheepishly. How have you been, senior? The man rested his chin on his hand and couldn't help but praise him. I saw the news. You're quite famous now, aren't you? Yishun glanced at the necklace around his neck and recognized his Tair and Hermes. Then he teased, Should I be paying you an advertising fee for that? Jigu smiled and explained, Actually, that's precisely why I'm here. Jichun mumbled in surprise, Are you really asking for an advertising fee? Jigu broke into a nervous sweat, now that things have turned out this way. I don't think I should stand out so much, so I need something to hide my identity. Hearing this, Ji-chun's expression grew serious. So you're looking for a mask? I have to admit, the one you wore in the papers looked awful. Jigu immediately retorted, That's not it. Ji-chun continued in a low voice. I'm sorry, but I don't think my shop has what you want. Jigu hastily repeated, I said I'm not looking for a mask. Besides, I didn't even buy that one. The man grunted in confusion. Huh? Then what is it? Jigu looked down at the 2 rings on his hand, his voice slowing. As you know, egos and masks are pretty recognizable. As for the mask, I can just stop wearing it. He recalled an online article. The rings look quite rare, so I tried searching for them, but there's no information. It looks like he's wearing as many as 3 of them. Or 4 or something. He has so much good gear. The ring on his ring finger is a mercenary ring from the Player Alliance. I've seen that one before. I think I saw someone wearing rings just like those in Seoul not too long ago. Jigu continued. Luckily, the tier hasn't gotten much media attention yet, but the problem is the rings. He calmly explained his issue, but I can't do without them. So I'm looking for a way to hide them on me. Yichun exclaimed, Oh, is that right? That's no fun at all. Then he pointed to a shelf behind him. There are gloves and gauntlets over there. Go take a look. I've made a few, but not many, he explained. Jigu turned to look around as instructed, thinking I was able to successfully form a link with Branhart after a few failed attempts. But linking with Tair and Hermes was easier, he thought to himself. If I remember correctly, could it be because my ego ownership stat has increased? Hearing this, Elle immediately spoke up. Yes, master. She shared her thoughts before your ownership capacity was only enough for Lu and me, but you are much stronger now than you were back then. I'm not saying you were weak or anything back then. It could be that the egos didn't like the names you gave them. Jigu cut her off dejectedly. I don't need you to console me, Elle. He hesitated, observing each item one by one, thoughts racing through his mind. They all look fine, but I shouldn't pick anything with a design that stands out. Let's see. However, at that moment, something caught Jigu's eye. He reached deep into the shelf and mumbled, "All right, I'll choose you then." Jishun saw his action and smiled to himself, thinking, "Good choice." Jigu began to chant, "Link, your name is..." As soon as he put it on, a bright light burst forth. The system announced Oberon. "You have successfully linked with the ego Oberon. You can now access Oberon's information." Jigu wiggled his fingers with delight, clicking his tongue in amazement. Jichun asked, "How are they?" He tilted his head and replied, "It feels a bit strange, but I'm sure I'll get used to it." The system began to display the information Oberon. Level 27, Strength 40, Dexterity 30, Health 12, Magic Power 8, Skills Disguise Force. Jigu thought to himself, it has the perfect options for a gauntlet. Force gives a temporary strength boost. Then he suddenly wondered, can I summon Lu and El while wearing this, he wondered. Normal gloves always break when I summon them, so I can't use them. With that thought, Jigu called out Luel. As he spoke, the two rings on his hand began to glow. Powerful electric sparks shot out and the air crackled fiercely. A moment later, two sharp swords materialized, covered in brilliant red and yellow electrical currents, looking as if they were alive in his hands. Witnessing this, Jishun couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Those are some nice weapons. Looking at the two familiar swords, Jigu felt relieved. All right, the summoning works as usual, but the most important part is whether it can hide the rings. He then decisively shouted disguise. As expected upon his command, the Oberon gauntlet immediately expanded. It completely covered the two rings underneath. Jigu was extremely satisfied with the result. I think I can use these every day, he praised enthusiastically. They're amazing, senior. What's the price? However, Jichun suddenly shook his head in refusal. It's fine, you don't need to pay, he said, then continued. But in exchange, if I ever need your help. Jichun rested his chin on his hand, seriously looking at him with great anticipation. You'll help me out just once, right? The next day, in the blink of an eye, Jigu was standing in the first-floor lobby of the Alliance building when a noisy, jostling crowd suddenly appeared up ahead. The atmosphere became chaotic. Is it true that they're secret agents of the Alliance? Please give us an answer. Jigu wore a confused expression. What is this commotion about? Xianghun began to explain. These reporters have been a real nuisance lately. He closed his eyes and sighed in annoyance. After the news about that day broke, they've been coming here every single day. They're here for the masked rancor. The more Jigu heard, the more shocked he became, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xianghun continued, the one who caused such a stir on his first mission. Jigu silently gave his opinion. I think I should stop climbing the tower for a while. Maybe I'll go check out some gates. However, Xianghun immediately rejected the idea. There's no need for that, he explained with a smile. The reporters think that player Kim Jigu is a high-class ranker, and they're waiting for you on the upper floors of the tower. At this, Xianghun suddenly burst into a gleeful laugh. But it's no problem for me, because all the reporters looking for the masked rancor are on the lower floors. The corner of Jigu's mouth twitched. Are you making fun of me? He shook his head. Of course not. Morning at the tower's first floor, the harsh sunlight shone down on the space. Jigu's gloved hand was covered in a sticky, blackish liquid. Behind him was the body of a goblin lying unconscious on the ground. As Jigu walked, he recalled Jichun's words, if I ever need your help. Will you help me just once? Jigu pursed his lips, thinking to himself, Senior Huang doesn't underestimate the value of the items he creates because he takes great pride in his products. He walked slowly, step by step. The request will probably be very difficult. At this very moment, suddenly from behind Jigu, a deep voice spoke, Are you their master? Upon hearing that, he quickly turned his head to look around. However, nothing unusual appeared. Jigu doubtfully called out, El, did you hear that? She asked, What are you talking about, master? He opened his mouth and muttered, I think I just heard someone say something about a master. That strange sound echoed again. You who claim to be their master, call my name, Jigu repeated. Did you hear it this time? El didn't know what it was either. Could it be that Zhu has awakened? He shook his head and refuted. No, the voice is very different. It's telling me to call its name. Then right at that moment, Jigu suddenly remembered something. Could it be? Just as he finished speaking, a shining sphere like a mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. Jigu looked up in bewilderment, finding it quite familiar for some reason. The light from the strange object shone on his face, revealing his every expression. What is this now? The image of Jigu falling into the sea once again appeared in his mind. Now Gigu's face contorted. His eyes widened, filled with terror, and he hunched over. He clutched his coat and unconsciously screamed no. After he finished, the whole forest returned to a tranquil state where only the gentle rustling of leaves could be heard. Rustling in the wind, that strange sphere was still floating in mid-air a few minutes later. Jigu slowly dared to peek open an eye to observe, however, at this moment, absolutely nothing was happening. Confused, he heard the system's voice ring out, "Branhart's form has not yet been determined. Please determine a form for Branhart." L asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Master?" Jigu hesitated and replied nothing. The system's reminder rang out again. "Branhart's form has not been determined. Please determine a form for Branhart." At this moment, Gigu's face showed hesitation. He mumbled to himself, "It's a bit different from Zoo's time, isn't it, L? Do you know what I should do?" L slowly instructed, "Place your hand on the sphere and imagine the form you desire." He slowly moved forward, but still felt uncertain. "Will this really work? Here I go." Jigu gently placed his hand on the sphere high above. He pursed his lips tightly and silently imagined what he wanted. Then Jigu slowly closed his eyes and began to share his thoughts. "Branhart, we've only been together for a short time." Jigu recalled the old moments. "But you saved me time and time again until you perished. I only wish you could continue to protect me like before back then." Branhart had shielded and saved Jigu from a fatal attack. He thought to himself, "I want you to be by my side and protect me." The moment he finished speaking, the floating sphere suddenly shot out a strange stream of energy. Brilliant blue lightning bolts from within quickly snaked their way out. To Gigu's astonishment, they shot straight towards his chest, forming a radiant sphere of light. The air was so quiet now that the crackling sound of electric sparks could be heard. Jigu muttered in a daze, "What is this then?" He hugged the light source, then burst out laughing at his own thought. "What is this? Am I Iron Man?" However, just a moment later, a joyful voice rang out from somewhere. "Master, I am so glad we can be together again, Master." After hearing this, Jigu still didn't understand what was happening. Together again, he lowered his head and slowly whispered, "Could it be Branhart?" The system appeared with a notification, "Branhart Ego Inherited Memories." Jigu repeated doubtfully, "Ego Inherited Memories, is this really the Branhart I know?" Branhart quickly replied, "Yes, I am the Branhart you know," he exclaimed cheerfully. "I am so happy to see you again, Master." His forehead was covered in sweat as he played along. "I'm happy too." In his heart, however, Jigu felt it was very strange, quite different from the image he had imagined for Branhart. "I imagined him as a silent knight protecting me. The voice sounds quite childish." Then Jigu requested a merge. After he spoke, a stream of light appeared and enveloped his body. L calmly greeted, "Nice to meet you." "I am L." Branhart replied with amusement, "I remember you." "I'm also very happy." Gigu's face was pensive as he stared at the system window and thought to himself, "It's a merge, not an accessory, so this is the result of applying my wish." Speculations constantly appeared in his mind. It inherited memories from that name. And it also has the reflection skill that the original Branhart had. Branhart E-Rank, Ego Gate Strength 30, Agility 30, Stamina 30, Magic Power 30, Skills, Merge, Reflection. Absorb, Dominate, Open, Close, Ego, Inherited Memories. He figured the new skills were probably its abilities as a gate. Jigu couldn't help but praise, "You're very impressive." Branhart laughed excitedly. "I did well, didn't I?" At this point, he raised his voice and asked, "All right, then let's test it a little." A week passed. In the blink of an eye, Jigu was still training. "It took me 1 week to climb the tower while focusing on learning about the states of each ego, including the first Branhart, the new skills, Open and Close. They have the ability to open and close a gate. A monster from inside the gate rushed out," he thought to himself. "Even though this is my skill, I still can't actually enter it. And the monsters inside don't follow my commands either." At this moment, the monster raised its weapon, preparing to swing it forward. However, before it could do anything, Jigu slashed it aside with his sword. A blinding flash of light immediately shot out. He looked with satisfaction as the monster was cut into many pieces. "But this skill is really useful, because I have the ability to create a gate break if I want to." Jigu couldn't help but wonder if I could completely control this power. He shouted one word, "Close," then he thought to himself, "The power I'd have would surpass that of any single person. Next up are Absorb and Dominate. They are skills related to Branhart's growth process." The system displayed an information window. Absorb, Branhart can grow by absorbing other gates. Dominate, Branhart can absorb a lower-ranked gate and dominate it. Jigu was starting to get it. Reading the description, I can roughly understand. Branhart hurriedly reminded, "It only works on gates that you already own." Master, his words made him ponder, but it seems this skill also has its limits at this very moment. A shadow suddenly fell over his face. Jigu calmly opened his mouth. "I want to test it right away, but maybe it should wait. First up ahead is a tiger. A giant one, growling like thunder. Its 2 eyes glowed brightly with a primal power that made the air freeze. For a moment, his deep voice rang out. I need to take care of this guy first. This monster is the 28th floor's guardian, the saber-toothed great bear. Its enormous size was a complete contrast to Gigu's small body. He couldn't help but exclaim, it's been a whole week, and I've only been hunting weak monsters, speaking of which. The great bear immediately swung its large, powerful arm towards Jigu. He continued confidently, as if encouraging himself, I should at least challenge myself once in a while, right? As soon as he realized the great bear's razor-sharp claws were just inches from his body, Jigu immediately shouted an order increased stamina. A moment later, a violent explosion erupted from that spot. Shaking the entire space, thick dust swirled up as if something had just collided with destructive force. Jigu planted his feet firmly on the ground that was trembling continuously. Grains of dust flew everywhere in the chaos. At this moment, he tightened his grip on L and Zu to block the great bear's giant hand, then Jigu looked up and smirked confidently. This is just enough for a warm-up. After speaking, he immediately spun around and unleashed a brutal slash. The gleam of the sword tore through the air and struck the great bear's arm, making it unable to resist immediately after taking this full blow. Its hand quickly began to tremble violently. A blackish liquid started to flow from the wound. Now the great bear went berserk. It opened its mouth wide full of sharp fangs and let out a deafening roar like thunder tearing through the sky. This expression on the monster's face immediately made Jigu smirk with amusement. Interesting, the great bear punched the ground at the speed of light. The punch carried all its weight and fury, causing the ground to explode. However, Jigu had jumped away in time, then he darted to the side, continuously slashing with his sword multiple times. Into its giant body, red and yellow lightning crackled around the great bear's body, like swirling energy rings binding it below clouds of dust rose endlessly. At that moment, it frantically raised its claws again, preparing to grab Jigu. However, not giving the great bear the chance, he quickly activated Branhart. A fierce blue light erupted from his chest. Jigglypuff shouted loudly as the final reflection under the ocean's surface suddenly shattered violently, swirling into powerful whirlpools that dragged along heaps of white foam spreading across the water. The great bear collapsed onto the green grass as wisps of white smoke from the fierce battle rose into the air. Jigu slowly approached, remarking, these guards are pretty damn big. But once you get used to this size, fighting becomes easier. He clenched his fist and raised his hand high. This strengthened reflection skill is also a great help. Branhart proudly asked, did I do well? Jigu smirked and praised, of course I'll feed you soon. As Branhart finished speaking, he slashed the sword fiercely into the great bear's body in front of him. The system quickly displayed a notification, you are absorbing the great bear's bloodlust. After finishing up, Jigu held a number 6 blue crystal in his hand. So only 1 6 crystal dropped, huh? It's a pity no equipment dropped. But he dazedly mumbled to himself, selling its corpse should fetch a decent amount. I wonder if the association can handle this. Should I return to base and report it? However, Jigu still turned and summoned the gate, but I still need to keep my promise. Opening it, he decisively threw the 6 crystals straight inside. I learned one thing about Branhart's ability last week. The system's mechanical voice rang out, the gate has received a skill, the monsters inside the gate have been strengthened. Jigu gradually understood the issue it can grow by absorbing crystals. Finally, he ordered the gate to close. Jigu thought to himself, I've learned about Branhart's ability, and I've also gotten used to my skill combination for increasing stamina and speed. He continued to think about the 2 swords. Although RUU hasn't woken up yet, its power is being preserved and L is still leveling up steadily. In the end, Jigu was still hesitant, should I go straight to floor 30? No, I'll decide after reaching floor 29. Scene changed to floor 29, where a guild of tall people was angrily questioning a group of shabby-looking players. Don't you know who we are? A member of the Red Player Guild contemptuously replied, so what? We're pretty confident in our own reputation, you know. Hearing this, the leader became enraged and shouted, let's show these criminals what our guild is made of. Everyone attacked back to Jigu, who looked up in confusion. I hear fighting or players fighting each other. L curiously urged, you should go check it out, master. However, Jigu immediately refused. It's not a good idea to just go meddling in things like that. Meanwhile, the leader of the Red Players approached and slashed his opponent's arm. The man clutched the wound in pain, groaning incessantly as blood began to soak through his sleeve. He trembled violently, growling, you bastards dare to attack us, the Tree Guild. The man from the Red Player Guild smirked dismissively, this Tree Guild. The Tree Guild, the Tree Guild, that how annoying. I'm not interested in small fry like you. Bring your guildmaster here. You're all nothing but hostages. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow shot forward at the speed of light. I'll drag that Tsukugo guy over here. Jigu leaped up from below to floor 29, slamming the man's head into the ground. Fragments of earth and stone flew everywhere, mixing with the howling wind to create a breathtakingly chaotic scene. His voice wasn't loud, but every enemy heard each word clearly. What did you just say you were going to do? At that moment, Jigu's heart pounded suffocatingly as if it would burst out of his chest. His veins bulged as if ready to burst, trembling with his uncontrollably rapid heartbeat. Jigu rushed forward and brutally slammed his opponent's head into the ground, sending dirt and sand flying. Amidst the flying dust, the bones in the man's body began to make painful cracking sounds. Jigu's two eyes, sharp as blades, were fixed on his opponent as he ground his teeth, revealing the deep resentment in his heart. He recalled the feeling he had when he met the captain of the brother team. This was exactly like that time. Jigu gripped the man's hair tightly and tried to calm himself down. Calm down. He remembered that he had seen this face that day. After that, Jigu glanced at the man's teammates, wondering why the ambush guild was picking a fight with the tree guild. Just then, one of them hurriedly shouted, "Don't just stand there!" He urged his comrades to attack. He's all alone. Jigu continued to tell himself, I have to stay calm. However, at this very moment, the ambush guild charged forward once again, shouting, "Get him!" as they swarmed in to corner him. But just then, Jigu shot up and dashed in all directions as light from his two swords began to flash erratically. His entire body radiated an unusual aura. The first time I've killed people, I didn't hesitate at all when swinging my sword. Thinking this, Jigu couldn't help but smirk with delight. I can feel the fresh cuts through the blade while my heart trembles continuously. His feet moved nimbly as he rushed forward, leaving blurs in his wake. The earth beneath his feet kicked up chaotically as if torn by a whirlwind. The members of the ambush guild, unable to defend in time, received the full force of Jigu's slashes. The atmosphere turned frenzied as red blood spread, accompanied by a rising metallic stench. Elle called out, "Master," her body began to get splattered with blood, Master. However, Jigu didn't seem to hear, focusing only on the battle. He flew up at the speed of light, wiping out all the enemies. A moment later, Jigu's eyes suddenly widened. Elle's calls of "Master" grew louder. After the battle ended under a clear blue sky with gentle clouds, cheers rang out from below. "I am a mid-rank commander of the Tree Guild Gudo. Thank you again." Gudo continued joyfully. "I didn't expect you to be Kim Jigu. I've heard the guildmaster talk a lot about you." He asked back from Tsukugo. Gudo nodded yes. He said that he hopes you'll join our guild. However, a strange thought crossed Gudo's mind. "But he's very different from what I've heard. Tsukugo said he had a weak heart, so he was very worried about him." Gudo recalled the terrifying moment just now. But he could swing his sword without any hesitation, and that power, it could even be compared to our guildmasters. Jigu then changed the subject anyway. "What happened between you and the ambush guild? It seems like they were targeting Tsukugo." Gudo hesitated before speaking. "I'm not sure the guildmaster isn't the type to make enemies. The members of the ambush guild were tied up tightly." He continued, "I guess we'll find out after we interrogate them. Red players get killed anyway, and we'll consider torture on a case-by-case basis." Gudo blurted out, "Even if the association allows it, it's not something we enjoy." Hearing that word, Jigu mumbled to himself, "Torture, huh?" A few minutes later, after leaving the group, he stood in a bush and looked around. Jigu mumbled to himself, "When I joined the guard punitive force." He recalled how strangely he couldn't control his emotions back then. "I thought it was trauma from being tortured." Jigu stared at his hand doubtfully, "Because I also have issues with pressure, but when he talked about torture, I didn't feel anything at all." Jigu frowned, wondering, is it because they're criminals? "No, I never had any trauma to begin with." Then he speculated, in that case. Questions formed in Jigu's mind about why he couldn't control himself back then. He immediately dismissed the thought. No, that's not what's important. Above all, Jigu couldn't believe what he had just done. "Why did I think that killing people was fun just now?" Elle hesitantly spoke up, "Master." He replied, "I'm sorry, Ellen Branhart, I made you worry for nothing." After that, Jigu decided to turn back towards the noisy crowd. He said reassuringly, "You don't need to worry about this. I have my own plans." He silently recalled a demon lord speculating that she must have done something to him. Just then, Gudo saw him approaching and hurriedly stood up. "Player Kim Jigu, you're back." He said awkwardly, "Oh my God, I'm sorry you had to see that." Jigu nodded to show it was fine. "I understand it was the situation." Then he quickly asked, "Did you find anything out?" Gudo glanced at the prisoners behind him, not much except that they were following orders from their superiors. Jigu replied softly, "I see." He frowned and added, "It seems they are the lowest-ranking members, because they know nothing and their skills are below average." Gudo, sweating nervously, said it seems so. In his mind, he thought it's probably just because you're too strong. Gudo continued his report, "We will start descending from here. Although it would be great if we could contact the guildmaster to meet you, we have many things to take care of. However, at this very moment, Jigu suddenly stopped. Wait. He turned his head and looked around, bewildered. I feel something. Over there in the distance. Suddenly, the sound of many slow footsteps approached one by one, all heading in the same direction. In front of them, on their chests, was the familiar logo of the Ambush Guild. Of course, Gudo also realized this. He muttered in horror, the Ambush Guild. All those people formed a circle surrounding Jigu's group in the center. Why are there so many of them? He silently suspected it looks like there are even more than 100 players. Did the whole guild come? Do they care about their comrades that much right now? He glanced at the person beside him with a displeased look. Mr. Gudo Jigu thought to himself, "This is very dangerous, but why am I—" He spoke sternly, confronting him. "Did you send someone to contact the association? Or the guild?" Gudo turned his head and replied, "I sent someone to report the incident, but I didn't ask for help." Jigu felt his body become strange. Why am I finally? He immediately turned his back. "I will create a path. Prepare a messenger and fire too." Jigu's eyes lit up like a burning flame enhancement. He wondered, am I getting excited at the thought of a fight? His face quickly darkened, causing the members of the Ambush Guild to become endlessly confused then. Just as they were about to move in and pounce, Jigu had disappeared, leaving only strange bolts of lightning shooting through the air. By then, Jigu had leapt up onto a coconut tree behind them. This caused the ambushers to shout and ask each other, "What the hell is that? What's happening?" However, just as they were frantically looking around, he immediately jumped down below. Damn it, where did he go? Intense streams of light shot out from Jigu's body like spears of light tearing through the surrounding space. Brilliant and powerful, he instantly used 2 swords to slash continuously. This threw the crowd into chaos. They screamed non-stop, "Die, he's all alone at this moment." Gudo couldn't help but gape in admiration. Right after that, he ordered his teammates to charge forward and attack. "Let's go too." Support player Jigu. His attacks filled the air with the foul stench of blood. Jigu thought to himself, "It's not much different from killing monsters. Guilt pressure, I don't feel a thing." Thinking this, he smirked a little. No, actually, however, before he could finish his thought, flames suddenly erupted fiercely from nowhere, scorching the entire surrounding area. Everyone stood watching the forest area burn, accompanied by suffocating black smoke billowing up. They were all stunned. No one dared to look away from the chaos before them. The fire was like a whirlwind brought to life from hell, roaring madly through the mountains and forests, sweeping away everything in its path. It burned so large that even the enthusiastic Jigu had to plant his feet. He retreated a few feet, then, from the middle of the fire, a delighted laugh suddenly rang out from someone. He stood up straight, staring at Jigu, and challenged. "You managed to dodge that." "This item is quite expensive, you know. I stole it from someone else." Gudo immediately recognized this person. He muttered in fear, the guild master of the Ambush Guild, and that was none other than the fallen ranker and murderer Choi Min-seok. At that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You have the same scent as us." His eyes were as empty as a soulless person's, his gaze lost amidst the sea of fire and rising dust. Min-seok stepped forward, his deep voice echoing like a snake's hiss in the ear. "Want a position? Want to join the Ambush Guild? To speak of the daily criminals in the tower, they are called Red Murderers. Basically, applying laws inside the tower is impossible, and the only thing the association can do is to control the gates, which are the entrances to the tower, and prevent their numbers from increasing." It was none other than a Red Murderer who was once a ranker. The wanted guild master of the smart guild Choi Min-seok. Jigu's face grew serious as he thought to himself the fact that he willingly gave up all the luxury and status of a ranker in exchange for a life of crime shows that he is a psychopath addicted to killing at this moment. Min-seok chuckled and shrugged. "So what do you say, interested?" He casually invited him. "I can guess you're the same kind of person as us. I guarantee joining our side will be much more fun." Jigu recalled his previous feeling. The same kind as them, however, he immediately dismissed the thought and cursed, "Shut up, you criminal. Don't lump me in with scum like you." This statement immediately angered one of the men in the group. He gritted his teeth and was about to rush forward, this arrogant brat. "How dare you speak like that in front of..." However, before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly burst into violent flames with crackling explosions sounding like the roar of a monster. Accompanied by ash swirling in the wind, Jigu was completely caught off guard by this event. His mouth fell open in astonishment. Min-seok's 2 eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the man. "How dare you interrupt when I'm talking?" At that moment, he pointed his flaming sword directly at the other person. His head was engulfed in blazing red flames. "You want to die, don't you?" Finally, unable to bear the heat for a moment, he collapsed to the ground. A trembling teammate called out, "Vice Guild Master," then Min-seok gently blew on his sword. "Sorry about that. These guys are very crude because we weren't exactly raised well." He tilted his head to the side and explained anyway. Let's continue. As you can see, we're now short of Ice Guild Master. He decisively pointed his sharp sword at Jigu, his voice both inviting and coercive. I'll give you that position. Join my guild. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere between them immediately became strangely silent. Jigu frowned and said sternly, "Let me ask you something. Why are you targeting the Tree Guild?" This attitude of his immediately displeased him. You're asking questions instead of answering well. I guess there's no reason not to answer, huh? Min Seok's eyes lit up as he opened his mouth to complain. We are going to get out of this tower. I'm sick and tired of being stuck here. Then Min Seok pointed the tip of his blade at Gudo. So we need to have a talk with your guild master over there. Gudo questioned back in confusion. What does getting out of the tower have to do with our guild? He probed. Are you planning to use us as hostages? Hearing this, Min Seok didn't bother to say more, but just smirked slightly. At this moment, Jigu's face grew impatient. How do you know about that? That is Suku's secret, his second unique attribute. Min Seok feigned surprise and let out an, "Oh, you know about it too, huh?" Then he grinned slyly. You're interesting. At this point, Jigu could no longer bear it. He quickly lunged forward while shouting, "Shut your mouth!" Jigu's brow furrowed as he glared and commanded, "Answer me now," however, as soon as he saw his eyes. He immediately became excited. Those are the eyes. Min Seok's hand clenched around the rising flames. Fiery red sparks passed through his fingers like burning silk threads wrapping around his flesh. He didn't hesitate to charge forward and slam them right into. Jigu, I told you you're the same kind of person as us. At this moment, a burn wound appeared on his face. Smoking Jigu thought tensely he's already using dual blades. The air quickly became hotter than ever. The clash of weapons, the screams, and the sound of footsteps on the scorched earth mixed into a chaotic mess. Min Seok's eyes shone with oppression as he opened his mouth as if warning him, but there still has to be a pecking order. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword forward, creating a giant flame that spread like a hurricane, incinerating all obstacles in its path. The members of the ambush guild were also stunned by this heat. Jigu hastily planted his feet on the ground, trying to stand firm while thinking incessantly, I've only skirmished with him a little. It doesn't even count as a real fight. He gritted his teeth tensely in the current situation. But this feels very different from past battles. I've faced dozens of high-level opponents like this, but this guy is fundamentally a master at hunting people by now. Min Seok was so excited he burst out laughing. He charged forward, relentlessly slashing at his opponent. The sound of metal clashing and screeching was incredibly ear-piercing. Min Seok taunted, you think I'll let you rest, huh? He thought to himself. I'm a bit slower than him. The continuous attacks rushing at him made Jigu somewhat frantic. I'm stronger than before because I'm using my strength, but he's just as strong as me. My enhancement is on cooldown. At that moment, El suddenly spoke up to remind him, Master on your left. As expected, Min Seok had taken advantage of his inattention to kick him straight in the waist. Jigu winced in pain, his whole body feeling as if it were about to shatter. His body slid across the ground with flames clinging to him and chasing after him. Jigu stabbed his two swords hard into the ground, trying to steady himself. He wondered in confusion. He suddenly got a lot faster. Is it a skill? El immediately refuted, no, master. She hastily explained, his movements haven't changed at all. He speculated with suspicion. So that means... Min Seok calmly spun the hilt of his sword in his hand. With great skill, he lifted his lips in a sneer. Looks like it's working, huh? It seems my firepower has scared you. But that's not the full power of this fire ability, you know? Then Min Seok spoke provocatively. It accumulates damage on the enemy you are fighting, which means the winner was already decided the moment this fight dragged on. He repeated in a threatening tone as if coercing him. You can't beat me. If you surrender, I'll at least let you into the Jigu guild. Jigu mumbled to himself, accumulating damage. He gathered all his strength and angrily shouted, You should have said that sooner! As soon as he finished speaking, Jigu seemed to go berserk, charging straight at his opponent. Min Seok was also surprised by this attitude. Well, now were you hiding an ace up your sleeve? Fierce flames erupted, swirling into a crimson vortex that engulfed the surrounding space. Sparks shot high into the sky, incinerating everything in their path. Min Seok raised his hand and shouted, In that case, I will also use my full firepower infinite blaze, however faced with this situation. Jigu didn't flinch at all and continued to rush forward, his body soaked in sweat. The heat is terrifying. Thanks to this, I can finish him off the moment I see Jigu's silhouette. Min Seok's face immediately showed astonishment. He stubbornly struck his sword hard against Jigu's blade. It accumulates damage against the enemy you are dueling. The air blazed with red, but from within Jigu, a strange green light suddenly began to radiate. Counterattack. The system announced, Granth has reflected the accumulated damage back to the opponent. The blinding light left Min Seok unable to comprehend what was happening. What the? The fire vortex swirled higher and more violently. It gave off thick columns of searing heat that blurred the sky, burning the air until it became suffocating and utterly chaotic. At that very moment, a strange and powerful pillar of light suddenly shot out from within it. It made the ground tremble. The members of the ambush guild looked around in shock. What was that? A body hurtled forward, headfirst, its speed so intense that the ground cracked under its steps. Chunks of earth and rock were flung into the air as if torn apart by an uncontrollable force. A moment later, Min Seok lay completely unconscious on the ground, his eyes rolled back into his head, all his earlier power gone. Jigu gripped his sword tightly, looking down at his body. He sneered, "Exposing your own weakness like that? Are you a newbie or something?" In the silence that followed, the mechanical sound of the system rang out. Time to activate it, I guess. Finally, a faint pink light emanated from Min Seok's body, absorbing player Choi Min Seok. Absorption successful. Jigu looked in surprise at his sword, which was emitting electric sparks, and wondered, it can absorb people too. What are the conditions to activate it anyway? By now his legs were trembling uncontrollably. I guess my legs can't hold out any longer, just as expected from a ranker. It could have been much worse, Jigu told himself, but I can't let them see me looking weak. Because there are still members of the SMAP guild here. But their guildmaster is dead. Maybe they'll surrender, however, at this very moment. The ground behind him suddenly began to shake violently. Jigu glanced suspiciously as the members of the ambush guild kept whispering, "The guildmaster is dead. He killed the guildmaster." Their words were filled with absolute fury. The vice-master is dead now, too. Jigu slowly turned around. The members of the ambush guild were muttering to each other, "If we could just kill that bastard. But where is the leader's body?" Elle urgently warned, "Master, you have to run." She called out to her master, her voice rushed and afraid, but Jigu remained where he was. "It wasn't us. It must be because of some skill." He recalled a past moment. "That skill is counterattack, but it doesn't mean I take 0 damage. If I want to reflect the damage, I have to take it first. Just like what happened in the Harrian Labyrinth. The damage I take is greater because of that counterattacking move." Thinking this, Jigu gritted his teeth in discomfort. "My whole body is throbbing with pain. If only I could rest for about 10 minutes. No, a few minutes would be more than enough." Seeing his expression, the ambush guild members suddenly grew timid. They slowly backed away. His eyes glowed a vibrant purple like 2 burning ghostly flames. The scar-faced man's lip twitched as he thought, "I see why the guildmaster took a liking to him now." In front of him, a hazy smoke rose from his opponent. He wondered in confusion, how can a player who isn't even a red rank be this terrifying? Who the hell is this kid? However, at this moment, the scar-faced man gave a slight smirk. He thought confidently, "Well, it doesn't matter. We have the advantage in numbers. It doesn't matter how many die. As long as I'm the one who lands the final blow," thinking this, all of them charged forward, madly bright flames enveloping their swords and radiating an overwhelming heat. The ambush team shouted to one another, "He's tired, let's get him together." Just like a regular hunt, Jigu silently assessed the situation. But just then his expression froze and then he calmly smirked. "Too late," he said. A howling blizzard roared in, tearing up the ground and whipping through the air like 10,000 blades of ice, quickly freezing all the members of the ambush guild solid, leaving them unable to move. Jigu breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled at the newcomer and said happily, "You're here." Suku, standing on a block of ice, calmly called out, "Jigu." He smirked and replied gently, "Long time no see." A moment later, the mountain forest returned to its warm atmosphere. A terrified scream rang out. The Gudo guild members shouted in surprise, "Guildmaster!" The young man across from them was equally shocked. Suku turned his head to tease them. "I'd love to chat, but we need to prioritize." At this moment, he let out a shout, causing the icy wind vortex to blow stronger. Hanwoo and the others exclaimed in panic, "This wind!" The block of ice beneath Suku's feet grew taller. He mumbled, "Let's see here." Then Suku pointed at the group behind him. 1, 2, 3. A few more left, huh?" Finally, Suku swung his sword in a cold, icy arc and said, "Wait for 3 minutes." He quickly leaped into the air. "We'll talk later." As he spoke, a blast of cold air shot forward, creating a thunderous explosion. Suku gracefully moved through the crowd at the speed of light, giving them no time to react. He then slashed at them with his sword in a flurry of blows, instantly filling the air with the metallic smell of blood. The slashes from the ice sword tore through the air, chillingly cold and terrifyingly sharp. The surroundings were filled with a blinding crimson. Jigu watched his moves and thought to himself, as expected of Suku. He stood in a corner, resting and drinking water, feeling a sense of admiration. He's still. In fact, he's even stronger than before. Jigu fell silent for a moment, but then his gaze grew sharp and confident. The gap between us isn't that big anymore, my friend. Jigu then wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. Expensive potions really are the best. An ice shard slammed into the ground, creating a chilling, booming sound. The members of the ambush guild couldn't react in time to these attacks while they were still screaming. Meanwhile, Suku had slipped away behind a wall of ice. "What the hell is this?" He smirked, amused. Then the two of them coordinated perfectly. Suku shouted, "I take it back, 1 minute is more than enough." A moment later, all the members of the ambush guild were bound tightly. Suku slowly approached Jigu. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." Suddenly, Suku asked curiously, "But what's wrong with your eye?" Jigu was surprised and asked, "What's wrong with my eye?" Suku asked back, "You don't know. Your left eye is purple." These words immediately made him suspicious. I felt some heat, but how did it change color? Remembering what Sudong did, Jigu had a vague idea. "This is probably because of a skill," he explained awkwardly. Suku slowly sat down, cleared his throat, and said, "Is that so?" "It seems it's not just your appearance that has changed. I heard you'd gotten stronger, but I didn't expect this much," Suku said in his even tone even after hearing Seongpi's story. I still couldn't believe it, but to think the masked ranker was actually you. Jigu tilted his head and replied, "Seongpi said that. How would he know it was me? Seongpi is your cousin, you know." Suku gave a wry smile. "I'm the one who introduced him to you. He said he knew it the moment he saw you, but still. It's such a hassle," Jigu sighed. "At least I wear a mask, so it helps a bit." He then continued, his voice rising, "I really admire you. I don't know how you can handle being so famous." This made Suku laugh. He replied casually, "I guess our personalities are just different." "I guess so." Ahead, their teammates were treating the Gudo members' injuries. Jigu suddenly remembered something. "By the way, are there still reporters at the association?" "It should be better by now, shouldn't it?" Suku shook his head. "No. They moved on to a different topic a while ago." By now, Jigu's left eye had turned purple. He asked again. "A different topic." Suku calmly replied, "How long have you been away?" "You must have passed some checkpoints. You should have checked the news." He explained in a serious tone, "The association's president has revealed his identity to the press." Jigu mumbled, "The president," as a suspicion began to form in his mind. At a time like this, did he do that because of me? In the end, Jigu closed his eyes and accepted it. Perhaps I shouldn't think of this as a favor right now." Suku spoke up, "It's really great to see you again. I wanted to ask you out for a drink too, but..." Suku stood up regretfully, not forgetting to dust off his pants. "This seems a bit difficult." Jigu calmly reassured him, "This case is big, so you'll be a bit busy." Suku hummed in agreement, but a cup of coffee is still possible. I don't want to say goodbye like this either. Then he suddenly held up a brightly shining ring with a hidden meaning. "We have a lot to talk about." Jigu curiously asked Sugu, "You're a mercenary too," he slowly explained. "There are many of us. I'm pretty sure everyone recognizes you because of that ring." After that, Suku reminded him to be careful. "Just because we're both mercenaries doesn't mean we'll protect each other," he warned seriously, "so whether by using skills or items, people usually hide their rings in their own way." Jigu looked at his gloves and replied, "I'm taking precautions against that too." Then he suddenly probed Sugu, "I have something to ask." Jigu tilted his head and looked straight into the other's eyes. "What's your nickname?" Hearing this, Sugu's lips moved without a sound. Finally, he shyly turned away to avoid the question, "Arak." Jigu calmly replied, "That's better than mine." He hesitated before speaking. "Mine is Daichi." After he spoke, the atmosphere became so quiet that Jigu had to clear his throat. Then he slowly stood up about the reason the ambush guild attacked your guild. How did that get leaked? The two faced each other. Jigu continued Suku's second unique ability. He pursed his lips and stared at his counterpart. Suku didn't avoid his gaze either and looked straight into Jigu's eyes. Finally, a spatial gate appeared, create portal. All the theories were correct. The ability to create a portal, regardless of whether it's inside or outside the tower, is a unique ability that could shake the entire world. Jigu nervously muttered to himself, so he tried his best to hide it. At this point, he ventured a probing question. "So how did the ambush guild find out?" It seems even the tree guild members didn't know. Then Suku looked down at his watch for a moment before speaking. "It's a long story. It looks like they're done. Let's go down and talk." This immediately made Jigu curious. "You're the guild master, don't you have to hand over the work to them first?" Suku smiled teasingly. Talking to an important person has to be the priority. "It's also part of the job. Besides, everyone is handling it just fine." Then Jigu turned his back and said, "Is that so? Then I'll choose the place. I know a coffee shop." He immediately nodded. "Anywhere is fine." Scene changed to the director's office now. Taik looked at the two with a puzzled expression. This place looks a lot like a coffee shop. Huh, Jigu calmly replied. Only here can we talk privately for free. Suku cheerfully greeted him. Hey there! Taik nodded. Long time no see, Suku. Then he raised his voice to question him. What do you mean, free? If you keep thinking like that, I'm going to start charging you. Just then, Taik suddenly noticed something. What's with your eye color? Jigu nervously raised a hand to his face. It's just because of a skill. In his heart, he couldn't help but worry, how long will it be like this? Of course, that explanation didn't lessen his suspicion. However, Taik didn't press him further. He quickly changed the subject. Okay. So I heard you two just massacred the entire ambush guild. Taik's voice carried a hint of tension, and you coming straight here means... You have something to ask, right? Jigu raised an eyebrow. Huh. Not really. Hearing that, he immediately became astonished. You two really just came here to avoid the noise. As he finished speaking, both young men burst out laughing, leaving Taik utterly helpless. So funny, huh? A moment later, he continued to ask, did the ambush guild know about your portal creation skills, Suku? Only then did he confide that a few months ago I was forced to use it in front of a few guild members, but unfortunately one of them was captured by the ambush guild. He frowned and slowly began to speak. Because they're extremely hungry for information about the outside world, they used every trick in the book to make them talk. Taik raised his cup, unable to help but complain. What a pain. So what happened to those members? Shadows gradually covered Suku's face. He lowered his eyes and explained, since none of the ambush guild members we captured knew about them, the probability of them still being alive. Then Taik took a sip of coffee without replying. Suku hurriedly asked, will a team be formed to eliminate the rest of them? Taik replied softly, we'll make mincemeat of them as soon as they decide to talk. Hearing this, his face turned serious, his voice filled with determination. We, the Tree Guild, will also participate. I have to know if the captured members are still alive, and I have to ensure no more information gets leaked. In the blink of an eye, it was late afternoon. The sun was setting, leaving behind a vibrant orange sky. Finally, Suku said his goodbyes. I'll be going now. I still have a lot to do. Taik gently nodded. All right, good luck. The two of them went to the gate to see him off. At this moment, Taik muttered regretfully that kid keeps pretending he's fine. Jigu was also silent, agreeing with him. He looks that way, but he's probably a mess inside. Taik always knew one thing, because Suku sees his members as his family. At this point, he hesitated and turned his head to ask, are you okay? Jigu answered casually, I used a few potions and got healed by someone else. So I'm fine. Taik immediately shook his head and explained, no, I mean mentally. This is the first time you've killed someone, right? He let out a soft hum that... Jigu glanced to the side and began to explain. Calling it the first time is a bit complicated because I was determined to kill Rogers Hama before. Then he lowered his head, his eyes fixed on his own hands. My enemies all deserve to die, and I have no reason to feel guilty at all. I feel perfectly fine now. As he said this, Jigu clenched his fist, his voice gradually becoming indistinct. The problem is, when I kill people, I feel thrilled. These words immediately made Taik fall silent. He pursed his lips and turned his head away, his eyes filled with a complex expression. Finally, Taik reached out and repeatedly patted Jigu's head, confusing him. He smiled reassuringly. It's not really important. More or less in this line of work, there are many people who look one way but are quite dark on the inside. In the end, Taik concluded with one thing. What's really important is whether you can control it or not. At this moment, Jigu regretfully closed his eyes, wondering if he could control it. The next morning, the sound of leaves rustled gently in the wind on the 29th floor. On the surface of the foliage was a thin layer of frozen frost. Jigu bowed his head and exclaimed, there's still frost. He broke it off and mumbled to himself, that's Suku for you. I wonder what level he is now. Jigu continued to look behind him and thought to himself, come to think of it, he killed countless people here yesterday. I still can't believe it. In front of him was a layer of deeply indented earth. Actually, I'm not shocked anymore, but I'm more surprised that I wasn't like that. Jigu vaguely raised a hand to touch his eyelid, and this eye still won't change back to its normal color. Have I completely changed? Or have I always been this way? Then Taik's words echoed in his head again. What's really important is whether you can control it or not. Finally, Jigu stood before a giant door radiating powerful energy, his voice filled with determination. Let's go to the 30th floor. Then Jigu couldn't help but recall that he had gone through the test floor 3 times. And the system announced first test successfully hunted a goat. After that, we're from the 5th to the 10th floor and the 20th floor. Second test successfully hunted an ogre. Third test successfully hunted a minotaur. I was given simple missions along with the message. The difficulty has been significantly reduced. Thinking of this, Jigu's hands immediately started to tremble. It had always been like this, but his fingers were shaking uncontrollably. As if something was draining his strength from within, Jigu bowed his head, panting. My hands are shaking. At this moment, he felt a suspicion in his heart. Is my body warning me? Then a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Never ignore a player's intuition. Jigu thought to himself, confused, is you still silent? If only it could talk to me at times like this. And things were even worse because now my senses have been strengthened after drinking the elixir. He suddenly remembered someone's back then. Jigu took a soft breath in and then exhaled as if releasing all his tension. His gaze quickly sharpened. Why hesitate? Let's go, El spoke encouragingly. I will go with you anywhere, Master. Grant also shouted excitedly, me too. Master is the best. After they spoke, Jigu cautiously pushed the door and stepped inside. His face was filled with tension. The last test only upgraded my skills, but who knows? This time, both the test and the reward might be different. As soon as he entered, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. You have entered the 4th test room. You have met the qualifications. You deserve to participate in a special test. Before Jigu was a scene shrouded in a hazy dust, the sand so soft it deeply imprinted his footprints. He frowned, shielding his eyes, and speculated. It said special, so it is probably different. I guess I have to go into that castle, huh? Elle started to call out to her master, but before she could say anything, Jigu interrupted. Yes, I know. Just as he was walking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A scorpion's arched tail whipped forward, followed by its sharp pincer. Its sharp pincers twitched ceaselessly. They were giant scorpions forming a circle and trapping Jigu from all sides. At this point, he was already prepared to fight. In his hands were El and Ru, crackling with brilliant electrical sparks. Giant scorpions, huh? Just as I expected. As he finished speaking, Jigu hurriedly shouted the command, Enhance. The ground cracked open. His face showed a look of disbelief as his entire body staggered and pitched forward. I lost my balance because of the sand, he thought. Just then, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, tearing through space with the fierce roar of an invisible shockwave. The sharp tip of Jigu's sword struck the scorpion's pincer head-on, causing it to crack. He pressed down on it with his foot, making both of the scorpion's pincers tremble. Right after that attack, the scorpion collapsed with a loud thud. Its weight made the ground tremble. Jigu gritted his teeth and raised his hands high behind his head. Preparing to unleash a fatal strike, 2 blinding beams of light from Ru and El crossed over each other. They slammed the scorpion hard into the ground, creating an explosion that shook the heavens. The surrounding air was immediately filled with hazy dust. Using Enhance is not suitable here. It might be better to just walk over them to the castle. At that moment, Ru suddenly spoke up. I can feel it. Jigu's eyes widened in astonishment at Ru's voice. He leaped out of the chaotic mess of scorpions. Jigu, shocked, demanded, What's going on? How long have you been awake? Ru slowly explained, Ever since you entered. No, that is not important, Master. In the end, he just pointed the way to the castle. A confused Jigu exclaimed, Why, what is deep inside the castle? Ru continued grimly, In there is the one with 2 glowing red eyes, and my body. Just then, El appeared and asked Ru, You are awake? Jigu continued the conversation. You are saying your original body is in that castle. What are you talking about? Just then, Ru suddenly fell silent. Jigu, quickly sensing the change, looked down suspiciously at a scorpion tail whipping upwards from below. He nodded. All right, I get it. You could have just said so. Jigu powerfully leaped out of the area. A moment later, Jigu squatted on top of Ru, leaving him utterly confused. Master, what is this? Jigu smirked playfully. What do you think? I am using you as a platform. Now that you are back, you had better get to work. He then looked into the distance. The scorpions were still stubbornly trying to follow, but could not reach him. Look at them. Trying to take them down would just be a waste of energy. And I do not even know if there will be more inside the castle. It is a bit of a waste, but... Instantly, Jigu stomped his foot and shot forward with a burst of light-speed energy. I am heading straight for the castle, Ru screamed in fear. Save me. As he dashed forward, Jigu spoke apologetically. Sorry, Branhart, I do not think I have time to collect the crystals. He replied calmly. I am fine, Master. Ru spoke up displeased. What is with that tone? Jigu continued shouting. The gate's ego inherited the memories of the old Branhart. Ru grumbled. Yeah, so everything has an ego now, huh? Just then, Branhart cheerfully introduced himself. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ru. My name is Branhart. You are my senior, so I will treat you with respect. This made Ru laugh. Senior, huh? Do whatever you like. Jigu smirked, thinking he seems to like it. He then narrowed his eyes, observing the path ahead. As soon as he arrived, Jigu dug his heels in to slow down. He looked up at the giant tower before him. "We are here!" Rue noticed the scorpions were slowly catching up. He urged stop trying to look cool and hurry inside. A moment later, Jigu cautiously pushed open the creaking wooden door. He then brushed the dust from his hair. The door behind him slammed shut. The scene inside made Jigu let out a breath of awe. He moved closer, remarking, "Since this is a boss room, even the statues are massive, huh?" On the wall were 2 torches burning brightly. Rue urgently prompted him, "Over here. Master, my body is behind that door." Jigu grunted and nodded. "Now that I am closer, I can feel it." His eyes were fixed on the door in front of him, or at least, I am certain there is something behind that door. At that very moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Dust from above danced with each tremor. The sight made Jigu's eyes widen in surprise. The seemingly motionless guard suddenly moved, raising its sword toward him to attack. The one on the right was no exception. The 2 guards cornered Jigu between them. Stone fragments flew through the air as the room shook, violently gray dust clouding the space. Jigu quickly leaped backward to dodge. "Golems, huh?" Beads of nervous sweat formed on his face. "These guards are pretty impressive, huh?" At that moment, the guards stomped heavily on the stone floor, and then Jigu gripped his sword tightly and slashed hard at their shins. However, he quickly realized this was not working. "They are pretty tough, huh?" Jigu then glanced indecisively at the door behind him. "Should I just go inside?" He immediately dismissed the thought. "No, I do not know what is inside. I cannot leave enemies like these at my back. No matter how strong they are, they have to have a weak point." At that thought, a blue light shot forward from below. Jigu leaped desperately in front of the guard and yelled, "Let's try the head first, shall I?" As he spoke, he used both swords to strike hard at the side of its face. The clash of metal on stone created a piercing sound. It was a decisive attack. So much so that smoke immediately started rising from the guard's mask. Jigu jumped down, gritting his teeth to recover his strength. The guard seized this opening. It swiftly swung its axe at him. The blade cut through the air and slammed heavily into the ground, creating a deep echo and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Jigu's small frame was instantly thrown several yards away. He trembled violently as he struggled to get up. That was pretty strong. I tried to turn my body to reduce the damage, and it was still this powerful. Just then, Jigu quickly spun around to dodge. He gritted his teeth, calculating. They are made of stone, so Rue's damage will not work. The difference in weight is too great. I have to find another way. As he thought, this L suddenly cried out in alarm, "Master, be careful." Jigu did not answer, his eyes fixed on the 2 guards before him. She continued. Master Rue spoke up encouragingly. "Use it." "Master, use their own strength." As Rue spoke, Jigu frowned and yelled, "Enhance." A beam of light shot up from the ground, causing the 2 guards to jump back in alarm. Jigu used his 2 swords to deflect their attacks relentlessly. He dug his feet into the ground, shattering the flagstones as their strikes whistled through the air with cracking explosions. Jigu persistently brandished his swords in front of them. Finally, he leaped up to deliver the fatal blow. Instantly, both guards shattered into pieces. Countless stone fragments flew through the air, crashing onto the floor and filling the entire room with thick dust. Jigu's small body rolled across the ground as well. He was on all fours, head down, both swords having slipped from his hands. The stone head of one guard was gone, and the other was no different. The 2 of them were now just 2 lifeless husks. Seeing this, Jigu struggled to get up. Rue spoke slowly, impressive. His face smudged with dirt broke into a smile. It was nothing. But why? Do I feel like I have been knocked around more than usual today? Right after Jigu picked up his 2 swords and confronted Rue, "We are going to have a talk after this." "What did you mean about your original body being in there?" Rue no longer held back. "Inside is my body from when I was alive," Jigu repeated in surprise. "When you were alive?" He nodded in affirmation, yes. Then Rue began to boast. "Let me tell you, back when I was alive, I was so strong you could not defeat me even in your dreams." Jigu's lip twitched. "I will ignore that arrogant attitude for now." Then he asked curiously, "So does that mean you cannot do that now?" Rue said impatiently, "I already told you that is my physical body." As Jigu slowly approached the door, Rue continued to explain, "My soul is right here with you." He added, "What is inside is just the empty shell I used to inhabit. A being that can only move on muscle memory. A corrupted version of my former body." As he finished, Jigu gently pushed the door and stepped inside, looking around with suspicion. "I have used potions to heal and have all my enhancement spells at maximum," he thought. However, as he was making his calculations, his eyes suddenly widened. With this much preparation, "I will..." A tall figure before him whispered in a deep, hoarse voice, "Are you the one who awakened me? Half of his face was obscured by shadows, revealing only a single blazing red eye. Jigu immediately gritted his teeth in frustration, his mind racing with questions. Such immense pressure, even from this distance. Is that the corrupted version? Jigu fixed his gaze on the figure before him. What was Ru's past? Then he spoke up, questioning. Are you really Ru? Hearing this name, the other figure's lips twitched. Ru. He slowly descended the stairs, not forgetting to remark. An interesting name. The sound of his shoes striking the ground shattered the silence. He gently refuted, that is not my name. Then the figure held out one of his skeletal hands. I am the Demon Fist Master. His other hand was flesh and blood like a normal person's, and the Demon Sword Master. Witnessing this, Jigu's face turned pale. He spread his arms wide and solemnly declared, I am the king of all demonic beasts. His eyes glowed like a laser beam. One half of his face was skeletal, the other half was flesh. You can call me by the name. Jigu silently recalled the demon I first met, El. The demon will awaken from its seal. El is the master of that giant eye. Then he wondered doubtfully, but is Ru's true identity the Demon King? The Demon King's lips moved to speak, but the name was completely swallowed. You can call me. Jigu swallowed, trying to hear the rest, but in the end he could only stare blankly at him. Something was preventing him from hearing its name. Then Jigu sneered. Looks like our Ru has a lot of secrets, huh? Especially in battle, he probed. But will you be all right? Jigu tightened his grip on the hilt. If I destroy your main body, Ru replied wearily. I already told you. It's just a trivial vessel. Then the eye on the sword's hilt suddenly blazed. I don't know who is behind this farce. Ru reminded him in a low voice, destroy it so they can't play with my body anymore. Hearing this, Jigu just uttered one sentence, just don't regret it. As he finished speaking, he shot forward, his body cutting through the air like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaving behind a sharp whistling wind. Accelerate. Immediately after, Jigu's eyes lit up. Power. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupted where the Demon King stood. However, he just stared at Jigu with a mysterious smile at that moment. He rushed in front of the Demon King and planted his feet firmly. His sharp gaze scanned the area, trying to assess the situation. Of course, the Demon King made no move to evade. He even burst out laughing. Jigu continued to swing his sword at him, unleashing brilliant energy that whipped through the air, but his slashes seemed unable to touch his body. The Demon King stood still as a statue, completely unfazed. Then the Demon King's eyes suddenly widened. Ru warned him, be careful. No sooner were the words spoken than a series of blazing red beams shot towards Jigu from nowhere. He immediately leaped backward, successfully dodging the attack. Jigu stood still, watching the thick black smoke billow in the air. He gritted his teeth, thinking nervously, it's strong. Don't get cocky. The Demon King, standing behind a phalanx of sharp sword points, couldn't help but remark, not bad. My guest. He continued to taunt, his voice sharp, but with just that, you won't even leave a scratch. At that moment, Ru hummed as if in agreement. Those words immediately reached Jigu's ears. Hey, is that how you always talk? He gritted his teeth helplessly, telling himself, I'm annoyed, but it's not wrong. A huge problem right now is the endless walls of swords. At this rate, I won't be able to get close to it. The Demon King smirked, rubbing his chin as he probed. Is that all you've got for an attack? Finally, he suddenly snapped his fingers ominously. Then this time. A moment later, the multitude of swords stuck in the ground suddenly floated into the air. The Demon King excitedly proposed, my turn. This sight immediately made Jigu a bit hesitant. The countless sword tips, as if sharing a single will, simultaneously shot forward, tearing through the air, creating a murderous whistling sound. Instantly, a violent explosion rang out as if to shatter eardrums. Dust and smoke billowed in thick, suffocating waves, stained with the fiery orange glow of embers. A barrage of swords struck the same spot, but Jigu was no longer there. Even the Demon King had to gasp in admiration. Oh, Lord. Quick as a flash, he had appeared behind him, raising his sword for a fatal blow, but the Demon King quickly noticed and calmly sneered. Are you really just that foolish? As he finished speaking, Jigu swung his sword in waves, but he couldn't touch the Demon King at all. Moreover, that pile of swords had turned back towards him. Jigu was in so much pain that he squeezed his eyes shut and screamed. In the end, he still managed to leap backward under the Demon King's gaze. Jigu powerfully stabbed his two swords into the ground. Elwood called out in panic. Master Branhart also spoke up. Master, are you all right? Then Ru urgently prompted, it's coming, get ready. As the words fell, dozens of sword tips once again rushed towards him. Jigu continuously swung his sword to block their path amidst the dense smoke and the grating sound of clashing metal. He gracefully dodged, moving as lightly as the wind, weaving through the deadly attacks by a hair's breadth. Jigu thought anxiously, this attack is much more annoying than one big, powerful blow. It's like I'm facing dozens of swordsmen at once. At that moment, he recalled the Demon King's words, I am the master of demon swords and the king of all demons. Thinking of this, Jigu hurriedly shouted, Ru, they're demon swords, right? Ru replied, they are low level, but they are all demon swords. While frantically blocking the swords, he probed like how L absorbed Canlian. Can you try to do something with these? Ru spoke, sounding dejected. If I could, I would have done it a long time ago. Then he explained helplessly, I can't do much right now. This place provides a lot of power. The Demon King's eyes were full of provocation. Ru added grimly, to that body more than to me. Hearing this, Jigu's spirit faltered. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, meanwhile, the swarm of swords continued to multiply, growing ever more numerous. Ru suddenly offered an idea, but because this place is special, perhaps I can lend you a little power. Jigu felt like he had grasped a lifeline. Your power. Ru continued to urge, just give me some time. Immediately, Jigu muttered time. As he spoke, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way, causing him to slide backward. Then Jigu brought his sword behind his back. You think. He mustered all his strength and swung his arm forward, repelling the sharp swords. It's that easy. Jigu's gaze became extremely sharp and serious. He gritted his teeth and raised an eyebrow, trying to observe the current situation. Finally, Jigu started running in circles to distract the swarm of swords. Behind him was a dazzling blue mass of energy. The Demon King stood motionless, watching the scene before him, then let out a breath. His eyes lit up ominously. How interesting. At that moment, Jigu's face was tense. Each sword continued to charge madly towards him. Jigu ran quickly, dodging the blazing flames that pursued him to buy more time. He asked urgently, How much longer do you need? Ru hesitated just a little longer. Jigu's eyes gradually filled with panic and fear. He urged, hurry up. The Demon King watched as if enjoying a comedy. His every sword strike was completely contrasting with Jigu's small, solitary figure. He was still being pushed back and couldn't stop. Finally, Jigu shouted, causing Branhart to glow brightly in reflection. As he finished speaking, an explosion immediately erupted, sending the swords flying in all directions. Seeing this, the Demon King let out a surprised, oh! They all fell chaotically to the ground, creating a piercing metallic sound. Jigu tightened his grip on L, which was embedded in the wall. He tried to hold on, thinking, is it working? At that moment, the swords began to regain their power. They continued to charge forward. Seeing them aimed straight at him, Jigu cursed. Damn it, he impatiently pressed Ru. I don't think I can buy any more time. Are you done yet at this moment? Ru's deep voice spoke. Well done. A system notification appeared. Sensitivity to magic is increasing. Assimilation rate has reached Class C. Jigu, as if grasping a lifeline, smiled brightly. Come on, I'm about to die here. However, the Demon King still didn't understand what was happening. He looked at the source of power above his head in amazement. The system continued. You can now use the ego ability more effectively. The Demon King's eyes widened and he stepped back a few paces. How can that human use that power? From within the smoke, a dark figure gradually emerged. You have learned death arts from Ru. His eyes shone with a deadly light. From now on, you can utilize death arts to a certain extent. Inside the vast space, a notification echoed, you have learned Death God from Ru. From now on, you can manipulate death to a certain extent. Swords gradually appeared from behind the mist. The Demon King below also looked at them with doubt. How could an ordinary human use that power? Impossible. Opposite him, Jigu charged down, sword in hand. He looked up at him in panic. Jigu gritted his teeth, looking towards him with his lips pressed tightly in anger. The Demon King stood trembling amidst the swords. No way. He roared with madness and indignation. Right after that, that's mine. The frenzied swords rushed forward like a vortex. They slashed through everything in their path, the blades cutting into flesh and mixing with blood. He stood in the vortex of swords, looked towards him, and screamed madly, "Tear me into 1,000 pieces!" Immediately after, the swords descended upon Jigu. Seeing this, he calmly raised his sword, channeling power into it, his eyes filled with determination. Before him was a powerful vortex of swords. Rushing towards him, the energy emanating from it glowed crimson elsewhere. Red smoke also poured out from the hole and began to dissipate. Branhart asked doubtfully, "My lord, have you defeated him?" Hearing that he was a bit startled, Branhart behind you, the Demon King's figure was still slowly approaching. Jigu, on the other hand, stood there in the smoke, wondering why he would say that. From behind, he raised his hand to summon a weapon. His hand, now just a dry skeleton, tried to squeeze out a final drop of blood. The Demon King raised his sword, energy radiating all around. "How dare you!" He stared and roared in anger. "A mere mortal like you dares!" The stream of energy was quickly slammed down, followed by a slash that struck straight into the ground. Causing the ground to crack and shatter, he immediately jumped up to dodge the slash. Jigu dodged to the edge of a wall, but the slash didn't stop and cut it in two. Seeing the situation was not good, he also gritted his teeth. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought to himself, even after taking a direct hit from the death blow, a strike containing immense magical power, it still has this much strength. Ru's voice rang out, reminding him, although it's just my shell, its original form is still very powerful. Jigu quickly stood up, staring intently at the Demon King. He urged it, "I don't need to hear you boast Ru do that thing from before again." Seeing this, it also grumbled with dissatisfaction as the Demon King on the other side raised his sword to strike. "Do you think it's that easy? Although I am inside a special place, I can only do it one more time before you reach your limit. If you overdo it, your body won't be able to handle it." He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed with vigilance, staring straight ahead. "One more time, I think that's enough." Ru was confused. "What do you mean?" Immediately after, Jigu leaped up his sword, slashing multiple paths in the air. Meanwhile, the Demon King was still standing and watching his hand gripping his sword tightly, murmuring, "I suppose." Then he calmly raised his hand, the sword enlarging above his head. "You don't learn, do you?" After saying that, he matched Jigu's rhythm, slashing straight down at his head. The ground quickly shook from the slash. Jigu's feet sank into the earth dust, and smoke billowed around as he reached out, using his own sword to block the strike. His face strained, he gritted his teeth opposite him. The Demon King looked at the trembling Jigu and calmly pressed his sword down. "A bug is just a bug, nothing more, nothing less. No matter how high you jump, what do you plan to do next?" His expression was ferocious, staring at him and laughing. "Are you trying to test your limits with—" Right after that, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Jigu's hand and sword, the one blocking his slash, that human. Only then did he notice the gauntlet emitting energy on his hand. Where did the sword in his right hand go? Suddenly, a sword rushed towards him from behind. He turned his head in shock to look at it. Ru looked at him with the eye on its body. Peekaboo. On the other side, seeing him distracted, he smiled smugly. Next, Jigu knocked his sword upwards as energy erupted from behind. The Demon King looked back in panic as his body was ensnared by Ru. He dropped his sword, crying out in pain. The great sword was also quickly corroded. Jigu watched him, struggling in vain. "How can this be?" His face filled with panic, he roared, "I am the king of monsters." In the end, his body was quickly incinerated. Only Jigu was left standing there. The space fell silent. Only his back was visible right after his body staggered. Branhart called out, "Master!" Finally, Jigu collapsed to the ground and she cried out urgently, "Master, you can't die!" He lay there fumbling for something in his clothes and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm just a little exhausted." Ru also commented, "Because you manipulated that much power without holding back the consequences won't be light." Jigu drank another vial of blood, and suddenly the system window appeared. "You have passed the special test. You will receive a reward for passing the special test." Seeing it, he sat up and sighed. The system added, "Excellent completion. You will receive an additional reward." Jigu closed his eyes, then opened them again. In front of him were two chests and a dark space. "Where am I? This is probably the reward room." The system's voice rang out, "New skill acquired. You have acquired the Combine skill. You have acquired the Incarnation skill." Jigu was puzzled. Skills. The system added more. "Your assimilation skill level has increased." Next, he commanded status window. The system panel displayed name Kim Jigu, level 1, class companion of the ego. Abilities inherited. Link skills. Assimilation. B Deathblow Combine Incarnation egos possess Trong Kyung Choi. Min Seok, number of ego fragments possessed 4. You can manipulate 60% of an ego's power. Deathblow. You can manipulate death. Combine. You can combine egos. I've gotten a lot of new skills. I can combine and incarnate egos, huh? Suddenly, Jigu touched his chin, a serious expression on his face as he looked at it in amazement. "So that means if I combine Ru and El, I'll get Elru or Ruel, is that right?" Ru cursed in dissatisfaction. "Are you an idiot? Did you fight so hard your brain fell out?" Beside him, El was also dissatisfied, "Master, although it's a pity I agree with Ru this time." Right after that, Jigu approached the reward chests, waving his hand. "I was just kidding, you know. I'll need to use those skills to see how they really work." His face was full of joy as he looked at the boxes in front of him, pointing, "But I can't test them right now. So I'll open the reward boxes first. A gold box and a diamond one." "Huh," Ru was confused. "Why are you so happy?" Jigu touched the gold box and replied, "Of course I am. Although a gold box is already good enough." but a diamond box is on the same level as the one that held the elixir before. Next, he picked it up, opened the box, a smile of anticipation on his face. You saved the best for last. Inside, 3 shining golden orbs appeared. What are these? I feel like I've seen these before. The system announced, you have collected a triple ego fragment. A stream of energy erupted from it, startling him. Golden light shone down from above. Is this an ego fragment? Then Jigu thought of the ego he had received before. Isn't this what I got after clearing the Blue Wolf Gate? At this point, Jigu looked at it with suspicion. Why do these exist inside the tower, too? Suddenly, he sighed and put it down. Oh well. It doesn't matter, I'll figure out how to use them sooner or later. Next, Jigu looked at the box beside it. Now for the diamond box. Branhart also spoke up. I'm so excited, Master. His face full of excitement, he opened it. I wonder what it is this time, another elixir. His eyes froze inside were a few bone fragments. What on earth is this? Bones, the ring on Jigu's finger, sensed something and emitted energy. He looked at it, puzzled. Rue, what's wrong? It hesitated. Did they really have to go this far? Hearing that he also looked on with suspicion, Rue was crying silently. Jigu stood there stunned and confused. Rue revealed, this is a part of my real body. After that, at a large building reaching the 30th floor. People bustled by on the street, a coffee shop under the direct control of the Association Soundproof Room Takeaway Discount Americano Cafe Latte Mint Choco Latte. The room was completely isolated from the outside. Jigu sat with his arms crossed, looking at Rue opposite him, then smiled amicably. Now it's time I heard the whole story. Opposite him, Rue lay there silently. He was confused. Until now, why did you... Wait, that's not what I should be asking you. Jigu looked at it with suspicion. Who are you seeing that it could no longer be hidden? Rue calmly explained, as my body said, I am the Lord of all demons. He calmly replied, the Lord of all demons, huh? Next, he recalled what he knew. That very powerful guardian god was just a low-level demon, just estimating the power of the demon. That Ella's ceiling was already very difficult. Immediately after Jigu crossed his arms again and questioned, then why is the Lord of all demons a sword now? Hearing that, El also exclaimed, the Lord so cool, this made Branhart feel helpless. Suddenly it asked him, do you know what an entity with an ego must do to endure eternity? He looked at the glass of water, confused. A smartphone. Rue interrupted. You must forget. Jigu repeated in disbelief. Forget next. Rue remembered its past, full of cracks and suffering. That's right, I had to forget. To endure existing for such a long time. I needed to forget the times I had lived through. If I didn't, my very existence would fade with time. His hand reached for the noble crown. As I said, I am the Lord of all demons. However, I was imprisoned by rebels, lost my body, and was left to face eternity. I had to protect my own existence. In the present, Jigu still stood silently watching it speak. Therefore, I forgot my emotions, my purpose, my name, and finally my own identity. That was the only way I could endure it. Next, Rue remembered using his power, however, when I awakened as the demon sword lord, the memories I had sealed away were also temporarily awakened. After that, Jigu crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, still listening to Rue ramble on. Even though it was only a small part, those memories were enough to confuse me, to the point where I did not know what to do. His gaze fell upon his reflection on the sword, his brow furrowed with some doubt, so I decided to forget everything again as the sun began to set outside. In the end, I did not get much information from my conversation with Rue. Jigu stepped out of the gate while outside the crowd was still chattering. He was lost in thought because Rue had chosen to forget once more. He could not answer many of my questions, and because I did not want to see Rue suffer, I did not ask anything more. I chose to postpone it, deciding what to do with the fragments of Rue's body. Having said that, he looked up and gazed outside, thinking to himself that no matter what his past was, Rue was still his first ego. He was the one who gave me hope. We just need to create new memories for him. Right after that, Jigu also left under the twilight sky, muttering to himself, today I will just go home and rest, because tomorrow is going to be very busy. Elsewhere at the director's office, the sound of incessant typing on a keyboard. The door opened. Inside the room, with the clacking sound of the keyboard, only the monitor was lit up. Xiong-hun walked in from outside with a hesitant look. Director. On the other side, Tai-shik also looked up. Oh, Xiong-hun. His face was still glued to the computer, his hands typing non-stop. You worked hard today. You can go home now, Xiong-hun stammered. It is not that. He approached and whispered, I know you are very busy with the Smart Guild matter, but are you not planning on getting off work? You stayed here all night yesterday, too. Tai-shik's face was haggard with dark circles, his expression frantic as he typed, making the other man feel helpless. I want to finish this tonight. Energy was still being channeled into his hands. The keyboard was being pressed continuously without stopping. He reminded him, "Are you using mana even for office work? I know you are in a hurry, but why do you have to go this far?" Right after that, Taik slammed the enter key once. His face full of excitement, he lifted his hands, then smiled at Xiong-hun and announced, "Tomorrow I get to meet Sujin. Oh no. Tomorrow I have to attend Jigu's housewarming party." After that, the group stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed in bewilderment. Jigu smiled excitedly. "Come on in, guys." The group entered the awesome basement. Branhart spoke up. "Hello, my name is Branhart." Beside him, El also replied, "Branhart, only the master can hear our voices." Han Yun asked doubtfully, "Is this really your house?" Jagun grinned. "With a place like this, I would not be surprised if someone was living in your basement." Jigu gave a forced laugh. "Of course not, although my house really does have a basement." Beside him, Xionggu looked around. "But your house is really amazing." He added, "Compared to this place, our guild headquarters is just an abandoned building." Beside him, Siop also grumbled. What, seeing them like this? He could only laugh awkwardly. Jigu's hand touched the doorknob, urging stop arguing and hurry inside. The door opened. Inside, Sujin smiled at them. "Welcome." Beside her, Du Yong also politely said, "Hello." The group of friends also entered and politely greeted, "Hello, everyone." Inside, the two women were preparing food. Next, Seiyop smiled politely and presented a gift. "I am Kim Seiyop from the Morning Star Guild." Sujin took it. "I have heard a lot about you from Jigu. My son is not very reliable, but please take care of him." Hearing that, he looked up in shock. "What son?" She looked at them confused. "What is wrong?" The whole group was stunned. "Oh, nothing." Du Young looked at her doubtfully. "I was sure you were his older sister because you look so young." Hearing that, she also smiled happily. "Thank you," she added. "Please make yourselves at home while I finish preparing the food." He also replied politely, "Then we will make ourselves at home." From behind, Du Yong came forward and called out. Hey, Jigu also turned to look. "Did not Suk-gu come?" He looked at her confused. "Why did you want to see him?" Hearing that, her eyes widened in anger. "What are you talking about?" "I was just going to ask for his autograph for a friend." Right after, Jigu leaned on his hand and smiled, explaining, "He said he is very busy. He has a lot of work recently. It depends on your attitude." "I will consider asking for an autograph for you." Hearing that, Du Yong also smiled excitedly. "How about you take off your mask and become famous? I want to sell your autograph to my classmates." Hearing that, he also got angry. "You little brat. I already told you this is a secret." Jigu turned his back to leave. "Stop talking nonsense and go help Mom." "I am going out for a bit," she asked, confused. "Where are you going?" He turned back to explain to pick up a guest. Outside the door, Xiong-hun quickly approached, smiling. "Good evening." Player Kim Jigu. Beside him, Taik also waved a greeting. "You did not have to come out to greet us." On his side, he also stepped out to welcome them. "You are here." He explained, "I finished work faster than expected. I just arrived." Behind him, the other man could only scratch his head awkwardly. "I am sorry, player Kim Jigu. We did not have time to prepare a gift because we were too busy." Jigu just smiled at them warmly. "It is okay. I should be thanking you for finding us such a wonderful house." Suddenly, Taik changed the subject. "I do not need to get you a gift, right?" He confirmed, "Well, you already bought new furniture for our house." Seeing that, Xiong-hun also exclaimed, "Really, that is so generous." The three of them quickly went up the stairs. Jigu remarked, "You did not have to do that. Our old stuff was good enough." He said excitedly, "A new house needs new furniture, you fool." He remained calm. "It is just a waste of money." Suddenly, his feet stopped. Could it be? Right after that, Jigu turned and nudged him. "You bought all that furniture because you thought this would be your future home." Taishik's face was full of embarrassment as he looked away, sweating. Behind them, Xiong-hun looked on in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." They entered the house. Jigu asked, confused, "What is wrong, director?" But he dodged the question. "You do not need to know." Inside, Taishik's fawning expression made the other two feel helpless. "Here is the housewarming gift." "Oh my, you already bought us all this furniture." So he did not have a gift for me. The sun began to set. The dining table was also cleared. "Thank you for the meal." "Thank you for the meal." The guild members quickly moved to take the food trays. "Let me help." But he stopped them. "You are guests, just sit and relax." They looked at each other and greeted, "Are you Jigu's assistant?" "Yes, although I cannot help him much." Suddenly, Taishik called from behind Jigu, his hand holding a phone. "Come outside with me. Let us talk for a bit." Jigu also looked at him doubtfully. "Right now, let me clear this up first." Right after that, Taishik put his phone back in his pocket and urged, "It will be quick, just a few minutes." Finally, he turned and told his mother, "Mom, I am stepping out for a bit. I will finish cleaning up later. You should rest." She confirmed, "Okay." Outside, the sky had darkened. The two of them stood in the yard. Jigu asked, confused, "What did you want to talk about that required us to come outside?" He leaned on his hand and added, "The association will make an official announcement soon, but I thought it would be best to let you know first." Then he calmly announced, making him gasp in surprise, "The Iron Guild has opened a branch in South Korea." Jigu's eyes widened. Taishik's face was grim as he explained the association opposed it. But the Angela Guild intervened. It seems they made some kind of deal with each other. Next, he recalled the battle and added, "As you know, the association cannot just ignore the Angela Guild. The value of the name of the nation's top guild is no joke, but we still said it." Taishik rubbed the back of his neck, troubled. "Anyway, that old man. The association's chairman has already faced the media about this." Next, he turned to look at his expression. Then Taishik turned to leave. "I will take care of the cleaning. Remember to cool down before you come back inside." Jigu's body radiated an oppressive killing intent. He reminded him, "Do not release that kind of aura in front of your family." Jigu's fist clenched and blood started to drip. El reminded Master. Ru was also helpless. That night at a certain building, in a large rehabilitation room, Rogers Han, 3 months. On a wooden board was a newspaper article, a furious scream. Above it was his face. "I can return to South Korea in another 3 months." The newspaper's content: the one-hit hero stops a gate break. The birth of a new high ranker. Suddenly, a short sword flew straight at his face. He looked around frantically. "No matter how strong he has gotten, I will take him on." His face, filled with madness, smiled. Inside, a sword was sheathed in its scabbard. His eyes glinted coldly, for he now had the holy sword that he had bestowed. His gaze was filled with madness. "Just you wait, Kim Jigu." After dinner, everyone said their goodbyes. "Thank you for the meal." "Goodbye, get home safe." Back at Jigu's house, the 8 pairs of chopsticks were all cleaned. He then quietly went down to the basement alone. The Iron Guild will open a branch in Korea. The quiet space echoed only with Jigu's footsteps as thoughts continuously surfaced in his mind. "This will happen in 3 months, and the branch manager will be Rajarshan." Jigu carefully pulled the doorknob. "My chance for revenge has come sooner than I thought." He slowly stepped into the pitch-black room where not a single ray of light could enter. There was only a single chair in the middle. Jigu then gently turned on the light, and the room was instantly flooded with brightness. Branhart exclaimed with delight, "This place is always so comfortable." He explained that the basement is perfect for a training ground. Ru voiced his thoughts, but isn't it a bit inconvenient that the entrance is outside? Jigu paused for a moment and then disagreed. "No." He stretched his body, rotating his elbow, and replied, "I'll constantly check for gate openings, and I want to be sure that monsters won't climb up if anything happens." Jigu thought of Seong-hun and muttered in satisfaction, "I didn't expect him to find such a perfect house for me. Anyway, my opponent is a branch office of the Iron Guild." He sat on the chair, resting his chin in his hand to organize his thoughts. Even though it's just a branch office, its power is considered to be on par with a guild. The Channel Guild, one of the 10 largest guilds in Korea. 3 months isn't a long time. I need to get stronger, of course, and to do that, the first thing I must do is understand my new skills. He began to wonder, first synchronization and containment, the skills I got on the 20th floor. How do I use them? Thinking this, Jigu immediately called upon the system synchronization. The mechanical voice of the system rang out, "Please select your main ego," Jigu repeated doubtfully. Main ego, does it mean the ego that will serve as the primary component for synchronization? He then frowned before making his final decision. It's Ru. As soon as he spoke, the system announced loudly, "Now, main ego Ru and sub-ego Changkyun will synchronize." The moment the voice resounded, a blazing red electric current shot out from the ring on Jigu's hand and from Ru. They then merged, swirling together before suddenly taking the form of a fiery crimson wolf. Bolts of lightning continuously erupted around it, enveloping it like an electric net. The system quickly announced synchronization successful. "Ego Ru has become Fenrir," Ru hastily shouted, "You little monkey." Seeing his attitude, Jigu burst into laughter. "Sorry, I was just joking." Ru angrily complained, "Why is it always me?" Afterwards, Jigu lowered his head in contemplation. "This is still a power I don't fully understand." Ru called out urgently, "Hey." He continued, "I can't use it carelessly." He kept asking, "Are you listening to me?" Furthermore, sentient egos like Ruel and Branhart face a higher risk when using this skill. And Oberon, Ren, and Hemet are all very important to my current fighting style, so I can't use them either. His eyes filled with a complex expression. "This means I have to use the egos for Minseok Changkyun." or use ego fragments as the material. Just then, Branhart suddenly spoke up. "Master, let me try it." Jigu replied in surprise, "Branhart." He continued to plead, "I want to become stronger like Ru and El and be more useful to you." Jigu asked doubtfully, "Are you sure? I don't know what the result will be. The worst-case scenario is that I won't be able to use the ego or it will change completely." Branhart paused for a moment but still spoke with confident reassurance. "I'm a little worried, but I still feel it will be fine. After all, haven't I already died and come back once?" Hearing this, Jigu gave a small smile. "Thank you, Branhart." He then immediately activated synchronization. The system promptly displayed, "Please select your main ego." Jigu answered without hesitation, "Branhart." The system continued, "Please select your sub-ego." He clenched his fist. "Ego fragment." As he spoke, the system began the process. Synchronization in progress. A moment later, Jigu's entire body was suddenly wreathed in a blazing golden smoke, startling him. His eyes were glued to the source of light inside his chest. "This light? Is it the ego fragment? It's been inside me this whole time." The light grew increasingly blinding. A few minutes later, as the light faded, Branhart finally spoke. "Master." Jigu replied, "Branhart." He repeated, "Master." Sensing that something was wrong, Jigu quickly shouted, "Branhart, wait, cancel synchronization." However, at that exact moment, a system notification appeared. "You will now be transported to a gate." Before Jigu could even process what was happening, he was transported elsewhere. Scene change. It was now night, the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. The mournful cry of a crow echoed in the distance, a bad omen. Jigu looked around dazedly. The ground was littered with tombstones. He mumbled hesitantly, "This is..." El guessed it looks like the gate from last time. Ru was also curious. "So are we inside that brat?" Just then, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. "Branhart and the ego fragment have successfully synchronized. Branhart's gate may be influenced by the ego fragment." Jigu tilted his head in confusion. "Influenced? How so?" Ru quickly pointed out, "Looks like the answer is over there." As he spoke, a reflection flashed in Jigu's eyes. In front of him was a coffin radiating a strange aura. It was placed right in the middle of the path. Curious, Jigu slowly approached it. "That's the coffin from which a corpse appeared last time, right?" Ru hummed in response. Jigu reached out as if to touch it, then hesitated and pulled his hand back. Finally, he bravely reached out and touched it. The moment his hand made contact, a system notification appeared. "This gate does not have a guardian. You can create a gatekeeper with the synchronized ego fragment. Please set up a gatekeeper." Hearing this, Jigu froze in utter shock. He closed his eyes, thinking, "Monsters are appearing in my head. I have to choose one of them." He remembered the available options. Goblin, zombie, skeleton, night vampire. It seems they are all undead. Perhaps this reflects the nature of this gate. Then Jigu suddenly remembered something. A higher-level monster is... As the coffin lid slowly opened, he calmly exhaled. As expected, a corpse. As he spoke, a body slowly rose from inside, surrounded by a swirling golden light. The system continued. "You have selected a corpse to be the gatekeeper. The synchronized ego fragment has been consumed. Finally, it concluded, from now on, the gate will be managed by the corpse." Then the corpse slowly stepped out from inside and knelt. It bowed its head low respectfully, and a deep, quiet voice sounded out. "Greetings, my great master."